Okay, it is 2:21 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Saturday, January 11th, 2025. Nerd Squad, it doesn't appear there's any sort of delay. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwyn pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigations. Be advised, I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I'm an informant since the last week of June. Now, I'm going to go over the same script I've been going over for all of these videos. But before I go over the video, I need to relay the following. Um, on January 6th, a woman upstairs in Unit 207 was overheard saying she's under duress, being ordered by someone inside the unit to illegally detain me, which has been a premeditated plan for over a year. They have stated that they have plans for every day between January 9th and the 15th, including yesterday, which they followed through with, this weekend and Monday and Tuesday. Around 5 p.m. on January 10th, last night, a woman facing multiple felony charges, including kidnapping, who hasn't had possession of my sons, was upstairs bragging about another fraud she and her co-conspirators had committed. Then around 9:28 p.m. on January 10th, while the individuals in Unit 207 were expressing glee and excitement, someone at their behest stalked me outside, taking photos before committing ADA violations roughly 10 minutes later. This individual was also taking photos before knocking. The door remained closed as it has for over a week. The FBI has indicated that those going to prison for the longest have about 1 week left of thinking they're getting away with their crimes. Whatever plans some of them had for January 16th to 18th have already been sabotaged. These plans may involve co-conspirators beyond Unit 207. All right, now back to the original script which if you're new here you'll want to listen to, but if you've looked at any of the live streams in the last couple of days, it's pretty much the same thing. I'd go so far as to say de facto pretty much the same. So welcome back to the live stream. It's Mystic Gwyn here. It is currently January 11th, 2025. The time is 2:24 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. As you can see, we're still going 24/7. I know a lot of you are new here, and some of you might be wondering why I'm running a live stream constantly. If you're new here and wondering why that is, the full explanation is available in a video on this channel titled Mystic Gwyn versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters. The Stalker, The Extortionist et al. It's just under 2 hours long, and it lays out everything that's been happening. You can also go to facebook.com/mysticwin lives only you to read my cease and desist letters and declarations from September 15th, 2024 to December 29th, 2024. These documents provide a detailed timeline of events and the legal actions I've taken. I highly recommend you do so, as they're both educational and, according to the FBI, as legally binding as you receiving a 90-day injunction from the Supreme Court consecutively over and over and over again without facing the prosecution none of you federal felons will be avoiding very soon. Now, it is critical to understand this. If this live stream ends for any reason without me orally stating the end time and that a new live stream will begin in 90 seconds or less, that I did not end it, the federal felons of the North Everett Precinct who are operating from Unit 207, the condo directly above my home of 13 years, are responsible. The FBI has indicated since October that the final illegal entry attempt onto my property will coincide with them illegally shutting off my live stream. They've done this multiple times in just the last 2 days. As a result, the FBI has a new rule. My front door is to remain locked and not to be opened unless I am running a live stream concurrent with recording on my $1,000 plus cell phone that the FBI had me put on airplane mode back in August. This is because the North Everett Precinct was attempting to destroy evidence on that phone. Furthermore, the FBI has instructed me to place a large stick whittled and painted by my eldest son against the inside of my front door. It's positioned in a way that makes it impossible to open the door without shattering a living room window. The FBI stipulated that this will make any conviction for breaking and entering much easier, and the stick has been in its current position for at least a week at this point, as I haven't opened my front door for a week or longer. I believe the last time I was outside my front door was January 2nd. It's now January 11th. And on that note, at 3 a.m. on January 2nd, my previous invitation to one neighbor to open my door whenever was rescinded. Let's be clear about something else. According to the FBI, there is still not a single court order with my name on it from 2024 and or as of January 10th, 2025. Either Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen, that is lawful and not fraudulent. Any attempt to enforce any order with either of those names from that time period is illegal and a criminal act every day. The act of requesting the enforcement is also illegal and a separate count every attempt. Further, the FBI has stated anyone with a fraudulent court order with my name on it has implicated themselves in a series of felonies and absolutely beyond a reasonable doubt in their looming conspiracy charges and convictions. As outlined in my December 14th, 2024 declaration, which you can find on my Facebook page, the amount owed to me is substantial. We're talking about over $14 million. This amount is owed by the North Everett Precinct's Snohomish County prosecutors, DCYF Unit 207, and other involved parties, as contractually agreed to due to their receipt of my August 14th, 2024 tort claim, my ongoing illegal detainment, now at 157 days, and their continuous stalking, hacking, harassment, civil rights, ADA violations, and general crime spree against me. Again, you can read all about this in the declarations on my Facebook. Many of you know I had a podcast where I detailed these events. Unfortunately, due to the actions of officers in Unit 207, I'm currently blocked from adding new episodes to most platforms like Spotify, Audible, and iHeartRadio. However, the FBI had me create a Twitter account just for the podcast. You can find all of the episodes, including the latest one from December 29th, 2024, on x.com/mysticgwenpod. That's my podcast only Twitter, not to be confused with my regular Twitter, x.com/realmysticgwen, where you can read posts about the threats from the North Everett Precinct. Just to reiterate, I have not opened my front door without running a YouTube live stream since day 3 of being illegally detained by this precinct and their associates. It is now day 157 of my illegal detainment. That means for 154 days I have not opened my door without a live stream running. This is per the FBI's instructions for my safety and to ensure there's a record of everything that happens. Also, per the FBI's instructions, I will now be playing on this live stream each time individuals are on my private property without immunity, a recording of the script that the FBI had me create. Something I had to utilize last evening as was premeditated, threatened, and reported by me orally repeatedly in the YouTube live streams that preceded it. As many of you know, on January 2nd, 2025, a female in Unit 207 was overheard discussing that I'll be sued soon by someone and or an entity identified by the FBI as federal felons. Let me be absolutely clear. The FBI has stated since August that anyone who sues me will be ordered to pay me a sizable amount. Further, the FBI has stated the only one who gets to use the word slander, libel, and incendiary is me. So any attempts at legal action against me are not only futile, but will backfire spectacularly and be very lucrative. For 17 months straight, every Friday, the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, which, by the way, the FBI is considering renaming the North Everett Precinct of Stalkers, given their criminal actions, which is hilarious and accurate. Along with the Snohomish County prosecutors, they've requested others to perpetrate crimes against me and or threaten me with felonies, gross misdemeanors, and civil rights violations. On Friday, January 3rd, 2025, nothing out of the ordinary happened. And then yesterday, January 10th, 2025, multiple people that will be convicted for stalking were on the premises directly above my condo and on the exterior of my condo. The person on the exterior also has agreed to be convicted for obstruction of justice, witness tampering, criminal trespass, stalking, harassment, evidence tampering, and a litany of other charges as outlined by the signage outside. There are also plans by these federal felons for the coming week and even the week after, including the ongoing delusion that their long sought after illegal entry, which they have been trying to pull off since early August 2024, resulting in 37 plus separate criminal instances, is somehow going to happen. Ergo, the FBI had me record my video on YouTube titled January 2nd, 11:57 p.m. Greetings to the 36 plus non-immune, soon to be detained people currently illegally on my private property. This recording is retroactive. The FBI wants to make that clear to anyone listening. It's applied since you first began sending people prior to your actionable kidnappings in August. It, even if I desire, will apply to the woman you sent to my house in May as well. Now, I also want to address the fact that as of the end of December, the North Everett precinct and their cohorts have, for the third time since 2022, weaponized the IRS against me. The FBI has verified that this is happening at the behest of the North Everett precinct each time. Previously, this involved the IRS sending threatening notices about court orders and pretending they didn't have the necessary information to stop harassing and threatening me. I don't have the details on the current situation, but the FBI has assured me it's a non-issue, as the IRS is cooperating with them. But the FBI wants me to emphasize it in these spiels at the beginning of the live streams because for more than one, quote, civil case, quote, it speaks to the totality of their crime spree, as literally there hasn't been a break in them using third and fourth and fifth parties to stalk, harass, intimidate, and retaliate against me since September 2023. It is now January 11th, 2025. So to reiterate, on August 7th and August 14th, 2024, the FBI had me date signs that they instructed me to add to my exterior and to address them to those they knew were going to be guilty of numerous felonies without immunity, i.e. the North Everett precinct, the Owens, and everyone else guilty in this conspiracy. Is illegal, that there is no immunity for those who do so, and that requests for an appointment can be made via email at therealmysticgwen@gmail.com. The only individual who attempted was one woman that's facing federal imprisonment unless she's blown the whistle. I also want to make it clear that as of January 4th, 2025, there have been oral threats made upstairs in Unit 207 for the entire coming 7 to 10 days. These threats were made actionable as recently as yesterday in the evening, particularly regarding their plans to attempt to acquire the illegal entry and detainment they have attempted over 37 times since the first week of August 2024, when the FBI had me add those dated signs addressed to the North Everett precinct of stalkers, the extortionists, and the child abusers upstairs moonlighting as child protectors. As can be seen in the filed tort claim of August 14th, 9 days before the second actionable kidnapping, and 3 days before the first one they'll be convicted of. Now I'm going to reiterate what I read at the very beginning of this spiel, in case somebody wasn't paying attention. On January 6th, the woman upstairs in Unit 207 was overheard saying she's under duress, being ordered by someone outside the unit to illegally detain me, which has been a premeditated plan for over a year. They have stated plans for every day between January 9th and the 15th, including this upcoming Friday, this weekend, and Monday and Tuesday. Around 5 p.m. on January 10th, a woman facing multiple felony charges, including kidnapping, who hasn't had possession of my sons, was upstairs bragging about another fraud she and her co-conspirators had committed. Then around 9:28 p.m. on January 10th, while the individuals in Unit 207 were expressing glee and excitement, someone at their behest stalked me outside, taking photos before committing ADA violations roughly 10 minutes later. This individual was also taking photos before knocking. The door remained closed as it has for more than a week. The FBI has indicated that those going to prison for the longest have about 1 week left of thinking they're getting away with their crimes. Whatever plans some of them had for January 16th to 18th have already been sabotaged by the FBI. These plans may involve co-conspirators beyond Unit 207. That's the update for now, everyone. Thanks for tuning in and thanks for your continued support. Remember to check out the video in my Facebook page for the full story. Stay safe, everyone, and I'll see you on the next live stream. And if this stream suddenly ends, you know who is liable, and that I will be attempting to reinitiate the live stream if possible, assuming I haven't been kidnapped and or illegally arrested and or illegally detained, as has been threatened, premeditated, and discussed for over a year in the condo directly above my home of 13 years. Now, before you tune away, it is now 2:37 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're going to have to play, per the FBI's instructions, that same recording that you heard multiple times in the preceding live stream, as once again somebody decided to come to my door and to make themselves completely liable for a series of felonies without immunity, concurrent with opening them up to my suing of them for funds for their ADA violations, as well as the liability they assumed for anything that will result due to whatever it is that they were attempting to do here or pretending they did here. There is about a 10-second delay on this. Should hear it soon. It is 11:58 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Thursday, January 2nd, 2025. This is a live stream per the FBI's instructions of my new door greeting that I'm to save and to play for those people who are going to prison that have plans involving, once again, actively stalking me outside of my building. I don't know if this is tomorrow or multiple times over from tomorrow to Wednesday, just that the FBI has informed me to do so. So, in the event that you're hearing this, you're in front of my private property. Stop where you are. You are being recorded. By agreeing to come here, you are agreeing to be charged with obstruction of justice. You are agreeing to be charged with witness tampering. You are agreeing to be charged with stalking. You are agreeing to be charged with criminal trespass. You are agreeing to be charged with ADA violations. You are agreeing to be charged with civil rights violations. You are agreeing to be charged with conspiring with others to deprive me of my civil rights, U.S. Code 42, Section 1985, and any other crimes listed on the signs posted on my property. Let me be clear, you have no immunity for your actions. Any claims of immunity are fraudulent, just like every court order with my names, Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen, from 2024 to January 2nd, 2025. The FBI has confirmed that there are no lawful court orders with either of my names from that time period. If you choose to knock on my door or to continue standing on my private property, you are choosing to harass me and stalk me. And if you are attempting to goad me into opening my door to pull off another crime, be aware that you are making yourself personally liable. You will be forced to pay me directly from your severance, your 401k, and any other assets you have that will need to be liquidated. No position, excluding the FBI, has any immunity in this situation. I strongly advise you to verify this information with the FBI unless you and or your associates are some of the federal felons going to prison for the rest of their lives due to the crime spree of the North Everett precinct of fraudsters, Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, dwindling Department of Child Abusers moonlighting as child protectors, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, the extortionist, Anne-Marie et al. If you are unable to get verification on anything you have being fraudulent, It is because of your
and their
looming incarceration and soon-to-be unsealed indictments. Now get off my fucking private property and refrain from further crimes, as the signs on my exterior have stipulated for over a year. It is now
2:42 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, January 11th, 2025. And I was watching Tales from the Crypt, which I'm missing it. Oh, Nerd Squad, I took a screenshot. Once again, Unit 207's fucked up the interface. It inaccurately reflects there's only 126 videos published for public consumption. Uploaded a selfie I took of myself. Look how much cuter I am than the girls that are going to prison for the rest of their lives. Was that rude? Because it was true. Pink. It's my favorite crane.
Please calm down. Tell me where you are.
12 Lorelei! Please, you've got to help me. Hurry!
Stay on the line. Do you have a weapon in the house? Anything to protect yourself?
God!
Oh, I have to check and make sure there's audio. Let's click on it and see, guys. Click. Click. There's audio. Click. There's audio. And a bit of a delay.
There's audio.
Oh yeah, a bit of a delay. Looks like there's a few delays.
There's audio.
Oh yeah, a bit of a delay. Looks like there's a few delays.
There's audio.
Oh yeah, a bit of a delay. Looks like there's a few delays.
There's audio.
Hey guys, just a reminder, you have 2 business days left. Hey guys, just a reminder, you have 2 business days left. Hey guys, just a reminder, you have 2 business days left.
Oh my God. Gary's window.
Remember, everything you've said and filed will be used against you in your federal court case, you dumbasses. And everyone that signed off on fraudulent claims of service has made themselves liable for everything that's happened since. That's why they send reports to the door. But the poorest don't get saved from prison. So hopefully they don't. And on that note, I plan on going to try and go back to sleep, something that, because of the idiots upstairs that have a week left, but really only 2 business days, continue with their delusions. I got to be ready, because should they proceed with any further delusions, the blitz sweep will be occurring sooner than expected. And I'm going to need to go outside with my live stream and record them being detained.
Fight headache 3 ways fast.
First, bromoseltzer helps the pain of a headache and does it quickly.
But I'm just hoping they won't do it for at least 8 hours because I don't want to do my makeup right now.
Third, bromoseltzer helps
Hold off till tomorrow if you insist on being detained early, guys.
Every nerves may team up with an ordinary headache. It makes a lot of sense to insist on Bromo-Seltzer, the headache help that's famous for fighting headache 3 ways. Bromo-Seltzer is a favorite help all year round because it's so refreshing and pleasant tasting. Ask at your druggist fountain or counter for speedy, economical Bromo-Seltzer, 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 Bromo-Seltzer. Wet nose breath. Your breathing spell is over. Now it's time to lose your breath again. Oh, let's get back to our stuff. What did we do with the clock? Oh, dear. We were interrupted while we were making one. And if you remember, the clock belonged to Howard Ryan, the young man who's intelligent. He had just discovered that his dream had come true, and someone was choking him to death. That's a nice way to wake up from sleep, isn't it? Let's have Howard tell us what happened.
My eyes focused through the haze, and I recognized Dale, my stepfather. There were his hands that were around my neck. Suddenly I heard Dale cry. The door opened and like a riding charger was bouncing through the air at the throat of my stepfather. A moment later, I felt his hands release me and I shouted, "No, no, Howard! Don't kill me! I take it!" Oh, but I did nothing. I knew I wanted him to die, but I still wasn't sure if he had killed my father. I suppose I was a fool, but I yelled, "Dane, stop it! Down, Dane, down! Here, Dane, come here!" Right. Open the door. I want to get out of here. Not yet. Why? Are you going to turn the dog loose on me again? Perhaps. You want to kill me? You tried to kill me. You lost your mind completely. I woke up with your hands around my throat. You're insane. I tried to pick you up from the floor. You're lying! I'm not! I heard you moaning and screaming, and I came up to see what was wrong. I found you on the floor. You were having a nightmare. Was I? Of course. Why should I want to kill you? Because I may find out how you murdered my father. What he said could have been true. I had had little sleep for a long time, and his attack on me could have been a nightmare. I could never be certain. Not to protect myself, I kept the gun with me at all times. I read and reread the journals of my father which I had found. More and more often it was his voice that came out of my mouth, his words that filled my argument. And then came the night. And I found out the truth.
Good evening, Howard.
What are you doing in my room, sir?
I came to have a talk.
Dane! Dane!
There's no use calling to your door. I've never seen him again.
What did you do?
That should have been done long ago.
He's not there.
A knife. It's quite sharp. Quite suited to the purpose I intended for.
You came to kill me. Did my mother put you up to this?
No. As a matter of fact, your stepmother is in town right now. Due to quite alone.
I see.
You've always hated me, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
I suppose you can't help it. Your stepmother's very beautiful woman.
She has nothing to do with that.
Makes very little difference. The fact of the matter is that you become dangerously psychopathic. I want you to know that I've taken steps to help confine you.
So that's the game. So you're going to kill me and tell the authorities you are protecting yourself from a homicidal maniac.
I'm glad you're aware of your disadvantage.
Not well, Jim.
The gun.
Did you murder my father?
What are you going to do? If you kill me,
Who's speaking?
answer me. If you murder me,
Why?
answer me.
Well, that's true.
I'll kill you. Don't. Speak before you die. Did you murder me in my sleep? I have got to know now.
No, dear. need you. The spoke again. My father, using my body, had murdered him.
Howard, have you seen Lydia?
Yes, Mother.
Where is he?
Come in. He's in here.
Howard, you murdered him.
Yes, when he tried to throw that knife, he still has it in his hand.
Howard,
Don't try to get away. No, Mother.
don't call me mother. Goodness, son of mine, you're a murderer.
Yes, Mother, but less of a murderer than you are. At least I killed in self-defense. Not when my victim was asleep, helpless, and unaware of danger.
Let me out of here.
No, you're going to stay. Yes, this gun. The same gun I used to murder your husband. Stay just where you are.
Why?
Because I want you to see this man who succeeded my father. This creature whom you love. Look at him there, Mother. Twisted grotesquely into the whining coward he proved himself to be in death. Look at him. This is the man you gave up my father for. This is the man you committed murder for.
Let me go.
Now look. This is the man who used his last breath to betray you. Yes.
How?
But you killed my father. Yes.
He's alive.
Is it? Hilda. Is it?
Yes, I didn't murder you.
I need to know the truth. Do not think this is some trick played by my son. I am William. I know things which only you and I in all the world know. Now, tell me the truth.
Don't put the gun.
Your only chance is to tell me the truth.
Will you let me live? Then why should I tell you?
Because I am your husband, who once loved and trusted you, Hilda. Tell me. Tell me now, or you will die.
Very well. I did it. I committed the murder. That's what you want me to hear, is it? That's what you want me to tell you, is it?
What I want is to know.
What do you want to do? Look, I've loved you. I've always loved you. It wasn't my fault. He put me up to it. Now that he's dead, I realize what I've done.
Who you
Yes.
want?
Let me live. Let me live.
Perhaps I shall.
Howard, you understand, don't you? It's just as it happened with you and your father. How it happened with Dale and myself. You were ready to be with me. I'm not your real mother, I know it, but I have loved you, Howard. You know I've loved you, and I still love you.
Tell me one thing. Was he as guilty as you?
Yes, yes, it really was his.
Come with me, Hilda. We're going to the police. And that's what happened, Inspector. She finally confessed. I brought her here. Have you anything to say, ma'am?
Yes, everything I told myself, every word of my confession was a lie.
Mother!
This was the truth. Even out to find that his father was murdered. I only made that confession to humor him and save my life. And I can prove what I say. More than one doctor has found him unbalanced.
Epidemia, man. Inspector, you can't. This woman murdered my father. She told me. No, murder matters. It was not this woman. Picked up a man yesterday. Confessed. Gave us all the details. They are taking the evidence. His name is Ralph Stone. Criminal with a long record. He murdered your father.
Then it wasn't mine.
No, it wasn't your step. No. It was your cousin, Dale Burke. We found to be hired this Ralph Stone. And I was right. My father knew what he was doing when he made me pull that trigger. I wonder, son. Because you're under arrest for murder. I kept telling you that I didn't murder Dale Burke. I didn't pull that trigger. It was my father who murdered him. They don't believe me. deep inside. And sometimes you don't.
Well, friend, there's nothing wrong with love and power. Just a little bit nice, but who isn't? And how'd you like someone to possess you someday? Just think, you could lead a double life for the price of a shingle. In fact, you may be able to save money because, as everybody knows, two can live cheaper than one. Which brings us to the moral of tonight's story, taken from the croonings of Nature Girl, who warbled, "Don't drop dead except in bed, otherwise you could break your head." It's common knowledge, I suppose, that jittery nerves can help to cause a miserable headache. And it's almost as well known, I think, that bromo seltzer can help a headache in short order, even when that headache is accompanied by jangled nerves or stomach upset. Because bromo seltzer not only helps the headache, but helps calm the jumpy nerves and stomach upset at the same time. The makers of bromo seltzer have just received a letter from Mrs. Helen A. Paz of Mount Vernon, New York, in which she said,
I've used Roma Seltzer many times. As director of a children's dramatic school, many times jumpy nerves bring on a headache. But thanks to your fine product, a headache no longer creates a problem.
"Thank you, Mrs. Helen Paz. You pointed out once again what millions of smart men and women know. Bromo seltzer fights a headache quickly and helps calm jumpy nerves, too. What's more, it's so pleasant tasting, it's actually refreshing. Caution, use only as directed. If headaches persist or recur, see your doctor. But for ordinary headaches,
My kitty freeway. Broma seltzer, broma seltzer, broma seltzer, broma seltzer.
well, it's time to close that squeaking door for another 7-day rest. Until next week at this time, when Bromo Seltzer brings you another Inner Sanctum Mystery, directed by Hyman Brown. By the way, this month's Inner Sanctum Mystery novel is Report for a Cause by Henry King. Next week's tale titled Death is a Magician. A guy loses his girl, loses his mind, and meets a magician named Marco. Now, Marco makes an easy mark of our hero, and in turn, our hero uses Marco for target practice in a marathon murder. Marco, you see, just won't stay dead. Don't scramble. See us next Monday, friends, and we guarantee to scramble you down too. Until then, good night. Pleasant dreams. This is White Weeks inviting you to tune in again next Monday at the same time to Inner Sanctum, which is brought to you for your entertainment every Monday right through the summer by
Broma seltzer, broma seltzer,
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening, please.
Tonight your mystery playhouse invites you to listen to Ineffective Mystery. Come on, Mr. Booth. Good evening, friends of the inner sanctum. This is your host to welcome you through the squeaking door. There, been shopping around for a nice case of murder? Of course you have. And you've come to the right place because the characters on this program simply kill themselves to keep you amused. Why, only the other day we were accused of making murder our business. But we wouldn't do that, friend. Oh, no. Because that would be mixing business with pleasure. And we consider it a pleasure to give some tips for business. And our friend, tonight's story is a triangle tale concerning a man, a woman, and a murderer. You've heard it said that those who laugh last, laugh best. We're going to prove that it never pays to get into a laughing contest with a ghost. Because ghosts always get the last to laugh. I know it's strange. Father's been in the grave for weeks. Yes. And here, where? Rock, mountain, south, pond. And last I heard for the first time in the court. It never lasts during all the weeks they cry. Never even smile. This day, when he came upon me, said, John Spencer, you have been found guilty of murder in the first degree. You wish to make a statement before sentence is imposed? I still did. I'm willing to admit it now. But he was no good. He got just what he deserved. And everybody knows it. I'm not a killer. I never committed a crime before. No, I have no understanding. John Spencer, the jury took all that into consideration when it recommended life in prison. However, I have the power to ignore that recommendation. It is my firm conviction that to allow one man to take the law into his own hands is to encourage others to do likewise. I therefore override the recommendation of the jury and sentence you to be hung by the neck until death. No, Judge, please. I've got a girl. We were going to be married. All I ask is to live so I can see her once in a while. You'll have thought of that before you committed murder. It's easy for you to tell me what I should have done. But you won't always be on top. Maybe someday you'll be down here where I am. When that happens, I hope they throw the book at you just like you're doing to me. They will remove the prisoner. Well, I'd be laughing when that happens. Well, I'm only laughing victim. Sorry. Prisoner pleads innocent or guilty. Good cause. Act mercy. And clemency is refused. Condemn the man, curse the judge, and hopes the judge will someday find himself in a similar plight. Spencer's outburst failed to move him in the slightest. I've heard it many times before. I went home to forget about the things before. Yes, sir. I'll come in as soon as I've freshened up.
All right, Tom. I've been waiting here all day. I'm sorry it's not too much to ask.
All right, Florence.
That's it. I want you to meet my new nurse, Margaret Cummings. This is Judge Thompson is coming. How do you do?
Come in. Haven't been there before.
That's hardly likely. It's probably like this. It's so ordinary.
On the contrary, Miss Cummings. I should say your face is rather unusual.
But suppose you stop that silly chatter about faces and talk to Miss Cummings about her duty.
Very well. Come into my study, Miss Cummings. We can talk.
Now sit down. There's not much to say, really. In the first place, my wife's heart condition is completely changed.
Yes, I gathered that from Dr. Peck.
I was told about my wife. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You're a professional person, and as we think, makes things easier. My wife's 11 years with me. In our past meeting. She is a bit worried. Not that I give any ground for it. Yes. You understand?
Perfectly.
She's not an easy person to get around. You have to humor.
I'll do my best.
And, Ellie,
Yes.
I was just wondering where it was that I saw you before. Interesting. You know, Miss Cummings, your face is rather funky. Chances are it's again. We played a game during those first few weeks. I would ask, Miss Cummings, where was it when I first saw you?
Don't you remember yet?
No, I don't.
Well, I do. And someday, if you're nice, I'll tell you.
We would laugh together. Having the girl in the house made me feel young again. Second class. It ended one evening in Laura's home. Yes,
Put down that newspaper. I'll talk to you.
I understand.
Don't you think you're going a bit too far, Richard?
Too far, what do you mean?
I mean Miss Cummings.
Oh,
I won't stand for it. I won't allow you to disgrace me in my own home with a woman who's been along on a
oh,
trail.
Lord, for heaven's sake.
I may be a bedridden invalid, but there is a limit.
You're jumping to ridiculous conclusions, Laura.
Ridiculous, am I? I suppose you and I are in love with Miss Cummings. That you've been carrying on with her right under my nose.
Look me up or not.
I've got eyes, Richard. I've seen you two whisper together. I've watched how you look.
Oh, you're talking all nonsense. There's nothing between me and Miss Cummings.
Nothing?
Nothing, absolutely nothing.
Well, then, I'll give you a chance to prove what you say. I don't want Miss Cummings here. Dismiss her.
You want me to dismiss her?
Yes, sir. I do.
Miss Cummings, this is going to be rather unpleasant. You see my wife?
Yes, I know. She wants me to leave.
Yes. How did you know?
I couldn't help overhearing the conversation.
Then you also know why she wants you to leave.
But you warned me when I first came here that she was jealous.
It's been very pleasant having you here.
Thank you.
I'm going to miss you. Miss Cummings, could I have your home address?
Of course. What do you want?
I hope you won't think me presumptuous, but, well, perhaps we might be able to see each other.
Would that be wise?
No, it wouldn't be wise. But I might as well face it. I couldn't hide it from Laura. Now I can't hide it from myself. I love you, Miss Cummings. That's not the third Spencer flat. Twist cranks and put it in the corridor. I said it sounds pretty. I just want the feeling of guilt through my despondency to Laura. I put it out of my mind. I had other things to think about. The slip of paper with Margaret Cummings' address on it was in my pocket. A dozen times during the next week I picked the telephone to call her, but something held me back. Fear, I guess. Fear that if I saw her again, I would be taking a final, irrevocable step. I couldn't stand it any longer without seeing her. I dialed the number.
Hello?
Is that you, Margaret? So this is Richard. Judge Stone.
Oh, hello. How are you? Is that the one? I thought you forgot
Little chance for that. Could I see you tonight, Margaret?
Come over and talk to you tonight.
I dressed carefully. Examining myself in the mirror, I saw a tall man, still on the right side of 50, still trim in figure and distinguished in appearance. When I got to Margaret's apartment, my heart was beating fast, like a boy on its first date. Somehow, I don't know quite how it happened, she was in my arms. I was kissing her.
Oh, wait.
My darling.
Oh no, we're being foolish.
Sit down, darling. Beside me.
Thank you.
Margaret, would you marry me?
Yes. You can't be serious.
I was never more in earnest in my life.
Aren't you forgetting the little details?
No, I'm not forgetting about Laura. She has a weak heart. She may die. And if she
I
dies,
wouldn't have her if your wife was very good care of herself. She may live to be 100.
but if she should die, would you marry
I don't know. It's not fair to ask me now. Not while your wife is still alive. Ask me later. Oh, Richard, you have a pleasant evening at the club?
me? I didn't go to the club, Laura.
No.
No. I lied. I spent the evening with Margaret Cummings.
Richard.
You were right. I'm in love with her. I never knew what love meant before. I can't live without her.
Don't laugh. You don't know what you're saying.
I want a divorce, Laura.
Oh,
I
no.
want it immediately.
You can't do this to me.
Oh,
Now see what you've done.
Laura.
Oh, I tell you, isn't it? Hurry. Hurry.
I knew she was pretending the heart attack,
Oh,
hoping to play on my sympathy. That was Laura's favorite trick. It always worked before. Not this time. This time I was trained until I was ready to act. I gave her the pills, watched her take them, and sink back on the pillow.
oh. Thank you, Richard.
Feel better now?
Thank you, Richard. I don't know what I'd have done without you. I would have died. Oh, Richard, say you didn't mean what you did before. Don't you see I couldn't go on living without you?
You won't have to, Laura.
Then you won't leave me for that girl.
I'll take care of you. Here, let me make you more comfortable. Pillow needs rearranging.
Yes, it does. Richard, what am I doing?
I'm fixing the pillow.
I don't know what I'm saying.
Quite still. Stop twisting around. This is much different from a heart attack. Laura. She's dead. Dr. Fletcher?
Yes.
This is Judge Thornton. Please come quickly, Doctor. My wife has had a heart attack. Happened during an argument. It was nothing important, Doctor. Just a domestic quarrel. And suddenly she had the attack. I gave her the pills, but by that time it was too late. I'd only known that the condition had become so dangerous.
Oh, Judge, nothing to reproach yourself for. These things happen.
Will you take care of the formalities downstairs?
Yes, of course.
The death certificate?
I'll list the cause as failure of the heart.
There was no need to track the thought of the stricken free. Free to marry Margaret. I walked to Margaret's apartment that night. The street was dark, empty. I had the uncomfortable feeling that I was being watched, followed. And then I heard footsteps behind me. I hurried my pace, and the man behind me did likewise. Frightened as I was, I decided to stop and confront the follower. He came toward me, his face and figure shadowy in the dark. What do you want? Why are you following me?
You ought to know, Judge Thornton.
Who are you? Come closer so I can... Spencer. John Spencer. He can't be. You're dead.
Dead, am I? Well, you ought to know, Judge.
Now, take it easy, mister. Take it easy, now. Just tell me what happened. I was being followed, officer. So I turned around to see who it was. Did you see who it was? Yes. And that's why I think it. The man following me was a dead man. He was dead. What's that? The man following me is dead. I know he's dead, officer. I answer you, Ray. You're crazy. I had intended to tell Margaret that Laura was dead. I meant to ask her to marry me. Encounter on the street drove those thoughts out of my mind. Riding into her apartment, I went directly to the window and looked out. And there, across the street, leaning against the wall, I saw John Spencer.
Richard, I'm insulted.
What?
You didn't kiss me. You haven't even said hello.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. That man across the street. He can't be real. And yet, if he isn't,
What man, Richard?
don't you see him?
No, there's no one across the street.
I was there a moment ago. I turned my head to talk to you, and now he's gone.
Tell you trouble. You must be sick.
Don't look at me like that.
Richard, what's the matter?
I guess I am sick. I'd better go and have a talk with Dr. Fletcher.
Yes, I remember the Spencer case very well, Judge Thornton. You could have spared Spencer's life, but didn't. And now you imagine that he followed you.
Yes.
But the man is dead.
And it was his ghost that followed me. His ghost I spoke. His ghost that laughs.
There are no ghosts, Judge Thornton.
With one exception.
The ghosts we carry about inside us.
What do you mean?
Well, these things you hear, see, these are hallucinations brought on by feelings of guilt. Spencer's been dead for weeks. So the question is, why should you experience guilt feelings at this late date?
I don't know.
Well, psychiatry has an explanation. Quite often, in such cases, one refuses to face the guilt object and transfers his guilt feelings to some other person.
What are you driving?
I'm suggesting that your guilt feelings are not caused by the Spencer incident. I'm going to ask you a blunt question. Did you murder your wife?
Why, of all the years?
Just a moment, Judge. Just a moment. I've been rather uneasy about the circumstances of Mrs. Thornton's death.
Oh, you yourself diagnosed it as a heart attack.
I accepted what you told me that night. The superficial examination of the body did indicate such a conclusion, yes, but your wife's cardiac condition was mild. Now, your guilt feelings lead me to suspect...
This murder story is ridiculous. Were there any signs of struggle, any marks of violence? Of course not.
Mrs. Thornton might have been
Something all nonsense.
perhaps. At any rate, I intend to recommend to the coroner that an autopsy be performed.
Not.
Yes, it would determine whether or not death was due to suffocation. You should have no objection if I am mistaken.
You meddling fool. Just what? Put on that video is so clever. No! I've gone too far now. Stop at another. I lost my head. I should have agreed to the autopsy. That would have given me a day or two in which to plan my escape. And now, as things were, it would be only a matter of hours before Fletcher's body was discovered. My thoughts twisted and turned in panic.
Maybe someday you'll be down here where I am. Won't I be laughing when that happens? Wherever I am, I'll be laughing fit to bust.
I ran like a frightened child. I needed help, but there was no one to turn to. Margaret. She loved me. She'd help me. I went to Margaret and told her what had happened.
You killed your wife,
But you, so we could be married.
and then Dr. Fletcher.
I had to kill her, Margaret. He was going to recommend an officer.
Why did you come?
We've got to run away. We still have an hour or two. But we could charter a plane to Canada or Mexico.
What made you think I'd run away with you?
I thought you loved me.
Don't be stupid. I'm going to turn you over to the police.
Margaret, you can't mean
Can I just watch me?
Margaret, listen before you pick up that phone. Even if you don't love me, even if you won't go away with me, give me a chance. Have mercy.
You make me laugh. Judge Thornton, who never gave anybody else a break, pleading for mercy. Well, turn around and ask the man behind you for mercy.
That's right. Spencer. John Spencer.
Take another look, Judge.
No, you're not John Spencer. There's a resemblance, but you're not John Spencer.
I'm his brother.
No, the man that was found.
That's right.
A mistake. Led on by Margaret to kill my wife. And forced by you to betray myself to Dr. Fletcher. But why? Why, Margaret? Why did you do this?
For revenge.
Revenge?
Yes. The first day I came to your house, you thought my face was familiar. Well, now I'll tell you where I was that you first saw me. It was in the courtroom at John Spencer's trial.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, remember how he begged for mercy? He told you he had a girl, that he was engaged to be married, and you could have given him his life. But you sentenced him to his death.
For you, the girl?
Yes.
Spencer. Did he know about this?
All this was his plan. His revenge. Hello, operator. Give me police headquarters. I want to report a murder. Yes, that's right, a murder. Tell them it's very important to investigate.
I'm waiting now for the police to come. For the trial. For the sentence, which I know will be death. As I wait, my thoughts go back to the courtroom.
You won't always be on top. Maybe someday you'll be down here where I am. And when that happens, I'll be laughing.
Well, Judge Thornton certainly misjudged Margaret Cummings, which was a grave mistake. Why, he didn't have the ghost of a chance with her. She double-crossed him right into the graveyard. For a word of caution, if you must commit a murder, be sure to select the proper weapon. I suggest the sharp-edged axe, because it provides you with a handy alibi. When the police want to know why you did it, you can claim the killing was accidental.
Well, good night, and thank you, Porgy, for your insightful story, tonight's performance of the mystery play. Until next time, Queen, good night. Sleep tight.
Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. This is your host to welcome you into the inner sanctuary. Come in, come on in. Let me tell you about the loot we picked up in our family. Mother got a new broom. Yeah, she needed it ever since she wrecked the old one on the forest landing on the roof last month. into the living room. This is young Mrs. Giles' first night at the family mansion built by her husband's grandfather. Only this morning the attractive bride arrived after a honeymoon trip in Europe. When she enters the huge, shadow-filled room, she notices the servant girl at the window. She's a young girl, the only other person in the house. And Caroline can see that she's scarcely able to control the terror she feels.
Mary? Yes, ma'am. What's going on out there? Nothing. When will Mr. Giles be home? Should remember in an hour. Why are those cars stopping up there? Cars, Mr. Giles? Hey, Mary, you must see them as well as I do. 3 of them stopped within a few minutes. Look, there's another one. Maybe that's Mr. Giles. No, the cars are coming into the driveway, stopping outside. Who are these people, Mary? I don't know. Why should they stop outside? Perfectly right. I don't know. I don't know. You don't know? You don't know? No reason to come stuck. Mrs. Giles, come away from the window. Why? You don't know the big... Please come away from the window. Mary, why? I want you. You're throwing rocks through the window. Get down, Mrs. Giles. Get down on the floor. You'll be hurt. But Mary, Mrs. Giles, just pray that they don't come in here. Just pray that they don't. Wait a minute, Mary. I hear sirens. It's the police. The police. Oh, take Anne and tell them to go away.
Mrs. Giles, I'm Richard Croydon, the mayor of this town. I'm sorry we had to come here under these circumstances. This is John Dent, our local chief of police.
Mrs. Giles, I am very sorry about what happened tonight. The crowd is gone now. I'll do my best to see that it never happens again.
I've also come to offer what apologies I can. Must have been a frightful experience for you on your first day here. Our people may appear civilized enough, but in many ways we're a very primitive community. I suppose your husband told you that.
No, he didn't. But David told me about you, Mr. Croydon. He said you were the oldest friend he had. I believe you lived down the road.
Yes, that's right. That's how I happened to see those cars coming, and I phoned Chief Dent.
But why did those cars come, Mr. Croydon?
Why?
Well, yes. Why should those people who hardly know me do a thing like this?
Well, didn't David tell you?
Tell me what?
Where is David now?
He went to town. I expect him in a minute.
Well, perhaps he'll tell you what you want to know when he returns.
Why can't you tell me?
I'm not sure that I can.
Mr. Dent, perhaps you'll be kind enough to explain this?
Them people weren't after you, ma'am. They were after the man you married.
David?
What? If Mr. Giles hasn't told her, I don't think it's your place to do so.
Well, the woman has a right to know. The reason them folks are trying to kill Mr. Giles is because they think he's a murderer. Some call him even worse than that.
What do you mean?
Mrs. Giles, 2 years ago, a series of killings began in this here county. Girls, young girls, 4 of them were found on lonely roads, stabbed to death. Homicidal maniac, that's what the state police officer said.
And my husband...
Your husband was arrested for them crimes. He was tried right here, but they let him go. We didn't have enough evidence.
David, can't believe it. Why should they suspect him?
He knew one of them girls, and he had been sent away, ma'am.
Sent away? What are you talking about?
Everyone knew there was something wrong with him. He had to go to an asylum for a while.
That's quite enough, then. Mrs. Giles, I must tell you this. David was discharged from the rest home, completely cured. It was nothing more than a nervous breakdown. David, you have no right to frighten her like this.
I'm not frightened. And I'm very grateful to Mr. Dent for telling me what he did. I just want to know one thing. My husband was acquitted. Why should they still believe he's guilty?
Because since he left town 6 months ago, he'd been none of these murders. Not a single one. Now that he's back, they'll start again.
That's what you believe, Mr. Dent?
Oh, no, ma'am, but that's what the folks are saying.
Thank you. And now, if you don't mind, I'd like to be alone.
Mrs. Giles, if there's anything I can do...
No, thank you. There's nothing. Good night, Mr. Croydon.
Good night. Come along, then.
Good night, ma'am.
Good night.
see just what your reaction would be.
David, why did they have to tell me? Why couldn't you?
You think this was an easy thing to tell to a newly married bride?
I would have found out sooner or later.
I did plan to tell you, Carol. In due time. That's why I ordered Mary not to say anything.
Darling, it isn't true. This is all an insane dream, a nightmare.
No, Carol, it's not a dream, but in many ways it is a nightmare. Were you gonna run away from me, Carol? Is that why you phoned the station?
Yes.
Carolyn, if you want to leave me, I can't blame you. I realize it may be asking a little too much of any woman. To be my wife and to live here.
Why did you come back here, David?
Because I want to prove to them that I'm not what they think I am. I was hoping you'd help me. I thought maybe you loved me enough for that. Carolyn, I'm terribly sorry it must end this way.
I'm not going to leave, David.
Carolyn, I hope you understand what you're saying. You may be risking your life by remaining here.
I love you, David. I'll risk it.
I want you to be certain, because in the end I may fail and be put to death. Yes, there are going to be other murders.
Oh,
Don't ask me how I know this, but I'm almost positive that sometime tonight a girl in or near this community will be killed, brutally stabbed to death. I'll have to go out tonight and see if I can prevent it. You still want to remain?
why are you telling me?
Because I want to know if you really love me or if you said what you did. Placate a madman. To quiet a homicidal maniac who may still murder you. Are you going to stay, Carolyn?
Yes. I'm going to stay, David. Mrs. Tyler! Mrs. Tyler, you come here! Mrs. Tyler, they're Mary. Now just I saw them. I saw them. Mary. I just want you to tell me what you saw. There was a man out there. A man moving around. I'm sure of it, Mary. I don't see anyone. Well, maybe you can't see it from here, but I saw him in the window of my room. All right. Let's look out the window of your room. I don't want you to think I'm seeing things. I'm not the kind of girl who sees things. I didn't say you were, Mary, but I don't notice anything unusual from your window either. You don't see anything? The lawn, the tree. Mary, I know we've all been under stress today. I guess we're a bit jumpy, aren't we? I guess so. But I wish Mr. Giles were here. I don't like us two being alone. I know, Mary. But it can't be helped. Now come, dear, I think you'd better go back to bed. But I'm afraid to be alone in here. They can get in through the window and we'll close the shutters. Help me. All right, now. There we are. Outside doors are all closed. Yes, I locked them myself, but still, this is a very old house. They can get in. There's a lock on your door. It works quite well. You can lock the door from the inside and then face to the part of the visit. All right. I'll do that when you go. I'll go back to my room. I'm sure you'll sleep now. Good night. I hope so. Good night, Mrs. Giles. Did you lock the door, Mary? Yes, I just did. I'm turning out the light now. I'm sorry I troubled you, Mrs. Giles. Good night. Oh, she's right. I must be hearing things.
But there is one compensation in marrying a homicidal maniac. When you call your mate crazy, you'd be so fine. Well, let's get on with our story. As you remember, Caroline couldn't break into Mary's room. And now she rushes to the telephone and dials the operator.
Hello? Get me the police. Hurry, please. Hello? This is Mrs. Carolyn Giles. Will you please send someone right away? I think there's been a murder.
Hang up, Carolyn. Hang up that phone. What's the matter with you? Why didn't you do as I told you? I don't want the police to know about this until we're ready.
That room. We just came out of Mary's room.
Yes, I saw her.
Dora! You were in there all the time. You were locked in the room with you killed her. You murdered her. You're right about her. You murdered her.
Sorry, I had to do that. Now you must get a grip on yourself.
That's clean enough. I'll be all right. I'm all right now. How did you get into her room?
I heard screams when I parked the car. The window to her room was open and I climbed through. I saw her on the bed and I unlocked the door and came in here.
You found the window open. But I locked it myself. I bolted to shut it.
Well, it's open now. When did you bolt the window?
A little while ago. Bertha must have been in the room hiding. And she locked herself in.
I guess we escaped through the window.
Yes. Perhaps that's what happened.
You still think I killed her?
I don't know what to think anymore. The way you came from your room.
I explained that.
I suppose you did.
Carolyn, now listen to me. If I killed her, do you think I'd be talking to you now? Here, look.
God.
If I murdered Mary, the next step would be to kill you. And you see how easy it is for me to do it. Now, Carolyn, you believed in me before. I'm asking you to believe in me again. I don't want the police to know I left this house tonight. Den's like the rest of them. He hates me. He'd be glad to accuse me of this crime. Now, Carolyn, I want you to say I was home all night with you.
And if I don't?
I've got this gun, Carolyn. If you let me down, nothing much will matter then. Now, that might be the police, Carolyn. I'm going to open the door.
Good evening, Mr. Giles.
Good evening, Dent.
You got here quickly. Maybe that's because I was kind of expecting to come.
Oh, you've been watching my house?
I'm saying, when I got that radio call, I didn't lose any time. So, Mrs. Giles, you phoned in something about a murder?
Yes. Our girl, Mary, she's in bed.
Mr. Giles, are you accusing me of this too, Dent?
It's mighty funny, right here in your own home.
This time I can easily prove that I had nothing to do with it. My wife and I were together all night.
Is this right, Mrs. Giles?
That's right, Mr. Dent.
Hello, dearie. Come in. I understand that Dent questioned you again this morning. Yes, but he didn't get anywhere. I think even he's beginning to get the idea that I'm not a murderer. I see. Oh, Carolyn, dear.
Why didn't you warn me your friend was coming tonight?
Well, I phoned Richard only a few minutes ago. You see, Carolyn, I have to go out.
Go on.
Yeah. I didn't want to leave you alone after everything that happened.
I don't know. Well, couldn't we come with you, David?
No, afraid not.
Why not?
Well, it might be dangerous.
David, where are you going?
I'm sorry, dear, but I can't tell you. It won't be a long trip. It's only about 20 miles or so. That's all the information I can give you.
Has this something to do with these murders?
Perhaps. Now, David, I would advise you to take matters into your own hands. I'm afraid I have to, Richard. You see, the police haven't gotten very far, and my life is at stake.
Right.
Isn't it obvious? The people are stirred up about these crimes. Who can tell when one of them may take it into his head to murder me? It's becoming a matter of the killer's life or my own. Furthermore, there's another reason why I must solve this. A reason I can't divulge right now.
Why not?
Darling, please don't ask me. I think that after tonight all this will be over. Bye, Richard. Goodbye, Carolyn.
God.
by another reason.
Well, Carolyn, if he's right about the murderer, then the next logical victim will be a girl, an attractive girl who's very close to him, so that people will suspect him even more. And the most likely person is yourself.
Did he tell you how long he'd stay away, Richard?
No, he didn't. Shall I deal another round? Oh, it must be David.
Hello? David, are you all right, Doc? Well, when will you be home? All right, I'll tell Richard. Goodbye. David's on his way home. He'll be here in an hour.
Where did he call from?
Town called Waverly. He says he knows who the killer is.
That's impossible.
How do you know?
Because he knew. Never made that call.
I don't understand.
It was a perfect signal to the murderer.
Murderer?
It told him that he was safe. That he had all the time he needs. A full hour.
Richard. You.
Please, I must warn you not to do anything foolish. It will only make matters worse for yourself.
What do you have in your hand?
A knife. You see, I simply press this button, and it snaps open. Try to control yourself, Carol. Don't try to fight the inevitable. Take my advice and submit to what will come. You'll be less painful. You see how futile it is to struggle. I had the knife at your throat now. I have only to move my arm, and it's all over.
Why don't you? Why wait?
There's no rush. For once, I have a little time. Time seems to extend the experience. I must warn you not to scream. The moment you do, it will all come to an end, suddenly, violently. Screams are dangerous. One can never tell who hears them.
Take the knife away.
No,
Please.
the air seems to do something to your features, Carolyn. You look extraordinarily beautiful. And I must compliment you on your self-control. You still haven't erased your voice.
You can't get away from this, Richard. David will come home to find you.
That's not quite how it will happen. David will come home and find you. I shall have the rare pleasure of seeing his reaction. And then it will be his turn.
Going to kill him?
Yes, it will be a new experience. I've never murdered a man before.
If that possibly were to be caught,
I plan to be. I shall plead self-defense. Everyone will believe me because I'll tell them he murdered you. It's very difficult not to scream, isn't it, Carolyn?
they won't believe you. They'll never believe you.
Oh, yes, they will. My police commissioner hates David because he was freed after death arrested him. And his position also depends upon me. Oh, I admire you, Carolyn. None of the others held out this long. You must almost be insane with fear and terror, aren't you? And yet
I won't sleep, Richard. I won't.
in the end you will.
I won't.
You
I
must.
won't.
Really are extraordinary, Carolyn.
I won't.
Carolyn,
You don't understand. You're here.
almost all evening. I phoned from a neighbor's house to make him force his hand. I got back just in time.
Tell it on.
Yes. Richard. David, did you know? You couldn't have been that clever. I suspected you, Richard, but I wasn't certain until tonight. It was a trap. And Carolyn the late. The woman trained me. I'm afraid that's what it was.
Oh, I can't go to sleep.
Why did you make me think it was me? Why?
So it's time for cookies.
Never quite one of us.
Cookie starts with C. So does child abusers. Corruption. Conspiracy. Co-conspirator. Cunt. Cop.
Even though my
Dude that's always cockled.
die for this. Kid.
Cool cat.
Oh, Carrie. Thank goodness.
Ooh, want a cookie for the whistleblowers? You can have a cookie. The best Girl Scout cookie.
For a scream, boys and girls. Oh, don't worry about little Carrie.
Mm-hmm.
Particular sense of afraid of older women.
Oh, yeah.
In pieces, that is. Well, it just goes to show you. Be very careful what you ask for Christmas. You might just get it.
I am a specialist with the Oregon Center on Behavioral Health and Justice Integration, which is a forensic division within Greater Oregon Behavioral Hospital. I was a police officer.
Poor little fellas. When I think of their childhood, all those cute little maggots. Our story is about a man with nobler ambitions. He likes to kill human pests, and he does it in front of an audience. Now that's entertainment. So hang on to your hats, kiddies. This one's a real shocker.
Four, dude. That's the perfect amount of these cookies. This is the four. Four.
This here is Charlie Ledbetter, sitting in his cell out in state penitentiary. It's long about midnight. Charlie's gonna die in a few minutes. One thing Mr. Ledbetter ain't thinking about is Joe Saylor, his old boss. You see, one day Charlie had a half pint of vodka for lunch. He got to thinking about how they turned him down when he wanted that raise. And he felt real bad about that when Charlie did. He'd been working there for about 7 years, and he didn't have too much to show for it.
Get him.
All right, I'm going for a fifth. I'm going for a fifth. Coconut dream.
Safety first. Good evening, field fans. Welcome to my cruelly treat. This little drama is about one of life's unexpected pleasures. Diving, that is. Most of us only get to do it once, and it's all over before you can really enjoy it. But one man did get to die again, and he liked it so much, he started doing it for a living. This is the story of Ulrich the Undying, a sideshow performer who found death not only fun, but profitable. In fact, he's dying to put on a show for you right now.
Come gather round. Come from far, come from near, gather round, folks. Right over here. Come and see the show. 100% natural, nothing artificial. Guaranteed no pesticides, but perhaps a homicide. Tonight, a special show. 2 shows in one. The tragedy of death and the miracle of resurrection. Tonight, this man, our very own Ulrich the Undying.
Thanks everybody for stopping by. Up next, we have Season 1, Episode 3, Dig That Cat, He's Real Gone, starring Ralphie from The Sopranos. This is a real treat, so hang in here. And this is the last episode we will be streaming today. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Enjoy.
This is an escape that Houdini himself couldn't have gotten out of. I give to you Ulrich the Undying.
When they dig me up, I'll be dead. Like all those bastards probably. But I won't stay that way. Why? How do you like rich? Yeah. Rich who you ever thought possible. Richer than I ever dreamed. This man, I've seen, will be yours. You consent to a small experiment. Yes.
Kitty.
These are important terms of cats. It shows the blood flow into the brain of a healthy husband. This shows the brain of a cat in your death. No, what's your point, Doc? My point is that this guy didn't die. Not permanently. An hour later, he was helpless. And the same thing happened again and again until the 9th time when he finally was dead. Oh, you forget, huh? What's all this got to do with me? Well, I want to give you those handbags. The next best thing. Don't touch! The next best thing to being removed. It's a simple matter. Removing a gland from a common fat and surgically grafting it into your brain. My brain? Oh, so I can die 9 times. Now you're making it stop. Precise. No, and this is where you're gonna do it, huh? Gonna get your gland. These are the tools of the profession. Hey, wait a minute. If this don't work, it doesn't work. You have no proof.
Did you always want to be in this line of work? Always wanted to be famous? This could be the defining role of your career.
It's time to pay for your sins.
Turn your passion for pet portraits into profit. Start selling your digital creations on Shopify.
C is for convicted. That's where you're going to be.
Terrible. How do you feel? See, Doc, did it work? Absolutely fabulous. Fantastic. You now have the 9 lives of this poor cat. Wait a minute. How do I know I got 9 lives?
This ought to kill you.
There's no doubt about it. No! You bastard! You tried to kill me! I didn't try to kill you. I did kill you. Deadlier than Kelsey's nuts. 4 times? Sorry. That's true. When do I get my money? Promised. Right now. Before you stagger into the nearest bar, slurp down your manner, I would like to make a hand.
C is for charade. You have 2 more business days. Oh, C is for charade. You have 2 more business days.
We have to finance years of my longevity research and
Happy Saturday. Remember, you guys have an invisible Jewish man in your house and he wants to eat your snacks.
trying not to cut your own throat. Those things for lies.
Also, if you're wondering, of course, he's on the side of the Jew you have illegally detained in the basement.
Worth millions.
C is for cop. That's what you used to be.
Yeah, but do with the undying is different. You see, he doesn't escape. Actually dies right before your eyes. That's why we can only schedule a limited number of performances.
He dies?
Yes.
Okay, strange love, I'll give it a shot. I hope it works. I can use the money. I'm fixing a new shoe. Gather round, as Ulrich the Undying defies the drowning chamber, a watery nightmare for which there is no escape. 3 minutes is enough to kill any mere mortal. For Ulrich, who remain underwater for a full hour, as verified by the edict that the man created man. Now, if any of man ready, whatever you say, are you ready?
Huh?
Are you ready?
Oh, yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, boys, go up. Ladies and gentlemen, as the warrant goes forward, I beg you to control the wall. Make no move to save him. Speed up, speed up. That's it. He's better than a possum on the interstate. He's dead and shit. Don't worry, folks. We're gonna still keep him in there for a full hour. May I have the official clock?
He's dead. He's officially dead.
Thank you, Dr. Mathis. Drain the tank! This may seem like Ulrich's last performance. But don't go away yet, folks. For Ulrich is a man who lives only to die again. I give you resurrection! Resurrection!
He's gonna come back.
Of course he's gonna come back. Resurrection! 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 Folks, don't go away. Stop! Stop! Get in trouble with some stations. Resurrection! Folks, come away. I'd be happy to give you a rain check. Get the fuck up! Folks.
What's your name, buddy? Hey, Carly, how would you like to have some Italian food? I'm fine. Stop! Give me a towel. Hey! I'm resurrected! Resurrection! Resurrection! He's alive! Resurrection! Go around! Just to let them watch the drama and talk about news. Don't forget, we already got 60% goes to continuing longevity research. Hey, Doc, relax. We got a party. All right. Okay.
C is for convict. That's what you're going to be. Oh, before St. Patty's Day, you're going to be a convict. Yeah, 2 business days left.
Gather around for a little frontier justice. As our old Ulrich the Undying is going to have a little next night party and get this next trip before our very eyes.
He's like an outside guy. I became a sensation. Crowds would gather from miles around just to see me fight the big one. Hey, how's it going? Let's come back. Sing your last ahead.
Ladies, gentlemen, tested another Fainhorn. May want to turn your eyes away from this horrible example of what happens when you do the dirty in the dirty town of Destiny.
Orly, pull left.
There's not much riding upstairs, but downstairs, let's count.
Orly, pull left.
I was wondering if I get about percent.
No problem. I mean, after all, you're the guy counting money, right? Hey, what do I work like you? Hi, baby. Thanks a million.
I figured it was time to boost my profits. So I waited just for the buy
C is for charges. That's
Create
what you're
your
getting the
feature
week
as
after
an
that.
animator.
Oh,
Immerse
whoops.
yourself in visual effects, character animation, and environment design to get
Whoops. 2 business days. 2 business days.
Think what a strange machine we have about it.
Yeah, how about that?
You can kill a man by destroying less than 1% of his body. He can be 99% healthy and dead.
Crazy, isn't it?
Every human body is like a walking chemistry set, and if anything happens to percent of the take, that's why you're so amazing, okay? Because your body fixes itself. And it's going to make us both a lot of money.
Well, Doc, you're half right about that. See, it's going to make me a lot of money. See, I got to breach our contract, Doc. Without the guy in a terrible car accident.
What are you talking about? That's where good.
Yeah, Doc, but who's going to suspect me? I mean, after all, I'll die with you. But hey, I got 6 lives.
Wait.
How many lives do you have?
Wait! Wait, slow down!
Gather around. Tonight, a special delight. This is no hoax, ladies and gentlemen. In a few minutes, our own Oleg, the man who lives to die, will be quick fried with a burst of electrical energy. And one of you lucky folks is going to be the one who pulls the switch. Who's going to look at it?
Lucky number is 5, 2. It's a 5. 5, 2.
1, 0, 5, 9, 0.
That's me!
Come up here, claim your prize.
Congratulations! It's a prize, my boyfriend!
Or, do you have any last words?
I'd like to dedicate this death to the memory of Dr. Emil Manfred, my dear friend, who would have wanted me to continue. Shut up and cook up.
Are you ready?
You bet your ass I'm ready!
I'm ready to glide.
Then Newcomb! Go for it, Grandma! Shocking, isn't it? Looks like that's the end of Aurora, gang. Resurrection! Or are you gonna make a liar out of me? Resurrection! Okay, Art. Oh, Rick. Resurrection! Just again. Come on. Come on. Come on.
One thing I had to do. Some resurrections take longer than others.
Appreciate your business.
All right, now. First we drain the myth. But you could have fooled me. Now please excuse me, I have a very tight schedule. What was that take? What that was? And I missed what I was trying to do. Oh, that one. Oh, that one. That one. Oh, that one was too close for comfort. I mean, if this guy involves me, I don't know if I can come back. And even if I can, so the next time, I make special arrangements. Totally was gonna get my body.
Gather round, gather around. Sit down, raise the bear in the bow. Now, for your pleasure, for limited time only, is a chance to secure a real live human being. I'm dying to die. Come on, hit me. In the hide. Keep them all parked on, guys. Yes, come on up here. A man of the sea. Come on up here, son. Come on up here, Admiral.
Come on, Navy, let's go. Oh, that's Bimbo. What you got?
That'll be $1,000. Come on. What's $1,000 when you have to kill a real human being?
Come on. What are you,
Ready? Yes. No, well, that anchor's away, Papa. Okay, move away, move away. Come on, let's go. Who'll be next? Come on, what an opportunity! Oh, here's a macho man. The puppet iron, I see, huh? Oh, yeah, yes, we do take credit cards. Go. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Well, okay, step out there, son. Time is money. Don't play to the crowd, play to the bear. That's what they're trying to kill. Come on, he's dying to die. Come on, asshole. Where'd you get that hat? Shut up. Hey, the bear. One shot, you have to. Come on, boy. You can do it. I make it. That's ready. Are you ready? Aim. Fire! Oh, so you didn't get so far. As the French say, c'est top shit. Come on, buckle the whole family. Junior's gonna give it a try. A father and son team. Come on. I know you can do it. What are we done? Well worth it for my son. Come on, Junior. Don't be a sissy now.
I don't want to.
Junior. All right, go on. I'm going to get your junior membership in the NRA. Some kids kill rabbits, you can kill people. Come on now. Put your hand up.
I don't want to kill anybody.
I've been killing people for years. Now it's your turn. Come on, you can line it up. Steady. Now. You did that on purpose, Junior. You did it on purpose, Junior. All right, who we next? Come on. A personal check? Yes, we take personal checks. I'll need 2 pieces of identification. Look at this. Look at this. State Fair Archery Champion, 1987. Well, anyone can hit him. I guess he can. Huh? Go get him, sir. And good luck to you.
We watch, we learn, we vanish.
He's dead! So what are we? The lovely call. Congratulations, son.
Someone help me with the body.
I'm sorry, did you get it?
I had a special arrangement with the deceased. I was trying to just don't any injections.
This is one way they make me here.
Make a birthday.
Maybe this dying shit's taking years off my life.
Okay.
Who is it? Gather round. Here we go. 80% of the box office take. Take a look from HBO and some side bet money, too. You know where it will be. On a more personal note, I want you to sincerely know how. Remember me, Carney, as Sue Carney.
Follow me, baby. You see, we take a vacation. Go to Vegas, catch Wayne to be back. Hop over to the Bahamas, and then we'll skip over to Paris. Hey, did I tell you? Lansky wants to film my life story. Oh,
Yeah. That sounds wonderful. But I have an even better idea. I'll go on vacation. And you can stay here. Sorry. I gotta go now. No hard feelings over everything. You know, enjoy the rest of your oh, I must have been the rest of your lives. Look how thin.
have one life left, and this life is going to pay me plenty.
You want what?
I want everything. All of the profits, 100%.
100%? That'll leave you with practically nothing.
Look, asshole, don't you remember what a shithouse this place was before I showed up? Besides, I can't help but think what the audience will do when their star attraction Pocono show.
That's blackmail.
That's right.
All right.
All right, what?
All right, 100%. And I don't know how you can live with yourself.
I don't.
That sucker. If I wanted, I could have got a share from his corn dog concessions.
By the old clock on my wrist, it seems that its hour is approached. Come on, boys. The time has come. Warm down. Here we go. And Miss Lord, when you get to hell, open it to right. Hey, it's fun in your eye.
Although I do feel a little bad about the terrible one day. I'm already set for life. And all because of that poor little kitty. Poor dead little kitty. Really had to die. Wait a minute. That cat. It died. I already died once. Oh my God. I don't have bad lungs.
Hey! Hey, stop it!
Well, ought to be about out of here by now.
Whoa. Favor.
Yeah, think so?
Of course. You don't think they really let someone die down it.
Somebody wait! I don't have no life!
Here somehow.
Probably just a cat.
Right. Where's the cat?
Somebody! I don't have no life! Somebody!
Nice kitty. Hope you enjoyed our little bedtime story, kids.
What was the point of that story, guys? Ah, that's right. Some of you didn't read the book of Ezekiel. Snap. Two business days. Or if we want to be more technical, 3 days, 19 hours, and 38 minutes.
In the wrong time slot.
That concludes the marathon for today. We streamed for over an hour. I hope everyone had a great time. I know I did. Maybe we'll do this again. We'll see how this works in the algorithm. Please like.
Tonight's skin pimpling story is about a couple with their own pet peeves. I call this chunk of chilling charnel chatter collection completed.
C is for check. That's what the judge is going to order you to give me sooner than you think. for clowns. That's what you'll feel like after 2 business days. When you go back to the courthouse, you will feel like the clown. And like everyone standing upside down. Remember, everybody, everyone you'll be seeing in court after your 2 business days you have left has known since August that you were all child abusing, stalking, hacking, thieving fraudsters, unworthy of any respect and any authority. Remember, clap really loud for the next 3 days. Some women are going to prison for the rest of their lives just for your claps. C is for convicts. That's what you're soon to be. Oh, C is for convicts. That's what you're soon to be.
Everybody stay in the kitchen now, okay? He's gonna be so surprised. He's here. He's here. Everybody, be quiet now. Shh. Welcome home. Oh, you poor little thing. Oh, what's your name, huh? You will? I'll just bring you inside. Yes, my dear.
You shut the door right on my face.
C is for class A, felonies. Oh, C is for class A, felonies. Oh, everyone hearing you in real time. You are all guilty of more than a few class A felonies. C is for class A. Those are the felonies you'll find on your personalized indictments after your arraigned. 2 business days.
Jonas, you're home. Oh, we've been so excited all day waiting for you to get here. Here, let me take this for you. You just relax.
I got it. It's okay.
No. You've had a hard day. Come on, let me.
How did that thing get in here?
You up? Oh, here. I'll put your things away for you. Oh, look at this. My, that is beautiful. What is it?
That's 47 goddamn years. That's what that is. 47 years. Sun time hand tool. 6 days a week, 52 weeks a year. Look at that thing. Some thanks. Can't even tell time with it.
Well, I think it's beautiful. You should be proud.
Proud? Sure. Real proud. Proud to be
convicted with your co-conspirators. Oh, I hope you'll be proud to be convicted with your co-conspirators. Whistleblowers excluded, but we all know there's one little lady upstairs that's going to prison for the rest of her life. And she wants to tell all of you about how that's not going to happen. See? Never mind that this is exactly what she said the FBI said was going to happen, guys. Never mind. Our leader. You know, the problem? She says it's good. Today was good. Yesterday was good. Guys, see? 2 business days. Oh, C is for charm. That's what that lady is.
To raise money to buy a blood bag for Silver Vampire. And for this card, they sell an extra massive salad with absolute
C is for cash. That's what I'm hearing.
To let everybody friends from ear to ear. Wouldn't you like to have been there? Right in a night of victory, a magic trial, led by Milton Lewis, and stars Mercedes McKenzie in a role of Catherine, with Everett Small and Fox. All right, friends. Let's get dreadful. Now remember, don't scream back to the radio. It won't do you any good. Don't say. And listen, if we hear Captain Blind tell us this story in her own words.
Like a giant white electric light lit up this house last night as I went up to work. And Brian Madison looked like this huge, dribbled crane standing there on the hill. His towering, two huge skeleton arms reaching up into the black, sullen sky. The moment I wanted to run as far and as fast as I could from the house where I was born. And I wish now that I were. As much as I visited, I had come back. Not because I lived there, not because I wanted to be there, but because in this house I did find out if I was going to live, or if I was going to die. I let myself leave, quietly, and moved my way to the living room. And there was a rustling of skirts, and my mother suddenly appeared in the dim, shadowy light. Something dear. And I wanted to go through them. Oh, with my stepmother wearing shoes, why? Yes, dear, Mom. Look, here, you got to take your coat off. Look, don't you touch. Stay down. And don't start smirking over me again when I can't take. I was just trying to help. But you're always trying to help me out. Why didn't you do some helping me before you married that man upstairs? No. You're such a pretty woman, Mother. You couldn't possibly do it on a month. What would people say after you? No, I can't. I go on very much longer without this story. I don't want to face it. And why not? It would make you not very happy if I was to die, wouldn't it? That's nobody can tell us to go on. No. I didn't know you were here. I'm aware of that. I heard. Mom, give me a word. Oh, but I did. And now it's about this. There's something that I have to find out. Tonight. It's very important. What is it? 10 years ago, my father, I don't know certain things. Because if I don't, something dreadful might happen to me. Dr. Will said you should know. I've been going blind so much now. You know that there's great danger that I'll go completely out of my mind if I don't find out about this side story. No, please, Mother, help me. Tell me how my body is. You know, you were there. Don't try to put me off. You're right about my body together since I was a child. That's the getting of clear no, Father, but the other thing even the doctor will be enough. Call Dr. Wells, but first thing you want to discuss it. Why don't you let it tell me? What have you got to hide? I'm not going to discuss this until I speak to Dr. Wells. Laura, I suggest you come upstairs as soon as possible. Good night, Mother? He's gone. You were going to tell me? Where was the accident, Mother? How did it happen? Who was it from? There are no cases here right now. Mom, right. You should have Dr. Wells about her. Yes, we can both make up an appropriate lie. Well, I don't want any lies. I want the truth about it, Mother. Now, I'm prepared to go to any length to get it. Look at this, Mother. No, Dad, look at it. wherever they are. And to touch and lying for them to talk and want to talk. You can't be serious. You won't tell me what I want to know. Then the dead will. My mother left the room. And I sat down in front of the fireplace as I used to when I was a child. I looked at the column, looked at the diamonds, and parallel lines and dots seemed to dance before my eyes. I stared at it. It seemed to hold me, to control my view. And I looked at myself like I might be true in the end. And it was on ready. This place was a black, infinite space, filled with shadows. And still shadows beyond shadows. And then I noticed the second bird come out of the darkness. With a strange, copper odor. And it came toward me. It took very slowly. And gradually faster and faster as though it were coming to me from endless years of space. Suddenly there appeared there in front of us. It creeping up and zigzagged through the room and he came down. Then I heard the front door close. I heard footsteps approaching. They turned around. And spoke to the door and then I saw it. Who are you?
You're Kathy Bride.
You know me?
I did 10 years ago. I was strange in this house has become. As though deep in the heart of it, something started to rock. It was not like this when I saw it last.
Where did you come from?
How did I appear to you?
How do you appear?
Good.
White hair? White beard? Your eyes?
My eyes, ugly eyes, with the more. Did I look more like a kid than a living one? That should not be so strange.
Who are you? Where did you come from?
Where is your mother?
Upstairs? In the room?
And her husband, I addressed his humanity.
Did you know my father?
What's wrong? Very well. Very well indeed.
How did he die? I don't know that.
He was murdered. Yes, murdered.
How did you?
I saw it all.
You saw?
I was coming for it.
You murdered him?
No, I did not kill him. He was the only friend I had in the world, that's why I protected him. Didn't you ever know how your father died?
No.
You want to know?
It's more than anything in the world.
He was the kindest of men. That's what led to his destruction. He did a man under his care, a man who had been given up as a raving maniac, and rather than see this man placed in an institution, he was in a death cottage of his own.
I remember now that man was a poet.
His name was Dennis Davor. Your father believed this man was a great cause. The struggle with contagion.
Did this man murder my father?
One evening, when your father came into the street, Davor, there was a third man at the dark top. This man lived with your father and drove a knife to his back. The poor man fighting, ran over the countryside and was caught by the police. And he was charged with the murder of your father.
But you saw him. And you know that
Dennis Davor.
what?
Perhaps I am.
And you who was the person who murdered my father?
You know him quite well. He's the man who is now married to your mother, Mark Weldon.
And you prove it.
Your father is the only one who
my father back here?
Came back.
You came back? If you could only breathe and prove it.
Prove it. That I can. That I will bring him back.
Just go over to the next wonderful. I tried to see him by the firelight, but he wasn't in the room. I ran to the door, something or a furniture in the back. He screamed for him to wait. I opened the front door. He wasn't there. He would have been back in the living room. My mother was there, and the sister was lost. Well, just as frustrated.
What happened?
I found out from my father.
Really? How?
He was hurt.
You know anything?
No, not a word. Not a word. Something house fire. I told you how I find out. Yes. That's the fire. Yes, that's right. And it was worse. That's impossible. Of course you say that. But I discovered tonight you murdered my papa. You cleverly arranged for the quotation of his name, Dennis the War would be arrested for the crime that you committed.
Who told you that?
Dennis the War.
Oh. What? He here?
Yes.
And you believe him?
Why shouldn't I?
The man's a maniac. I don't know how he ever got there. He should be in the state of criminally insane. Hello, officer. Will you put through a call to state of criminally insane black? I wish to speak to whoever you got. Call me back as soon as you get the judge. You actually say you spoke to this man?
Yes, Mom. And he told me that he saw you murder my father.
But he was scheduled your time, so there's no other type of maniac. I aren't you ready
black. Mark, I heard the front door. Someone just came in. Okay. Just how he came in the last time. Perhaps I doubt it, dear. No! It is the law. Mr. People. You changed the great deal, but it is you. Mr. Wells, it's been 10 years since I've seen you. Yes, Mom. Then you're not. Must have some mistake when they identified you. Now, you escaped. Someone must have been identified instead of you. That's you next to next. Depends on what you choose to believe, Mr. Wells. That's what it gets me. My father. Brian, I'm sure you know these people quite well. You do. What's he saying? Talking to my father. Very careful. Unfortunately, you cannot see him. But he is here. Answer, Doctor. Step off. What are you up to with your thing? You're back here to make trouble. No. And to make sure someone wanted to know the truth. That brought the doctor back to Savory. Doctor, before these others, I want you to tell us who murdered you. Who murdered you? Maniac. That's not the reason. Because you murdered my father and you didn't want us to know. I didn't kill him. Oh. Doesn't make any difference now. This maniac has planted the suspicion in your mind. He would have found out sooner or later. Oh, for you, Lord. I know it's over now. It's been over for a long time. I know what to do now. It's very simple. Our friend lying there. What are you going to do? No, Laura. It's so simple. Your bodies must be found in such a condition that they will be certain they won't kill you. Then I somehow I jumped the whole time they had to protect myself. Then when you killed my father, that's what you won't try to do. You think you could kill me? Well, then, get more. Think those guns could stop me. No, no. Look at the Billy. Stand down. That will stop me. Well, then. The gun. The gun. Go down. Back off. You spit. Later, my mother came to the hotel room where we were sitting. I just come to the police that day. Don't worry. Only one body is possibly at that time. Who? Bob. Another body? They haven't been able to find me amongst the others. I don't believe they ever will. But exactly, the police checked the authorities of the state institution. It seems that some of the patients in the case decided at the fire there 2 years ago. It's possible that the law was among them. It's possible. I don't. You think they all died 2 years ago? Yes. A short time later, the police found something in the ruins of the building that had once been a museum. They assumed it was the remains of Dennis Van Moore. Identification was impossible. However, these remains freed us of all suspicion. And now we are living in the city. A long way from Drive Up Street, where I know that the dead come back to settle their debt with a year. Well, friend, I guess you've met yours before, but I'm sure this is the best time you've ever met a crazy fool. Or don't you think Dennis Devereux was a ghost? But
you know, there's only one way to find out if ghosts really exist. Just ask one of the horses sometimes. And that, of course, brings us to the moral of this story, which is taken from the gibberings of graveyard. The wise old lunatic who said, if you wake up screaming in the middle of the night, close the window and jump out the neighbors. Good evening, friends of the inner sanctum. This is your host inviting you through the creaking door to give you a peek at the latest style in murder and mayhem. Yes, that is correct. The trials and crimes change like anything else. You know, there's a new look to corpses these days. Blood running longer for the ladies. Stranglers report the new long hairdo is ideal for garroting girls for their own dresses. Only one girl jokes I know complained about the long dresses. She says that she's been wearing long suits for years, and now no one can tell her from a human. She can't haunt people anymore. Like girls. Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, The Doom, was written by Milton Lewis and stars Carl Swanson, the role of Carr, with Mercy Cambridge and Scott. All right, friends. You know what's going to happen now, don't you? That's right. You're going to scream your little hymn. Ready? Then gather close to the fire and listen to God's word.
Sure, my next question will be and with the breath of the cool night air, with my eyes clear, I look at you. Luna, Luna, wake up. Luna. Luna. Luna, talk to me. It's you, God. Luna. I knew I loved you. God, I wonder. Her eyes were closed. Lyman. I'm tired of those two. Regular. Stop working. And, you know, as a terrible man, I murdered my wife. That's you. I don't know what to do. I need help desperately. She's lying there on the bed. Yes. 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 Yes, yes, yes. I appreciate what you're doing. Bye. Simon. That's why I killed. She wanted me not to write the secret of my money. She never left me. I'm not sorry that I killed her. I got up. Oh, hey, did you murder? I don't know. Oh, see, that's what seems to run with me. Good men, but no. I must have murdered. What makes you so sure? Well, because I was locked in the room with him. Just left. To walk down. What am I going to do? You are my eldest and closest friend. You're really the only one I could think of. You're really a lawyer. You know what to do. You know what to do. You are going to help me. I'm not going to let them put me to bed for this. I am God. You approach me about getting it before. Yes. You mentioned something about it later. The story of what I want to have. Right. Then the police find out about that. Very. It's a murder. It's a murder. And it's a good doctor. It is. Right. You live in a sanity. It's not the only thing that can save you. And now you can't find it. Fix your face. That's out. God. I can go to prison. But you're backing out. I don't know. No, you can't. You're my friend. You and I go after you. For heaven's sake, what are you trying to do? Drive me out of my mind? I'm going through enough. You're there on the bed like that. Now you're going to let them take me? No, God. Here, I'm coming. Take a pen. You remember to find out. I think you can make me love it. You're a fool. You lock up your pocket. If I put you I want you to go here. Go out or you'll get I need what you have. When you leave here, get it. Don't let anyone get it to look at the face. You won't be in any business. You have to get other people's property. Anyone call at the apartment this morning? Please pick up the one that I'm here. I'm not the student. But I would have done it even like this. I glanced over my shoulder with a pink flower card, moving down the block and returned to the street where I lived. They discovered the body they were already looking for. I ran as fast as I could in the flower car was picking up. Right exactly what happened. I ran down the steps. I had a nickel in it. I dashed through the fence. My luck still held because there was a waiting place, and the guards were on the steps like a car that paid for another time. Yes, that's funny. I was a place for myself. Yes, that's ready. I didn't know everybody.
happened. But there's no reason to take the case. I thought it's all in the case when you can imagine anything. Well, it's got me getting 69970. Tell me that, please. That's my home. What are you doing? It's the police. I did. What are you? Another thing. I think you made a mistake about lying. Mistake? Yes. You don't know lying. You do anything. You just say you maybe you're trying to get me. How can you say that? I'm calling her to see. She wants you to believe in everything you have. Well, what you can tell is to see you. You never be able to do anything true without this happening. You're only going to see. Because I won't believe in those lying and not your things. I know what we need to do. Yes. Thank you. Well, and the police don't know. No, but Lyman does. Not you have to find out about it. I've already seen great thing. And what of course I know you can do the truck. You got to keep your way out of this thing. You better be. What's God called you from? On the human floor. No, he told me he had murdered his wife. I believe it. But I believe that this time will come. That's right. I just told him I was going to help him. He told me what it was. He proved it. I'm doing a whole bunch of yes. Then you let me tell you about the steps that you put up the front. Goodbye. Goodbye, Ryan. Stop. I heard every word. You do, sir. You're my friend. This is part of a packet of the same thing. The two birds, you say it's the one. Isn't that true? I'm a knock. Put the tongue down, please, my friend. It's not you, friend. No. When I heard it was the voice of my wife. I turned, I saw her face. And with a shriek of terror, I ran into the street. I knew what had happened. It was an hallucination. My mind was conjured under the violent pressure of terror, of bitterness, murder. Last Walden was just told us about two murders and that's the trouble with committing murder. It leads to lunacy, and lunacy leads to piety, and piety doesn't hold. Well, let's hear God. Starting nothing physical. Does it come down? Take it, Operator, I want you to call the police. What? If there's a man coming up to my home, he's armed with a gun. He's a homicide lunatic. Look at my hand. That's stolen. That's stolen. I give it to me. Oh, you break my heart. What are you trying to do? Here's that. What do you think? Nothing doesn't make any difference to you now. No, listen, God, you mustn't do anything foolish. Murdering you, Father? No, God. Why not? Another murder possibly made now. God, what do you do with that money? I knew this. I'm standing over here to get in the girl place. My God! It's just a plan to help you. That was a plan to help you through it. God? It wasn't fair. You were this side. All worse than life. Put down that gun. You do it. I'm going to divorce me. Not
Well, Frank, isn't that just like a ride? To come out of the grave, briefly, just before you go to the electric chair. Poor guy. Well, he would have known better if he'd only let him sit on the tomb of Light Him Alive, the Arabian Bluebeard, which says, never murder a wife who wants to share dinner. I heard a little thought to go to this. Never commit a murder to become wealthy because he's rich. Yep. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education. This vampire Cuban is straight off the film. Poor Cuban, he's so stupid. Hardly fancy, you know. Cuban's so dumb he doesn't know his grave from a hole in the ground. Now, you should find him crawling around your place. Don't let him annoy you. After all, vampires can be an awful pain in the neck. All right, no, it isn't funny. What do you want? Blood? Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Temple in Blood, was written by F. Adamson and stars Mason Adams in the role of Chick with Everett Sloan as Sanders. Suppose you hang around for a while. And when the show is over, I'll have Cuba cut you down. Now, let's get to that story. The thin, pale-faced young man sits before the battered upright piano. For a moment, he just sits there, his eyes staring vacantly, his hands squeezed together in a tight clasp. The hands are cold, and then slowly, unsteadily, the nervous fingers reach for the keyboard. I think I got it now. Yeah, that's it. That's the way we did. Yeah, now I got it. I got it. I was playing at the Silver Creek. Smoking 2x4 chisel over an ankle. I came to hear Chick Denson pounded out on a black and white. Yeah, I really had the joint jumping. I really jumped. Except for one guy. He was sitting in a booth right across from me. He looked like he was playing hooky in the cemetery. That guy, the one I'm telling you about, he just sat there doing nothing but just looking at me. Look at his bridge, he was just a square, a long Why did he keep looking at me that way, that creepy way? Got to get under my skin like the itch. The itch was so much I stopped following him. I stopped right in the middle of my walked over to him. What's the matter? Don't you like my music, Megan? Does he make any difference? Yeah, sort of. Since I appear appreciative, sorry, I should have. You see, I've been following your career very closely for the last 2 months. Why? To learn all I can about you, study you. Sit down, Chick. I didn't like the way he was looking at me. All the time he was talking, he kept looking at me like he was burning a hole through my head. My name is Alexander. So what's that to me? I find your music far more stimulating than I appeal to. The mad tempo is extremely compatible with my thinking. Yeah? What kind of thinking? Oh, from murder. What? You see, Chick, murder is my profession. I'm a criminologist of sorts. A student of murder. You know there's a striking similarity between your movement and murder. Yeah, the way I kill baseball with the box. Underlying the mad scrambled notes, there's a definite plan. A plot that builds and builds to a wild climax. Most people can't see the reason to it, but I can. And that's the way it should be with the perfect murder. A crime with no apparent reason. There must be no relationship whatsoever between the murderer and the murderee. Murderee? I don't think it. There's a theory that the human race is divided into two classes. The murderer, those that are killed, and the murderee, those that are being killed. Fortunately, I find myself among the first class. You're a killer, yes, but especially in your kind. You see, I intend to commit the perfect murder. Is that right? Oh, you're gonna knock off. Oh, but that's the secret. Not to mention, because you're the one I'm going to make out. I think the guy with the screwball had a hole in his head. I brushed him off like the guy. I'm back at the Silver Creek in the next line, hammering it out with the beer and rolling like, and then that's the tempo, Chick, right? That's the tempo. The murder for you, don't be. I just stopped to remind you. You can have anytime. Anytime. That guy was beginning to get me. She was really getting me. And it got worse. The next night he showed up again. And the next.
Where the hell you go? I thought of the cops. I'll tell them about you. They'll take care of you. That's what cops are for. They'll take care of you. Good. The police. Good, Jim. You good as police. They'll think you're crazy. Oh. I could just make out the green light for the station cars ahead in the fog. And then I stop. Sure, I tell the cops the guy who's up to me and says I'm gonna murder you. Well, you're number one on my kill parade. And what would the cops think? They think I drag on the wrong kind of smoke. So I turn around and I walk back. Get to the corner. I step off the curb and two lights jump at me. I try to get back. Who are you?
My name is Lily Corday. You're in my apartment. You were stuck by my car.
Where is he?
What?
Here.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're lying. You tried to jump. See, I took over this one. So you brought me here to finish it off. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to die.
Try to get up.
You're not going to kill me. You're not going to.
Please, lie down.
Get out. You're not going to do that.
Listen to me, please. What happened?
You know my name. You are lying just like I say. You're in with him. You're going to kill me.
Of course I will. Chief Benson, I looked at the paper in your pocket. And you was in the entire detail. You weren't hurt badly, but you had a shock in your imagination. I brought you here to help you. No one is going through the income. You're safe. Do you understand that?
Safe?
Safe.
You're not helping.
I have the slightest idea what you mean. I told you I'm going to help you. I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to stay here until everything is all right.
Rita took good care of me. A couple of days I was feeling all right. Then I started thinking, he'd never find me. As long as I was here, I was okay. Rita had a piano. I had nothing to do all day. I was just sitting and play. I was okay. I wasn't telling Rita. Not while Eric Sanders was still out to get me. Hello, Rita. You're late. 10 minutes. I told you, baby, I hate to wait for you. Even just 10 minutes.
I'll stop at the store around the corner. Okay, open the back.
Okay. Rita,
What's the matter?
where did you go?
I told you it's gone around the corner.
Look at it.
Going on of murder by Eric Sanders. She I didn't call that. What was another one? I must have gotten the wrong package. They made a mistake.
What's the mistake? I gotta get out of
What's
here.
another mistake? What's wrong?
I've got to get away from you. I've got to get away. I walked. I didn't know where to go. And I saw it was down this one. I stopped and I stood there looking at the river, trying to figure something out. I pulled out the cigarette. Then when I felt for my knife, light changed hands. I told you, Chief, there was no use running away. I told you I'd find you. I was waiting here for you. I followed you from her house and back. I told you I had a plan. Now look, you're gonna leave me alone. Oh, Chief, not until you're dead. Why does it have to be me? I told you why. You were born to be murdered, and I was born to do the murdering. And there's nothing you can do to prevent it. I'm gonna make you stop. So I'm going to have to beat the life out of you. You're gonna stop. You hear me? You're gonna leave me alone. You're gonna stop. Stop. You can't kill me, and you can't make me stop killing you. No matter how hard you try. What thing? Be that way. No, you're free. You're free. I found it from my wheel into my head. Then I stopped. He said to the ground. I was gonna kick him in the face, right in that murky face. But I couldn't. I don't know why. I wanted to, but I couldn't. Then he looked up at me. You have to get a change. Just as I told you. You're the murderer, and I'm the murderer.
the love out to the rest of chick fences done.
I keep playing this number over and over again. I don't know why. I thought maybe it'd help me forget. But it doesn't. Nothing helps me to forget. I had to make up my mind to do it. I had to kill Eric Lee. Well, Chief, nice of you to visit me. I didn't expect aside. The gun. And that's me. What's this about? I'm going to kill you. You made it this way. You made it either you or me, so now it's going to be. All right, Chief. Here I am, back against the wall. Go ahead, shoot if you can. But you can't, Daniel. You can't pull that trigger. You hate me, yet you can't kill me. And I have absolutely no feelings about you. And yet I'm going to murder you eventually. I'm going to murder you in a perfect, undetectable fashion. What are you waiting for, Chip? Go ahead, shoot. Good. They're laughing at me. I know what I'm just I squeezed again. And I'm gonna get back. I went back to read it, but she was on it. I sat down at the piano and sang on the island. I wanted to forget everything, just keep playing. I killed a guy. All right, so I killed him. But I had to do it. I can't. Can't. I kept punching away the keys. And all of a sudden, I feel something in the room, like a cold wind coming in over the door. Hello, Chick. It's him. Sanders. He was standing in the doorway. He was standing there as big as life. You thought you could kill me, but you couldn't, could you? You're dead. I shot you. You're dead. No, you couldn't kill me, Chick. You couldn't really kill anybody. I told you it wasn't in your nature. When I shot you, I fired the gun. You're dead. Yes, you fired the gun. But wait. Maybe it was too dark in that room. The lights were low. You never fired a gun before, did you, Chick? Maybe your hand was unsteady. There are many babies in murder. You got to have a plan when you kill. A sure, definite plan. Like I have for you, Chief. A plan for the perfect murder. Don't come near me. Stay away. Don't come near me. No, Chief. Not now. Not at this moment. But the time's getting closer. That's what I came to tell you. The time for you is getting closer. Maybe I could have helped you before, Chip, if you'd only told me about him. I don't know why I didn't think of it. Maybe I didn't trust you. You do know, don't you? Oh, sure, baby. All right, then. We'll drive back to town and look like the police. No. You can't keep running away. I can't go to the police, don't you see? It's too late for that. I tried to kill Sandy. Now grab that right off. It's got to be this way. We'll hide up in the woods. I know where the place I will tell. He won't find me. What's the matter with it? I'm tired of hearing it. I like it. It's not me sick. I'm sick of being cooped up in my room. I want to get outside. Just for 3 minutes. You're not leaving this hotel. I told you, you're not showing your face outside until I say so. You? Straight up. What? What do you think you're calling? Right outside. I told you, I'm sick of this. I went to the window and I waited. Marina didn't come out. She was up. I went out to the hall and found her dead. Then she looked at the paper on the lot. I could hear what she was saying. Yes. It's 3 miles off the main road. Star Hotel. Then I'll expect you about 10 tonight. Yes, you'll be here. I'll see you then. She hung up and walked outside like a ton of a full face. I just disconnected.
I'm sorry, sir. That was Riverside 9970.
Yeah.
Just a moment.
Hello, boy, Sandy. Rena called me. Rena, she was in with it. She was coming to get me. The both of them, they were going to get me. But it wasn't going to be that way. I knew the woods around the hotel. I knew every inch of them. And now I knew what I was going to do with Rena.
Where are we going, Jake?
What's the difference? You wanted to get outside, now we're out.
It's not dark in these woods.
The moon's out. It's clearing a few yards ahead. See? Plenty of them.
It's the one. We have to get that principal.
You know something, Rita?
What?
You act like you had an appointment back at the hotel.
Poison?
Yeah. You act like you expected somebody. Here's what I wanted to show you. I dropped this rock in that pool of mud. Now watch.
Disappeared. Is that what you wanted to show me?
What happened to that rock, Rita? It's gonna happen to you.
Jake.
I know you're in the standard to kill me.
What?
I heard you on the telephone.
Jake, I didn't call him believe.
You're a liar. You're a lousy liar. I checked on
I was trying to help you get that car.
Help me to a fast funeral. Well, now it's your funeral. Because I can't kill. Well, you'll see, Rita. You'll see. I can kill you. You're going under like that rock. Just like that.
Please, for me.
Just like that rock.
Hey, listen to me. I'm the only target. No, please. Pull me out of here. Save me. Please.
I stepped back and I watched the sand swallow her up.
Help me. Help.
The woods were quiet. He turned around. And then I saw him standing there in the moonlight. You do that. He didn't look the same. I could see it in his eyes. He didn't sound the same. His voice gave away. He was afraid. Afraid of me. You do that. You said I couldn't. But now you know I can. I planned her murder, Sanders. I planned it her. I killed her, and now I can kill you. Don't come in it. Don't come in it. I chased him through the bushes. I followed him in the moonlight. And then he disappeared into the shadow. Go ahead, run. Run, but it won't do you any good, Sanders. I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you when you least expect it. I headed back to Connie's house. Don't know lights on, but I knew he was in there hiding in the dark. I got it through a window when upstairs and spoke to the door was back home. The moonlight was coming in. It was shining on the bed, right on the bed where he was sitting. I told you, Sandy, you couldn't get away from me. No, you couldn't even think. You're going to die, and no one will ever find out who did it. Murder. No, I didn't talk about perfect. What is murder, Sandy? And throw it on his throat. Hiding. The light dropped out of him. I let him fall back on the bed. When I looked at him, something funny happened. He was there. I looked in here. I rubbed my eyes. I looked again. And something came from behind me. An arm swung out of my neck. All right, you don't move. I tried to get out of the grip. The arm tight. I said, don't try to. Hard and heavy pounded on my head and slammed up against my brain. And then I fainted. When I came out of it, I heard a voice. I was keeping a watch on that house like you told me, Inspector. I saw this character sneak into a side window. He's choking the devil out of that pillow there on the bed. And like I told you on the phone, he was talking to himself a mile a minute. That crazy kind of song. Well, Robinson, he's our man, all right. Sure, Inspector, but what bothers me is if he did knock Eric Sanders off 3 days ago, why not just did he come back here again? Oh, you got me. But it's a good thing for us he did. We were up a blind alley in this case. From the way things look, Sanders' death was a perfect murder. Before the trial started, they sent a doctor in to see me. One of those mind specialists. He spent hours. He told me why I wanted to go back to Ken's house. The first time you went to Sanders' house, Chick, you actually murdered him with your gun. But in your mind, you couldn't kill him. In your mind, he was still alive. But Doc, I saw him. He talked to me. I heard his voice. Those were hallucinations. Yeah? Well, on the telephone call, I talked to him right after she did Corday. He called in the doctor to look at you. She thought you were really sick. When you heard the doctor's voice on the phone, you believed it was Sanders because you wanted to believe that. Really? She was trying to help me. But she said, yes. And after you killed her, you felt you could kill Sanders. That's why you went back to his house. To fulfill the budget in your mind. That's one instruction. That's all there is to it. That's what the doctor said. But there's more. The court said I was done counting something to me to your grave. And put me away in this place. Here I got nothing to do but think. I asked for a piano. I brought this with him this morning. The doc said it was hallucination, but I saw him. I really saw him. Yeah, I heard his voice. The doc said it couldn't have been Sandy, but I tell you, I saw him. I saw him with my own eyes. The doc said Sanders was already dead, all right. And if it wasn't Sanders, I saw him. Who was? Who was? I'm trying not to think. That's why I'm playing now. Maybe if I play long enough, I'll forget about what I'm thinking. I'll keep playing, that's all. I'll just keep playing. Good night. Present. Dream. Inner Sanctum was a presentation of United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host bidding you welcome to the scheme. Well, we're overcome with Yuletide spirits this evening. Parties everywhere. One fellow was lit up like a torch. His wife had struck a match. Big shipping at the city morgue. Everybody was a little scared. Out in Hollywood, Frankenstein, Franklin, and the Wolfman threw a monster banquet. The guests had a splendid good time. And the French food. Chill. Everybody's happy. Sub-Zero. Everybody's blood ran cold. Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Death Out of Mind, written by John Gilbert, and stars Larry Haynes in the role of Ed, with Ann Shepard as Mary. Now, to the big new answer. Say, ever see the little man who I was saying? No, definitely not find it. But you can let it like yourself. That's a good life. That's a good life.
Nobody got
I see.
Leave this room.
should have changed. Better spend.
I'll get help. Operator, I want to leave. Operator. Operator. Oh God. Flying sled.
Right. I told you it was downstairs.
Please stand anymore.
Very don't. Forget it. Just very tired in 24 hours to get you ever married.
But you've done nothing. You've broken your mind.
It's always a fear of escape. It's always recognition. And you get away with this.
No.
I'll wait for Santa alone. I don't want him coming.
And he doesn't.
Take the back staircase and hurry.
I'll get a doctor.
Beat it. Beat it. Beat it. Beat it. Okay, Santa, I'm not running away. I'm opening up. Sergeant, I have to tell you that I just killed him. This gun. This guy's sick. They should call an ambulance. It's been 6 hours, Doctor. I hate to push, but how much longer? It's futile. Turning now, get Richie. Prisoners of heresy. Just a few questions. Useless. He's gone. Take care of that. Ed Tate, reporter on leave from the Bulletin. He was released from the sanitarium less than 2 weeks ago. Here's a complete report. On his way from the station out to the hospital, Tate kept insisting he murdered a killer named Santa. But he did. Oh, he did that all right, but to the best of the department's knowledge, there never was a killer named Santa. How long before he can answer questions? Days, weeks. The department can't wait that long. If you have natural synthesis, a compound popularly known as precint. Get started, Doctor. Murder can't wait. Come back. It's all about it. Sanitary. Yes, about the sanitary. You were there. I was hospital. You were released 2 weeks ago. You were there from the Why did you go to the sanitary? Stella Andrews killed herself. I couldn't get her out of my thinking, get her out of my head. You watched her. She took you to an unsolved murder mystery. I left the story. Put it back on the front page. I remember the case taken. Stella Andrews was tried for murder on page 73. You uncovered the No. Did it as a circulation stuff to sell papers. I didn't think of Stella Andrews. I didn't think. I never read better. Told me that Wednesday. What happened? Stella Andrews confronted me about this. Grave tragedy. She told me that she long ago changed her name. She made a new life for herself. Until its notoriety started suspicions in the minds of the witness.
20 stories to the sidewalk. An innocent woman paid the supreme penalty. I was her accuser, her judge, and juror. I was a murderer. Well, after that, sleep. A good word. Against her. Version of the sidewalk. I tried to wake up stern. Tried to kick myself. Sweet kid. What would you do? I love was very common. But when he married him, imagine. It's great. I'd only known her for a little bit. Long enough to know she was cold. We were motoring back.
What time is it?
Minute past it.
I've been Mrs. Edwards' cake for 4 hours. I'm hungry.
Oh, coffee will be fine, too. Keep a lookout for roads. Huh?
There's one right ahead.
Oh. Let me look, shall I? Fine place for weddings.
It's the Ritz, darling. Hamburgers like filet mignon. Come on, my hot water.
Nine will be generally groomed, June, reps and fruits changed, and vague in October. Sign outside, that Joe's above. Inside is room.
What up, people?
2 hamburgers.
And coffee first.
No hamburgers. Not a meat.
Oh, what have you got?
Berries, ham, and Swiss.
Ham and Swiss. And toasted. Huh?
Yeah, make it 2. We were half-fruit sandwiches as tasteless as sawdust when the door opened tonight. And my there sitting chilling. A man came in out of the night. I stared at him, as if the fingers were drawing. He was dressed in the devil's rag. Like so sadly sheep. His face was hard, bitter, evil.
Oh, just eggs and ham and Swiss, mister. Hey, what's the gun for?
One guess.
What is it? Sure, I can guess.
All right.
Okay.
It was a black flat automatic. Your wallet, mister. I got my wallet dropped out of the cover. The chef was storming over the register. I could tell by the sudden jigging he was back. He was reaching for a gun. I wanted to scream, wanted not to, but my throat muscles were... I watched the chef double over. I watched the gunman vault the counter and bear it, kill. There his hand close over mine.
Ed, quickly.
I was through the door and running for the car on someone else's feet, but Barry pulling at my sleeve.
Ed, hurt.
Hoping the killer reached the door and fired. Shots were lost in the night. We left him silhouetted in the door. Dark September. Moon shadows touching us on the bed. Moon phosphorus. The Manhattan skyline was blinking as before we dared trust our voices. Who would be our guest?
There's a car, but it's turned on.
Jogging, honey.
Well, just not remember.
Did you watch him there?
No, I couldn't.
How relentlessly he moved in on the kill. How exquisitely cold and efficient like a machine.
Ed, don't say that. That's so important.
I couldn't take my eyes off him. I felt as if he were part of me, come to like a blood twin, showing me to it.
Darling, please.
Demonstrating to me what I really was. A killer cold and efficient
No,
like a machine.
no.
He killed that man like I killed Stella Adams. His instrument was a gun, mine was a typewriter. He used bullets, I used words. But our methods were the same. Deliberate, ruthless, murder.
Ed, get him.
I put it to him. It was my conscience. Why?
We're going to report this to the police.
No, we're not.
Why?
But I'm afraid of it.
But he's a complete stranger. danger. What if we got to fear we'll never see him again?
Come call me.
But what? Yes. A woman. You had your woman.
That stranger's told me. They'll be calling her. He had my wallet, my name, my whereabouts. But the wallet was only an incident. I knew he'd call. Our lives were intertwined. Somehow he was now as much a part of my life as the ghost of stellar angels. We reached home. We just sat around and waited. And soon the phone rang.
Ed,
It's him.
what do we do?
Answer the phone, I guess. Yes? Take it.
What did he say?
I've come to the street.
Ed, you won't.
They won't harm me. If I don't come down,
What does he want?
He was waiting for me in a big car. Looked like a hearse. As I came out of the hall, he motioned me to come sit beside him. Car nosed east toward the river. He didn't talk. He just concentrated on driving. We were close enough for me to touch him. I wasn't frightened. I thought as if we belonged to each other. Where are we going? To the river. What for? To dump him. Him was a gesture behind us. I turned to look. There was a packing truck on the floor in the car. Chef's corpse. You're gonna kill me too? Why should I? To shut me up. We'll dump the truck together. That'll shut you up. Well, killing me simply. If you shut up, it's just the same, maybe. Oh. What's... You get an idea? No. No, I just want to know you very much. Santa, that's it. We stopped along a deserted wharf, just under the broken bridge. And there we rode to sleep with the moon looking on. We dumped a truck. It sank slow, twisting in tortured slow motion. We can go home now, baby. Feel it, Santa. Feel what? This kinship. We're the same person. No, I mean it. Look, see our resemblance. We didn't just happen together. You're something out of me. You are me. You talk too much, Kate. I'll have to keep you after. You have to kill me. Can't you? At home, we just stayed in, Mary and I, staring emptily at each other. With the honeymoon like a wave. Morning came, the day passed. We did nothing, just sat and christened. And then that night, I knew Santa would come. It was time to leave. I knew it by the way my flesh was floating in sweat. Feels me. Mary Santa's downstairs.
It's all in your
He's
mind.
downstairs. He's coming up. Mary, where are you going?
See, Ed, I can't stand much more.
Yeah, you're going to see. And when you come back, signal like this. Do it twice. Mary went down to check, but I knew the answer. I got my gun and went to the window to watch and wait. Santa was downstairs. Santa was downstairs. When he came up, I killed him. Know the rest, Tate. How you used to sleep. Sweet.
has a large hair, my doctor. Everett suggests certain vivid results induced by his ill feelings about his still absent. This man he killed, did you identify him? Got a report on it a moment ago. A man named Jenkins. He was the building superintendent. This Santa, then, just existed in Tate's imagination. And they dressed in black suit. It's an interesting hypothesis, Gibbons. A big headache to me. Oh, Daly, get those notes typed up. Have the department investigate every last detail of it. Mrs. Tate's in the next room. People listening very much, Gibbons. Mrs. Tate, this is Dr. Goff.
How is he?
I'm recommending his immediate return to a mental hospital. Mrs. Tate, your husband just told us a long story. I'll have to ask you some questions for the record.
Yes.
You were just married?
Yes.
Motoring back from Elkton, did you stop at a road stand for refreshments?
No. We came straight to our apartment.
Then what?
He began behaving freely. Locked us in with that all night or the next day. Second night, Ed took a gun out of his valise. Took guard at the window. He said he was waiting for a Santa.
Did you ever see this Santo?
No.
What brought the janitor up at that hour of the night?
Ed was raving insanely. I supposed to came to investigate the noise. Can I go?
No, not right now. You'll have to stay a while. Just routine. My men will be reporting back, and I want you to read your husband's statement and then make one of your own. You can bunk on the bench, grab 40 winks. I think I'll doze off myself. Pick your own chair, Doctor. Oh, goodness speaking. Yeah, we like it a pencil. Okay. Yeah, I got it. I got it. Keep talking. Okay. Reports coming in, Kittredge? Yes, Doctor. Explain this. There was a road stand called Joe's Barbecue. My men found it, all boarded up. You probably noticed it while driving. A little bit English, Mrs. Tate. Mrs. Tate.
Yes.
Did your husband leave the apartment at all last night before the shooting?
Like while I was asleep.
Why do you ask that question? Because my men fished a packing trunk out of the East River. What was in the trunk? Cement. Bags of cement. What's the medical slant on that? Only Mexican. No, I've got a new theory, Doctor, since we're hypothesizing. What is it? The Tate-Zane story was true, the whole of it. That the chef and Santa were real. That the whole thing was staged to play on Tate's emotional instability, drive him crazy. Then driving to actual murder by sending that janitor up those stairs. Like all police theories, too incredible. Mrs. Tate, can you help us out? Give us an idea about that trunk?
No. Ed was irrational, capable of anything.
When he barricaded himself in the room with a gun, why didn't you call the police?
I did. But
what?
a liar.
Odd touch for you, Doctor. The man who wasn't there cut the telephone wire. Extraordinary. Cut the wires inside the apartment. They dressed in black. Do you like black, Mrs. Day?
I do.
Black worn to a satin sheen. Do you always wear a satiny black, Mrs. Day?
I prefer it.
Good heavens, Kittredge, what do you say? You were Mary Connor when you got married?
Yes.
Who were you, Mary Connor, before you began masquerading as Faith?
Mary Andrews. Stella Andrews was my mother.
Okay. May all your troubles, my little one. Confused chaps, I don't think. Free on a honeymoon. That's asking for trouble. In fact, wouldn't you say it's sort of crowding your luck? And that little man who was there, popping in and out of Aunt's mind. You know, if it was me, I'd have started charging him rent. Good night. Pleasant dreams. Mm.
Killer Sanctum Mystery, brought to you by Bobo Shelton.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host, bidding you welcome to the Secret Store. We're having a class reunion here tonight. I bet you'd like to meet some of our alumni. Oh, yes, everyone here has a degree. Third degree, it's you see that fellow over there riding this hobby horse with his head tucked under his arm? Well, he was decapitated on an Inner Sanctum play a few weeks ago. Now he's auditioning for the part of the headless horse. And that little chap over there, the mountain fellow. He's a pickpocket. Yeah, poor chap. Whenever he gets real lonely, he goes out in the crowd for a little change. By the way, have you heard our class yell? It's just one word. Out! And our school colors, black and blue, of course.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Till Death Do Us Part, was written by Emil Templeman and stars Everett Sloan in the role of Joe, with Presley's with Cambridge as Nancy, and is presented by the Emerson Drug Company of Baltimore, Maryland, whose registered pharmacist compounds Normal Seltzer, the headache product that's both fast-acting and pleasant tasting. No wonder in a representative survey, rusted from coast to coast, report that Bromo Seltzer is a favorite relief for headache pain at their drugstore pharmacy. In fact, 5 times as many of these druggists test that the leader is Bromo Seltzer.
And now we can turn to a little matter. Our story tonight begins on a pleasant note with a honeymoon couple. But don't start to learn. The unpleasantness will commence soon enough. Just look at them. Joe and Nancy Page, married hardly 5 hours, and parked at the side of the road by the bank of the old mill stream, and whispering sweet nothing to each other.
Nancy, it's wonderful to be married to you. If the other clerks at Scott's department store could see us now.
Anybody would see. Just want to be alone with you girl for the rest of my life.
I hope you don't mind spending our honeymoon in a tourist cabin instead of a swanky hotel.
I love it this way, Joe. Green Russian cars, moonlight shining on the roof, the woods all around me. Oh, look, there's another car parking on the street.
He's turning his headlights on, too. They think they've got privacy. Just they can't see us.
Look, Joe, couple's getting out of the car.
Yeah, for a walk on the bridge. I wonder if this is their wedding night, too.
It's beautiful time. Joe,
What? push my hand down on the horn. He sees us.
We'll drive across the bridge.
He knows we witnessed the murder. Don't kill us, too. Oh, don't please, no, not car. You'll be here before I can turn the car around.
What do we do?
We've got to go. Come on. What's wrong?
My high heels, I can't run fast.
You've got to. Here, throw these bushes. Get behind the tree.
Joe.
Straight from the tree. He knows we're here. Nancy, we've got to run for our lives. Take my hand. Come on.
Joe, he's shooting at us.
Come on, Nancy. We can't stop. He's close behind us.
Is he gaining on us?
No, but we'll after
Oh,
us.
please, let's stop and rest.
Not yet. I saw headlights up ahead. Maybe there's a road. We can only make it.
Joe, I'm through it. I can't go anymore.
Nancy, look. Through the trees. The road. Come on. Run, man. Sprint. Here it is. The road.
Still coming.
Wait, I don't know. We'll stop the first car that comes. No, not take it easy, baby.
We're thinking that poor girl lying dead on the street.
No, wedding night. Pick up the car. I'll stop it.
You didn't stop it?
Went like fried.
Joe.
What?
Listen, behind us in the woods.
Only the wind in the tree.
Step out of the woods with his gun.
Maybe he gave up. Maybe he went back to take care of that body.
God, spiritual. They're married like the Russell Button. Maybe Mr. Clinton gave us their cabin.
Yeah, we know all about it. Who we are, where to find us.
We don't want to see like that. Just the face of a murderer.
Come on, Nancy. I think we better start walking. We've got to get to the cabin and phone the police.
How much further, Joe?
Just around the bend.
I'd like to ride on him. Please, right here on the road.
Fine way to spend this wedding.
Darling, look. We're there. Clinton's cabin.
They're all dark. Everybody's asleep. We'll have to wake up Mrs. Clinton. You trust me?
Joe.
What?
Look. In front of our cabin.
Hey, that's our car.
The murderer must have come here by another road to wait for us.
I don't see anybody around.
Maybe he's in the car.
You wait here. I'll go and see.
Oh, no, Joe, you're safe.
We both go in, Stacy. That's what I'm saying. If I go over there alone, he won't shoot. He knows where you are. Now, take it. Get back into the shadows. Be all right. Okay, Nancy. Car is empty.
Maybe he's hiding somewhere close by.
No, he must have skipped out.
Why did he bring our car?
He wanted to get away from the bridge. Look, the police must have dumped that girl's body in the river. Then he took our car away. No trace.
I cabin waiting for us.
That's one shot. Wake up all the people in the other cabins. Mrs. Clinton, too. Never get away with it. Come on. We're going into our cabin and get cleaned up. Then we'll use the phone. The switch is right here. There, you see? Nobody hiding here. Holy mackerel. Over there. On the bed. No! That's the girl's body with her face shot away. Just like we saw her on the bridge. You are listening to Inner Sight, brought to you by From time to time on this program, you've heard from folks who told how they got speedy relief from headache pain by taking
taking a refreshing glass of bromo seltzer. These people write in on their own initiative to say that they appreciate the quick and pleasant headache help that bromo seltzer brings. Recently, we received such a letter from Mrs. Katharina Eckerline of Schenectady, New York. Mrs. Eckerline said,
One Sunday afternoon, as a young bride of 24, I went for a walk with my husband. On our return home, I developed a headache. My husband went to a nearby drugstore for Broma seltzer, which a friend had suggested. And Broma seltzer brought me quick relief of my pain. Many years have passed, and ever since that day, I've made sure I had Broma seltzer on hand at all the time.
Thank you, Mrs. Eckerline. It's no wonder that you and thousands of others always turn to bromo seltzer for headache help. For bromo seltzer not only relieves headache pains, it also helps the stomach upset and jittery nerves that may go with an ordinary headache. So remember that, friends, and 5, 7, 3, now we can return to that cozy little honeymoon cabin, where Joe and Nancy found the beautiful corpse on their bed. The corpse who had a face lifted. Well, that's what you get shooting off your mouth. But don't worry. Before the night's over, the murderer may have his face lifted too, on the end of a rope. Now, if that murderer were an Oriental, he might try to save face. But you can't save your face if you lose your head. In the meantime, I wonder what Joe and Nancy are going to do with the uninvited corpse. We have to fix this over. We're in a jam. Oh, for the love of Pete, Nancy, this is some kind of thing. It's awful. He shot away. Oh, look at her. Yes. What do we do? I don't know. Don't think. On our wedding night to have a thing like this happen. Why did you think that years ago to put us in the spot? Cops will never believe our story now. They'll think we killed him. Don't be a story before your life. Nancy, we've got to get rid of her. We've got to take her back to the bridge and dump her right back on the bird. Oh, no, it's the only thing we can do. Suppose the cops come here and find her. They'll grill us for hours. They'll hold us for years. But it might take a week, 2 weeks. It's a fine way to spend the honeymoon in jail. We've got to do it. We've got to take her back. We have to pick her up and carry her. I'll carry her. You'll have to help. I could. You've got to. I could. What must I do? You go out to get the back door of the car open. Then I'll bring her out. Joe. Right here with the body. Quick. I can't go near her. I say quick. Try. Give me a minute. Who is it? Just a minute, Mr. Preston. Coming, Mrs. Swanson. Everything okay, Nancy? Right, you but don't think down. All right, good evening, Mrs. Swanson.
Good evening, Mr. Stone. I hope I'm not intruding. I saw your light, so I knew you weren't asleep yet.
We were just going to sleep. One with Nancy.
Oh, yes. I should have thought you didn't sleep long ago. See, I brought you just my own homemade apple cider. I'll put it right here in two glasses.
Oh,
not at all. It's so nice to have a honeymoon couple. I wanted to do it earlier, but my heart was bothered. I felt that hard.
well, I'm terribly sorry to hear that, Mrs. Swanson. Thank you for everything.
I couldn't try my cider. I thought you'd like to drink it too.
Well, we're not very thirsty right now, Mrs. Swanson. Are we, Nancy?
Oh, no. Of course not. Well, now I'll run right along and leave you both drinking luck.
Good night, Mrs. Swanson, and thank you again.
Oh, you poor dear, you look all tuckered out. There on the bed. I just don't even know how to make up a bed. Here, I'll make it up for you.
No,
just sit over there on this chair, my dear.
Well, she means, please don't bother.
Oh, it's no bother. What's this?
We can explain everything.
Chop! She's a chop to the face. Murdered. We just wanted to do what you think. Murdered. You're no honeymooner. You're murdered. Oh, baby.
Stop that.
Let me go. Let me go.
Stop! Stop that! Don't look like the fluttering of your hand. Just trying to stop her yelling. Please, Mr. Swinton. Oh, Lord. Just one ribbon slid down the floor. Mr. Swinton? Mr. Swinton, you all right? She's dead. Kill it. Kill it. I'm a murderer. Go stone. But kill it. We started out on a honeymoon. And now I'm a murderer. Oh, didn't for a second. Good. That's it. But she got under the feet. She's dead. And that's what I'm about. We're in a jam, Nancy, in a jam. No, I was dead. Don't hold us for murder. It was an accident. It didn't mean to kill the Yeah, but how will we ever prove that we didn't kill the other one? We'll never be. That guy with the black robe, the cops will pin the rap on it. Oh, take me out of here. I can't stand it. Her on the bed of Mrs. Clinton on the floor. Please, let's go away. Let's go far away. You mean run away? Anything, go anything. And that's it. I won't go to jail, so I won't. Please take me away. Yeah, we'll get out. We'll keep going. Nobody knows who it is. They can't trace us. Come on. Get the clothes back. I can't close this loose. Get the other one back. Don't forget it. Look under the bed. Be sure you don't leave a single thing behind. No, I don't leave anything behind.
Everything's had Joe. Hurry. Hurry.
All right. I'll take the bags. You put the lights on. Hey,
What, Joe? What's wrong?
I just saw fingerprints all over the place.
What are we doing?
Gotta wipe them off everything. Grab a towel. We'll wipe everything in sight.
Like everything, Joe. I think.
The bed, bathroom, faucet.
Yes.
Going on, dresser.
Yes.
Water pitcher.
Yes.
All right, that's all. Let's go.
No, Joe. No. Sorry, Joe. We didn't like that.
We didn't touch it.
I'll wipe it in the
Oh, snap it up.
All right.
Come on, then. I'll feel better in the car. Out on the road.
Anything?
I don't know. I can't think. I'm numb all over.
Oh, God.
Holy mackerel, Nancy. I'm a murderer, a killer. Running away. We shouldn't have done it. We shouldn't have run away.
Oh, God. It killed her on purpose. It was an accident.
Nancy, you realize you're married to a murderer.
I was murdered.
It was so easy. So easy to kill. I never thought it could be so easy. All I did was to hold my hand over her face.
Joe, please.
What time is it? It's almost 2 o'clock. Been diving for an hour. Got a cigarette? I think there's some in the glove compartment.
Yeah. No.
What?
Our marriage license is gone.
What? You sure?
It's gone, Joe. It was right here.
The murderer. He took it.
Why would you take our marriage license?
I don't know. I can't think straight anymore.
Joe, he knows our name. He knows everything about it. Oh, Joe, there's no use our running away. He knows who we are. We'll always be at his mercy.
Gosh, I feel all in. I can't do like people. I gotta rest. Think.
Pull up the side of the road. Look over here. There's the gas station. Go to the night park there.
Yeah. Yeah. I wish I could sleep 100 years.
Would you? Put your head on my shoulder.
It's your hands are cold. Here, let me warm them.
Good morning.
Yeah. First morning together. But this isn't the way I used to dream about it. Baby, how did we ever get into a mess like this? In fact, where we were last night, in the same jam. Nothing's changed. Those two corpses still in the cabin. What do we do?
So let's think about it for 5 minutes. Go on, friends, take a break. I'm just right. You have to have a little bit. Thinking about it. Those two sort of day of execution.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a place, Joe, a diner.
Yeah. Well, I haven't got much appetite.
No, it won't be. There's something hot.
Think there's an alarm out for us yet?
Joe, please, let's not think about it.
No other customers inside. That's good.
Good morning. You traveling all night?
Yeah, all right. Some scrambled eggs, please.
Right. It'll take you 2 minutes, but all right, we'll wait. And I'll turn the radio off.
Centrally Neighborhood Station with the early morning local news. During the night, death came to Mrs. Hannah Swenson, whose tourist cabins are located on the Bay Park Highway, right on Route 27. Mrs. Swenson's body was discovered by Oscar Johnson, the handyman, who was awakened by the sound of a car driving away from one of the cabins. Investigating, found Mrs. Swenson lying on the floor of cabin 3. Dr. Macklin, who was summoned immediately, announced that Mrs. Swenson had died of a heart attack. He had been treating her for a severe heart ailment.
I didn't kill her. Joe, I didn't see anything like it.
Police arranged to contact a couple who occupied the cabin and who apparently left during the night. They are traveling in a blue 4-door sedan. License number 8N1637. Their names are not known yet. But if they should hear this broadcast, they are requested to call at the state police barracks. Let's get out of here. State police arranged.
Stay by my friend.
I can't wait. We're in a hurry. Come on, Nancy.
Oh, Joe, what did you do? Joe, why didn't you mention the other bodies?
It's a trap, Nancy. Get it? They're keeping mum about the girl.
No, Joe, I don't think so.
What else could it be? We left 2 bodies there, didn't we?
Shut the motor off, Joe. Maybe the real murderer was waiting close by all the time, and maybe after we left, he went in and took the girl's body away again.
I don't like it. I want to get away from here, far away.
Wait, Joe, wait. Don't you realize you're not a murderer, darling? You didn't kill Mrs. Swenson. It was a heart attack.
That's what they say. I say it's a trap. Let's get moving.
Oh, Joe, it's too late. Look.
State troopers.
Yeah.
Joe.
She's coming right over here.
Sure. Got this license number. Well, I guess our honeymoon is over. You Mr. and Mrs. Joseph Stone? Yes. You're Joe Stone? That's right. And you, lady, you're Nancy Stone?
Oh, yes, I am.
Huh? Well, I guess this belongs to you.
What is it?
Yeah, take it.
I'm married.
Where did you get it? One of our men happened to be cruising down by the old mill stream last night. He saw a fella get out of a roadster on the bridge, carrying a girl's body. Fella dumped the girl over the rail, and our man went after him. They had a gunfight. Fella got a slug to the heart. When we went through his car, we found this. And on the back of it there, you'll notice he wrote your license number.
Have you caught the murder?
Yes, we sure did. But we didn't recover the body of the girl. Carried downstream. It may take several days to find it. So we're not wanted for anything? Well, if you're the folks from Mrs. Swenson's cabin last night, we figured you left in a hurry. Kind of embarrassing to have a thing like that happen on your honeymoon, ain't it? Well, I can't blame you.
Then we're free to go on our honeymoon.
Yeah, you just come on down to the barracks and sign a statement. Then you'd be on your way. Well, would you mind, officer, just a few minutes? We want to go back in the diner for our honeymoon breakfast.
Where's your cat this way? I'll wait till you expected Joe and Nancy to come to a bad end. You know, it's too bad Nancy had to be framed for murder, but we just couldn't resist framing her. She is the prettiest picture. And, oh yes, would you care to hear our recipe for eliminating crime? Well, it goes like this. To prevent a murderer from committing murder, you must commit the murderer before he commits the murder. Think that over for a while, and then you'll be ready to murder someone.
If you're at work or out shopping during the day and suddenly a headache hits you, it's no trouble at all to step up to a drugstore fountain and ask for a bromo seltzer. But if you get a headache while you're at home, for example, late at night or first thing in the morning, now that's another thing altogether. You need and want headache help in a hurry. And that's when it pays to have bromo seltzer in the medicine cabinet, ready to bring you the fast headache help you need when you need it. Thousands of people keep bromo seltzer in their medicine cabinets because they find it relieves headache pain quickly and pleasantly and helps the jangled nerves and stomach upset that may team up with an ordinary headache. You see, bromo seltzer is compounded by a special process under the supervision of registered pharmacists. Caution, use only as directed. If headaches persist or recur, see your doctor. But for ordinary headaches, just be sure your medicine cabinet always contains bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer.
Well, it's time to close that squeaking door for another 7-day rest. Until next week at this time, when Bromo Seltzer brings you to another Inner Sanctum mystery directed by Hyman Brown. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The Blank Wall by Elizabeth Sankey Holding. Next week, a grisly little tale titled Carnival of Death. It's about Joe Becker, who was sacked, enormous sacked. But that's not what made him different from all the other people in the carnival he traveled with. On one night each month, strange, a frightening thing happened to Joe. Want to know more about it? Be sure to listen next Monday. Until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
This is Dwight Weist inviting you to tune in again next Monday at the same time to Inner Sanctum, which is brought to you for your entertainment every Monday by Friends, today is Navy Day. We salute the United States Navy and pause to remind America's young men that the Navy offers great opportunities for career advancement. Find out about the special benefits of a Navy career at your nearest recruiting office. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host, inviting you in through the squeaking door. Come in, we're having a bit of a demonstration here tonight. That magician is so
mystery over my dead body. It's an original radio drama written by Robert Slow and stars Larry Haynes in the role of Robert with Vera Allen as Mary. Ready now, friend. You've heard of dead men who turn over their graves, haven't you? Well, tonight's story is about a grave that turns over on a dead man. The casket was ordered to the local undertaking establishment. It was delivered to a private mausoleum on the estate of old Mr. Edgar Simpson. When it arrived, the housekeeper couldn't understand why the eccentric old gentleman had purchased it.
Mr. Finley, would you order a casket?
I told him to put it downstairs. The cook is lost in there.
But what do you want with a casket? Who is it for? Robert?
I don't get it. And not nearly as eccentric as most people seem to think. And me, but yes.
Why?
Because I'm ready to die.
Excuse me. What do you say? I'll call the doctor.
No. You don't understand. There's nothing wrong with me. I just want to be sure my money falls into the right hands.
Don't talk about dying, Mr. Finley.
I've got to consider that. I've got to make sure the box of my estate will go to the most deserving person. I'm going to make believe I'm dead. That way I can find out a great deal more about my prospective end.
No one welcome to get into that casket. Something closed up in the mausoleum.
Oh, it won't be closed up for long. Just strong enough to make it look clear. Then I'll ring the bell to let you know.
What?
And we do some frightened Mary. Listen. There's a wire running from this room to the mausoleum.
Oh, Mr. Finley.
I'll connect it up with the casket before you drive me in. And whenever I need you, I'll just ring the bell.
No, I'll let you go.
Mary, you're without telling. Now stop being such a sentimental old fool and get yourself a pencil and a piece of paper. I want you to take down the addresses of my niece Helena and my cousin Robin. You have to send them telegrams in the morning.
Telegram?
Notifying them of my death.
Don't you understand, Mary?
Mr. Edgar Finley has just passed down.
This way, Mr. Walker. The casket is down here in the crypt.
Oh, thank you. Careful, it's there.
I can see. Only I wish you hadn't got me down here. I don't want to look ungrateful casket.
I do. I think it's only decent for us to pay our respects. When would you make the rest, Mary?
It's not.
It all happened very suddenly, didn't it? I mean, nobody ever knows. But what did that happen?
It's hard, Mr. Roberts. It's very hard on me.
When?
Good heavens, must you ask me all these questions?
I'd like to know what happened down your head.
But I told you. He died during the night.
The doctor said you're coming.
Yes. It seems awfully strange. He never complained about his heart before.
Yeah. Exactly what I was thinking. Was it all time people calling about it?
No.
Where's the casket?
Right here, Mr. Roberts.
Well, don't stand there. Aren't you going to open the lid?
Right. No.
What for? I want to say, why do you think I came down?
You can't open the casket.
You can raise the lid.
Robert, no.
Don't be a fool. Gotta make sure he's really down.
Don't you believe me?
No. Raise the lid.
Mr. Roberts.
Raise it, I said.
All right. I'm not lying to you. You can look inside now. Is he there?
Yes. I guess Mary won't tell you the truth. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
You lower the lid now.
Yes. No.
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking. Because
That's right. The trick? What's it for? Roger Finley is dead right behind that cat. I don't know what they took you. Come on. I can see him breathing underneath the glass. Why do you make me believe he's dead? I'm not. There we are. No, I'm not serving. There's something taking there. I said stay where you are. Please, didn't you hear that girl screaming for me? What do you mean? The cat interrupted me outside. He'll die if I don't let him out. It's too bad. It's too bad you wouldn't let him die. Wouldn't I? All right, I know he's dead already. He isn't dead. I'm telling you he didn't. I can't believe it. Every time he's alive. Yes, he is. When he really dies, I think it's very good chance. It's very true. No, let you kill him. Oh, I'm not killing him. You are. You're the only one who knows about that. Anything with the ground. And if you want to be enough about it, please let it do for me. You're all the same. Don't let it die. Don't. Oh, that's very long. Just keep going. Yeah. They let him suffocate in there without lifting a finger in the mouth. He knows what is everything. Your mind was stuck in the country. They hear that bell ringing in your mind as long as they live. They hear it, Robert, saying nothing. They're just about when the man tries to get conscious and gasping for his last breath. They never will ever forget. Don't you be sure. What's that? What's that bell? He's still alive. No, he can't be. I locked the casket with my own hands. There isn't enough air in there to breathe. You see how it tortures you, Robert? You see how it preys on your mind? Oh, what about it? That's that phone. Yes. Hello? Hello, Mary. This is Mr. Kaplan calling. Yes, Mr. Kaplan? I'd like to speak to you about Mr. Finley's will. As you know, Mr. Finley's attorney, and something has come up that particularly concerns you. Can I speak to you later, Mr. Kaplan? Oh, why certainly. I'll be home all evening. What is that one? Something about your will. It might be 50% of my other one. I didn't forget this talk. It's about my bell. Listen. Can't you hear it? What? The bell. It's ringing again. I don't get anything. It's ringing the bell. It's still alive. Oh, you're just trying to frighten me. It's there. I tell you, I can hear it alive. Listen, Robert, listen. I think it's the window. It was just outside. It was like a ghost. I don't be scared, Miss Ellen. It was probably a dog. I can wake up. I don't know why they didn't come, Mr. Robert. They don't know if you're conscious and they receive his body. Don't argue with me. I've got to know. I've got to find out if it's still in the past. All right. Try to quick election. No quick. Okay, Mr. Scott. You heard him. That's going on here anymore. My nerves won't stand. What's the matter with you, Robert? Do you still hear that bell? I want to tap it. All right. Hello. Do you want to raise the lid or... Never mind, I'll Who's there on me? And this time he's dead. This time his conscious body is tightened up and twisting through gasping for air. What's wrong? Are you afraid to see what you've done over me? Look. It's rolled over. remember. Stop now. It's your mind. What about it? Don't lie to me. You've been ringing it all the time, haunting me with it. I don't know what you're talking about. Where's the wire? Where is it? Where's the bell? Right over here. The door. Give it to me, I said. This door will ring again. Won't ever ring. No. There's only one little out. You're doing it. You're doing it. It's a trick. You're doing it with your foot. You want to look my body. You don't. See? This money is all right now. I want to. Don't you mean? I told you I did it. What's that? Where is that bell? No, make it stop. Make it stop. Now, as we try and wrap it, hovering over the body of dear Mary, the bell is still ringing. Quickly, he drags the body behind the sofa in the living room, and as the bell stops, he hears the door open behind him, and then footsteps in the hall. Look, who's there? Who's out there? Why, my Robert, the captain. Nobody answered the front door. Leaving the bell? Been ringing for some time. That's why I took the liberty of letting myself in. Where's Mary? Mary? Yeah. Why are you looking at me like that? For heaven's sake, what's going on here tonight? What? Well, I called Mary earlier in the evening about Mr. Finley's will. She said she'd call me back. She never did. Why, I don't know why not. Neither do I. I've been calling you all evening, but nobody answers the call. That's what the bell's for. Nothing. Yes, Robert, I've got to speak tonight about some very important business. Where is she? Why, I don't know. You better find out. If you... Look, what do you want, Mr. Kentland? Make it short. Mary's going into town and I'm busy. Too busy to find out about your inheritance. Why, I thought that might interest you. The will is supposed to be read tomorrow morning, but it won't be read unless I speak to Mary. It won't even be opened. What do you mean you can't hold up that? Well, you can't stop us from getting what belongs to us. I can. But Mr. Finley can't. Mr. Finley? He made a last request before he died. What? That the will is not to be read. There. Yes, sir.
Mary. Mary.
What's that?
It's I, Ellen.
What do you want?
Why are you in Mary's room?
I'm looking through some papers. Mary's gone away for a few days, and Mr. Cadman said the will couldn't be read unless she opened. She must have it here.
The will? I'm going to get there.
Yes. Well, don't stand there staring at me. We've got to find that will.
But Mary hasn't got it.
How do you know? Where is it?
Well, Mr. Cadman must have it. He was Uncle Edgar's attorney.
Why does Mary have it?
Well, maybe it's Mary. Maybe she'll come back.
No. Cross the hall for Mr. Finley's room.
You understand why Dad should ring in there?
I'm fine.
Wait. What's this time?
Okay, I put him away.
Robert, please don't go in there. Because he wouldn't want you to drink his room.
Before me. Working against us, someone doesn't want to do it. Well, it's Mr. Cadman. We just like him. Do this again.
It's right here, Robert. It's right beside the bed.
It was downstairs. The one that had the words. It's been connected.
Who could have connected it?
I don't know. I'm going to have to talk to Mr. Cadman. Wait, I'm going to find out about that will. I'm sorry, Robert. I'm not at liberty to show you the will. No one can see it without Mary's permission. Get up. Get up, I said. Open the safe. Don't let me fool now.
warn you, I'll bring the report to the police. You're not. You're not going to be good to anybody.
Time getting back? Did you speak with the captain?
Yeah. I spoke to him. He's going to read the will with me.
Couldn't let you see it?
No. What are you doing out here?
So did you read your bag? I've been going over the outside of the house, chasing those wires.
What wires?
The ones from that door upstairs. Leading to the mausoleum. Right in through the stone roof.
Very good.
Don't you think that's strange? I mean, why should wires run from the mausoleum directly into the house?
I don't know. Your Uncle Hector was a pretty accepted guy.
But still, why would anybody want set of a bell in the house so that it could be run from the mausoleum?
Well, look, let's find our own business.
It is our business. Something funny going on, and I'd like to know what's here.
Well, we'll figure it out in the morning.
No. Got to be done now, before I go back into the house.
Why? What's your hurry?
Mary hasn't gone, Bob. I don't know where she is, but she hasn't really gone.
How do you know?
Her clothes and everything. They're all in her room. She hasn't even taken her back.
Why, that doesn't mean anything.
It does to me. I think something happened to her. Robert, I think we ought to call the police.
Now, don't be stubborn.
I think we ought to have them investigate those wires.
Report.
Just to be on the safe side. Is there any reason why we shouldn't call the police?
Well, no.
But then let's go inside.
Wait a minute. We don't have to call anybody. We can investigate those wires ourselves.
Just the two of us?
Yeah, sure, why not?
No,
Now, come on. You just show me where those wires are.
no, I don't want to go back there.
What are you afraid of? Nothing's gonna happen. Now, come on. It'll just take a few minutes to check on those wires to the mausoleum, and then we can come back and call the police. No, I'm not gonna let you have your way, all right? I want to see about those wires. And I would think leaving you alone in that big house. I don't. Yeah, but you're gonna come with me. Are you ready?
Yes, I will. I can't see a thing, Robert. Why are you making me go down into the crypt?
The wires are right. They let down here. We've got to find out where they're attached on the inside.
Wait,
What's that?
I thought I saw something pass in front of me.
Keep walking. You're just stalling for time.
There we go. What do you mean?
Don't you know? Don't you realize you have to die?
Let go!
I'm not gonna let you live. No, you'll find out too much. You'll put a rope around my neck. Don't fight me, Eleanor. It has to be just the way it was with Mary and Kathy.
You killed him.
Didn't want me to get money. They were in my way. What do, Robert? Who's that? Me, Robert. His cousin. It's the same thing. No, you're dead. What's the thing? I have to protect myself against a murderer like you. One side of that casket comes off, Robert. It opens from the inside. If you could just make believe you would. I had to as soon as I found out what you were trying to do. But I never expected you to bother anyone else. Run to the police and wait, come back here. Run. No, stop or I'll come after you. Don't do anything of the kind, Robert. You stay with me. Will I? Didn't you know I had a gun, Mr. Finley? Get out of here, Robert. I won't let you out. Come on, Mr. Finley. Come on, get there. Get away out. Let go. Let go. Let go. Let go. Robert. No. Let
I'm downstairs.
Awful quiet down there. Must have gotten out.
What is it, officer?
Better not look.
What? Are they dead?
Yeah. Both of them. Mr. Finley was shot. That's close.
Robert killed him.
Yeah, must have. I can't
They killed him, too.
What?
His hands. They stiffened around Robert's neck. He died that way. Choking him.
He saved my life.
Yes, he realized it all right. Look. There's a smile on his lips.
Precint was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. They rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mystery. Welcome to the shadowy borderlands of the squeaking door, all you hardy adventurers. Into the land of the grisly, ghastly, gruesome, horror, shocking, and monstrous. I mean, Inner Sanctum. Of course, I assume that we're all old friends here, but if by any chance there's a stranger among us, perhaps I should state the purpose for which we are here assembled. Our object is to make your spine tingle and your hair stand on end. That's right. When we're through, you'll discover that a fiend indeed is a fiend indeed.
You stop talking so scary, or folks will tune us off their radio.
Oh, Mary, I'm just trying to scare them into the chill, but they'll have to drink the Lipton tea.
Well, that isn't necessary at all. For a great many years, people have been enjoying Lipton tea without any persuasion from you. That famous Lipton flavor has won the praise of tea experts all over the world. And you know, folks, these experts describe the Lipton flavor by saying that it's brisk. B-R-I-S-K. Now, brisk means that Lipton tea always tastes fresh, full bodied, yes, tangy and vigorous, never flat or wishy-washy. That's why I always say, you don't know how good tea can be till you know how good Lipton is.
And now, friends, let's go from tea to terror. Yes, the title of tonight's story is Terror by Night. It's an original radio play by Emil Temple. Tell me, have you ever been alone in fear? Alone in the night and frightened? But here's Ann Shepard in the role of Linda Dixon to tell us what happened to her.
It was a Friday night, and I think I was already a little nervous as I drove north into the mountains. It was the first day of my vacation. I started from the city early enough to arrive before nightfall, but my car was 6 years old, and it developed motor trouble.
go now, I would guide them through the night with 50 miles more to go. And I'm tired and nervous and irritated. And then I heard that siren in the distance. First I couldn't place it. And then I remembered a state prison somewhere in the cemetery. That meant a prisoner escaped. I reached over and turned on the radio. They were broadcasting an alarm.
Repeat, Morris. So warned to be on the lookout for Lee Hartley, who escaped from the death cell at State Prison at 9:15 p.m. He is 5'10", dark-haired, regular features, no distinguishing marks. Hartley is a confirmed killer. He is believed to be armed. Beware of Hartley. You would rather kill than eat.
He would rather kill than eat. And that man was loose. I stared ahead at the lonely road spinning toward me through the windshield.
It has been established that Hartley was helped to escape from the outside by his sweetheart, Helen Hearn, a red-headed woman just as vicious as Hartley himself. It is thought that Hartley and the Hearn woman may have separated after the escape. All motorists are warned to beware of a dark-haired man and a red-haired woman, alone or together.
My hand was shaking a little as I turned off the radio. I looked in the car mirror and shivered. I too had red hair. There was a storm coming up, and I was driving into it. The night was black, and I felt small and lonely and frightened and calm. Then I saw in the mirror the headlights sweeping up behind me. A car. It had come out of nowhere. It was pulling alongside, cutting down. The car was behind the wheel and it watched the door of the other car and opened. A man sat down. I breathed a sigh of relief. Wait.
Heading to a low base?
Oh, yes, Officer.
Sorry for scared you. We're stopping all cars. Where are you headed for, miss?
Oh, I'm going up to Seven Lakes Hotel. That's the costume. You see, I started out late from the city and I'm heading over to it.
Sure. Can I see your driver's license, please?
Oh, but my driver's license, of course. Here, I have somewhere in my purse. I seem to be over here. He's prisoner, Hartley.
How'd you know about him?
Oh, well, I had the prison siren. Then it came over the radio. About Hartley and his red-haired girlfriend.
Gee, you've got red hair, too.
You don't see I'm that woman.
Have you got license sheets?
Well, I'm sure it's insurance. So many. Oh, here I go. Here's my license.
What time did you say you left the city?
About 5 o'clock.
It's a long time to get this far.
I told you I had motor trouble.
Oh, so good. Okay, Miss Dixon, here's your license. You can go ahead.
Thank you.
Or a motor trouble.
No, the same thing when you're coming from the head. There's heaven.
You want to get that fixed first chance you get?
Yeah. It's late though. All the service stations are closed.
There's one that's open all night about 2 miles up the road.
Oh.
Better stop there. Bill Slater's place. He's a good mechanic. He'll fix you up. Tell him Joe Nesbitt sent you.
Right, thanks, I
Now
will.
listen, Miss Dixon. You be careful. Don't stop to give anyone a lift, man nor woman.
Don't worry, I won't. The night closed in on me again, but I didn't feel quite so nervous, knowing that the trouble was somewhere behind me on the road, and Bill Slater's service station ahead. A few minutes I saw the lights on the service station. I swung into the open space in front of the pump and stopped. The rumbling of thunder and the wet stone moving up back. There was another car, a coupe, parked at the pump. There wasn't anyone in it. And I didn't see any attendant around either. I pressed the horn button. don't know, it's fun. Everything is quiet. Nobody else. I was showing. I had a curious feeling that I was watching. I think it was from the set. Started and one star. There was hope. For a long time I sat behind the wheel, listening until the sound of footsteps stealing up behind the car. There were none, and I could bear it how long I had to get out of the car. I could see what was in that box. I opened the door of the car and sat down on the ground. Anybody in there? No one. I clenched my fist and there on the floor at my feet lay the body of a man. The mechanic's jumper was stained red with blood, and his throat was cut from ear to ear. How long I stood there, I don't know. I was petrified, unable to move, unable to take my eyes from the bloody body. He must have been hiding somewhere upstairs. I've got to get away. The car. My car was running. Another car, a coupe. I could jump into that. Yes. If I could reach that coupe before he comes down. If I was... Too late.
Anything I can do for you, sister?
Yes, if my car won't start, I thought someone here might help me.
Sorry. There doesn't seem to be anybody around. It's my coupe over there. I stopped for gas and no one came out, so I went in.
Did you find anyone?
There isn't a living soul here.
Oh.
You had time.
Oh, no, I'm not.
My name is Taylor. John.
I'm the one.
Last night. Haven't bothered.
I'm going to talk to you. Gentleman's hotel. They were expecting me.
I want to know about that.
What?
Cost $50. Not a coincidence.
I'm sure it is.
Your car won't run. Tell you what, we'll put your baggage in my car and I'll give you a lift to costumes. Set your car in the morning.
Oh, no.
I'll have your bags first.
Please, no, I would rather not. He took my arm. Something that he could take. His hand was strong. It was hard, quickly.
There you are. Slap is a fun.
Drove away into the night, leaving behind us the dead man, the service station.
Well, from where we sit, it looks as if pretty Linda Dixon has gotten herself into an awful jam. And believe me, she's shaking like jelly.
My goodness, that poor girl. I just think this is supposed to be her vacation.
Why, Mary, she's in the country now, isn't she? In fact, it looks to me like she's going back to the soil. Not in much of it.
Oh, dear. Why do you always look on the dark side? Seems to me you're always pessimistic. Of course, lots of folks feel that way at times. Like when they've been working too hard, tired. But you know, I think there's nothing better for that letdown feeling than a good hot cup of milk. The tea with the brisk flavor. That brisk flavor really hurts you up. If you don't work brisk, B-R-I-S-K is just another way of saying that Lipton tea tastes full bodied and vigorous. Yes, tangy and spirited, never flat or wishy-washy. So try Lipton breathers soon, won't you, folks?
Well, now, let's go back and see how pretty little Linda Dixon is making out. All alone in the car with a strange man. But after all, she shouldn't be too scared of him. You've got the fella underneath the fire.
A storm broke a few minutes after we left that game. We drove through sheets of rain. I sat sipped and chill beside the man who covered the outside. He had both hands on the wheel. They stared out through the windshield. My eyes focused on something in the black hand. It was a stain, a small stain. It was white and red. I couldn't recognize it.
What are you looking at?
What? Oh, nothing. Oh, God.
Think I'll turn on the radio. You know there's been a jailbird there. 5'10", very dark hair. Don't be fooled by his pleasant manner. He is a killer by instinct.
I looked at the man beside me.
Helen Hart is a clever and dangerous woman. 5'3", red hair, very pretty.
I caught Taylor looking at me out of the corner of his eye. What are you looking at?
And your hair? It's red.
There was a streak of lightning, and looking out of the rain-swept window, I glimpsed a signpost. The lightning illuminated the sign, and my heart skipped a beat when I saw it. That sign we just passed.
What about it?
Well, it said to house in the hidden. We're going the wrong way. We should be on the Claxton, so none of us can house.
It's funny. Must have taken the wrong turn.
But aren't you going to turn back?
Sure. Whatever you say. Turn right around. Back. Oh, in the ditch.
In the ditch?
It's no good. Budge. Well, looks like we're stuck here tonight. You look scared.
Oh, no. I think I'd better get out and walk past it. There's a house nearby.
Walk in this weather?
Oh, I don't mind the weather, really. I don't.
You can't walk in this storm?
Oh, no, I'm going to try.
Not on your life. Staying right here like it's the car out of the ditch. If tomorrow you walk in this storm.
But I know.
Let's see, where's that flashlight? Not here. Got some tools in the trunk compartment. You stay put. Stay right where you are.
I heard him open the trunk in the back. I listened to further sounds. There was nothing. I didn't hear him moving there. I didn't hear the tools. I had to find out what he was doing. Slowly, carefully, I got my door open. I stepped out into the room and sneakily took the roof. I saw him there, not moving, in front of the open trunk compartment, bending over with his flashlight in his hand. The red light was focused on something curled up inside. It wasn't baggage or tool. It was a woman's body. Then when he saw me, not the flashlight on, not before I caught a glimpse of red hair. Then I must have fainted. tail of the drought. Its face had been staring ahead through the night. It was dark and bleak. The storm was over. Night was quiet.
No. So you're awake again.
I don't feel well.
Is it because of what's in the front compartment?
She's dead.
I told you not to get out of the car.
What are you going to do?
What do you think?
Please.
Sorry, sister. Just to take your medicine.
No.
Don't make any trouble. Try to make it as easy.
They say that when a person loses all hope, subconsciously it's repeating sleep. So that's what happened to me. I must have stolen you or perhaps I think I don't know. But I awoke with the start of the sound of prayer. I sat up straight. Then we stopped and looked at no field stone house. Why are we stopping here?
I'm out of gas.
Oh,
One. One in. I'll do the talking. Is that clear?
yes.
Where's the ground? Oh. Must be awake. The light in the parlor. What do you mean? Dr. Bryce? Yes. Okay. I'm terribly sorry to disturb you, Doctor, but my sister and I were heading for Carstairs and we seem to have gotten lost. And we're out again.
These questions are with brother and sister. Now I know why he hadn't put my clothes at that service station and he was carrying them for protection. I was his passport to the police court. His sister.
I'm afraid I can't be of much help to you. I'm 7 miles from the nearest town. And I haven't any spare gas. Couldn't you just buy? Yes, I think you will. I wonder if I could offer you my hospitality. Well, that would be close on the door. I have 2 rooms and you really no problem. I insist.
I hope the chance to talk to Dr. Bryce alone. Just a word to warn him. But Taylor never left us alone for a minute. He insisted on coming into my room to make sure he said that it was comfortable enough. Then he took the doctor by the arm and went down to him.
Good night, sis. And sweet dreams.
I was alone. Many of the presents John took. I had another reason. I wished my heart pounded. Give us both the chance to retire. Then I kept off my shoes, and in my stocking feet I still crossed the room. An inch, my door opened. Slowly, carefully, I stepped out in the corridor and turned right toward the doctor's room.
What's the matter, sister? You weren't thinking of going anywhere, were you?
I wanted to drink water.
Drink the water. In case you didn't know it, there's a water station.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Good night, sister.
I turned around and went back into my room. With no use. But it took the water Dr. Bryce. Taylor would come to kill us both. I turned out the light in my room. I knew he was watching my chance. Then I lay down in the bed. How long I don't know. Perhaps I slept, perhaps not. But I heard that slight creak as my door began to get stronger. The blood chilled in my veins. Slowly the door came open. My legs fastened, unable to move. Vaguely I saw the outline of the hand the night before, I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. Slowly he came towards the bed. Now he stands over me. He raises the knife. I rolled over on the bed just as the knife slashed out. I rolled off the bed and cowered in the corner. That horrible figure came around the bed after me with a knife. Ray! Help! Somebody help me! All the lights seem to have gone dead in my room. And then, when it was over, I filled at once. In the dark, I strained my eyes to sleep. There was a big shake on the floor. And another moving around the room. Who? Which one was it? Dr. Bryce, is that you?
Nolan, this is Dr. Bryce. Taj. John Taylor.
John Taylor. Standing there at the light switch. And on the floor lay Dr. Bryce unconscious, with a long jet sweet tear.
I had to get him. Underwater fishing.
My eyes turned to Dr. Bryce. Saw the knife still gripped in his right hand.
That's Hartley then. Lee Hartley, the killer.
It was he who came in here with a knife?
I was down the cellar just now. Real Dr. Bryce is down there. This fellow causes Bryce from thinking house.
Then you're not Hartley.
That rich. All the time you thought I was really Hartley. I thought you were held tight. I can't be with you.
But the body of a woman.
That's no thing. This fellow's a killer back at the service station. He left the body in my trunk when I was inside.
That all happened last summer. In time, I think I will manage to get that night before, but it won't be soon. Sometimes when I have even I feel it all confusing, twice poised above my shoulder. And I wake up screaming. Then John takes me in his arms and holds me tight. Tells me that everything's all right. See, I'm Mrs. John Taylor now.
Well, what do you know? A happy ending. As for Mr. Hartley, that pleasant killer, he got what he deserved. Yeah, some people never know when they will off. You should have stayed in jail when they never raise your rent. When they make no charge for meals or for the electric bill. You see, when you're in jail, everything is free. Because you.
You know, Mr. Rose, that's the first happy ending we've had in a long, long time. And I must say I enjoyed it.
Those lovebirds shouldn't have gotten married. But it's a business marriage. Now, when she wakes up screaming from a nightmare, she reaches for her husband instead of a hot cup of the liquor.
Well, I'm glad she has a husband to comfort her. There are plenty of other occasions, Mr. Rose, when Lipton's tea is welcome. And I don't mean just at mealtime tea. Lipton's is grand between meals. And of course, it's the perfect beverage to serve when friends and neighbors drop in to visit you. Yes, I guess that's why more people serve Lipton tea than any other brand.
And now a word of caution to all amateur detectives. They say that if you give a criminal enough rope, he'll hang himself. But if you give some criminals enough rope, they might tie you up. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Puzzle for London by Patrick Precint. Yes, and next week's Inner Sanctum story, directed by Hyman Brown, and brought to you by Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup. Next week's story is about a robbery man who falls in love with a mannequin in a store window. But you, fella wants a real gun. We tries to make a couple money. And what do you know? He finds he has to kill her for her.
tastes just like the chicken noodle soup you make right in your own home. It's economical, too. It costs less and makes more than canned soups. So, folks, don't forget to serve Lipton's Noodle Soup. And don't forget to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum Mystery.
This is CBS, Columbia Broadcasting System.
Introducing a new kind of music. It's called swing and play. And believe me, it's really sensitive. Straight to the camera. But we'll have a special one this year, Mike. All you have to do is tear off the top of a screw and send it to the robotic club. We'll call for it. Mike's Inner Sanctum Mystery. Salt and for my grave. Written by Andrew Shepard. And stars Shauna Howard, Warren Julian, Arnold Moss, and Steve. Are you in the mood for a tale of madness and mystery? Setting for our story tonight is a great old house. Sitting on the crest of the depth of the usually in the sunlight. Now, I drop the top. It's all right. There's a top that will work.
Stephen, wake up. There's someone in the garden. She's not here. Not in the bed. She's left in the land in the middle of the night. They're digging. Someone's still digging in the garden.
in. Sure, darling, wake up. 20. Julia. 10 minutes. That is you. Caroline, I found breakfast house. The glory, Georgia was, but it's breakfast. Never been wrong. You were tight, you were rolling in the sleep. When you asked, why are you looking at my shoes? What is the time?
Maybe you probably the cemetery of
Now listen, look, I'm having Dr. Quest on you this afternoon.
Dr. Cross, you're not going to take me back.
Well, we're getting ready for break. I'll be waiting downstairs. Don't worry. Just call it a bad break.
And I saw the big green. Look at what? I'm standing here. Over there. With your feet. Maybe they covered it up again. everybody. And I know if I'm done, but you have to change your contract when you go to them. Right? That's the way you like it. What do you mean?
Really has a strange idea that we want to kill her.
And I love you too. But really went through pretty strong. Mm-hmm. But never choose. Why do you choose me? If I heard you. Well, I was right. I make sense. We're choosing. Why are you so fucking Stephen, what is it? Caroline. You know,
Very clever.
Jay was right.
stay here overnight. You show up again anyway. Not like Friday night. I don't vouch for it.
Lying to me. I saw you in bed. Why did you go to bed so aggressive? Because you stopped to take care of your medication because you're running wild.
Tonight, your Leslie Playhouse presents Miss Leslie Wood in An Inner Sanctum Mystery. Title, Ghost in the Garden. Our extra Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host, inviting you in through the squeaking door. Come in, join our happy little community. And if you're not very careful, maybe you can stay. It's happened to some of our nicest people, and believe me, they've never regretted it. As they always say, it's a place to rest your bones. Remember, ours is the only community that has no taxes, no housing problems, no inflation, and no politicians. Of course, it might seem a little dead to you, but that's the idea, isn't it? Once we get down to brass tacks, and I do mean the ones that go around the edge of a coffin. Yeah? Well, don't sneer. I've heard better jokes myself, but remember, he who laughs last, laughs best. And brother, when we're in the inner sanctum laugh, we're laughing last. Meet Lord, a nice girl, just 30, had enough worries about.
It was pleasant life at City Tower. It was pleasant being mistress of the huge time-worn house. The little acres to us. And the money being wicked. Oh, it was pleasant being married to Tony, who was very handsome and very gay, and who, they said, had married me to my mother. Well, perhaps he had, but he was fond of me anyway. I'm sure he was, even though he was younger than me. For only a very little while. It was a pleasant life. Until Uncle Edward. Tony had gone out to the village to pick up something or other. I was alone. Tony, the door is open, darling. You know I never locked it. You have a nice time buying things, Tony?
True, my daughter. Tony.
Oh, Uncle Edward.
Yes, but I haven't returned from the grave, my dear.
You still have. Hello, Uncle.
That welcome is very easy to be warmer and still not be overwhelmed. I've been away a long time. Check. Green card is attractive. Did you know what today? Let me get.
You're not going to sell green power.
First, you don't need the money.
Uncle, you can't sell green power.
Fine, of course. But, and who is this Tony?
Tony is my husband.
Really? Well, congratulations. And I think you own Green Tower.
Yes.
Money as well.
Yes. Uncle, Uncle, please.
The president.
Uncle, I've been away a long time. He was not a very good man, however. When I came close to him, I realized he was very full of that. Uncle, he was looking out into the garden for me. While I was behind him, with the old French cooking. Uncle, please.
Now it's no use. No use. Go away. Stop bothering me.
It was quite easy, but I it kept on going into his back until I thought it would never stop. But the handle broke. Uncle Edward's body stiffened for a moment and leaned back and covered his neck to mine. The room was My uncle had come home early. It wasn't very heavy. And he didn't breathe at all, which was nice. I dragged him through the French doors into the soft and darkness of the dark. I hurried, because Tony would be coming home. The ground of his socket, I knew, under the rosebud. It was there that I dug a grave for Uncle. It was there that I buried him. Under the lovely roses that would bloom again, not knowing or caring who lived in it. There was a point of my childhood, a girl when I was 6. Uncle was under the roses, that had taken my stone back. And I was in the room. Yeah. I got it.
Oh, my love.
Oh,
Anything exciting happened while I was away?
no, Tony. No. Nothing ever happened to me. Oh, it's exciting having breakfast and driving home. Mm-hmm. Well, you know, that's what
Oh, what a lovely sight you two made. Darling.
okay, you'll miss yourself.
Well, sorry, your roses were almost as lovely as you are.
I don't much about the way you know that.
And then it's your Uncle Edward.
My uncle, no, no, I suppose that's what I suppose. No, I
My dear, I'm sorry. Not right, dear. But, I'm free, at any rate. I'm trying. Quite paid. I'm not putting up the
Oh, Watson, Uncle Ed.
No? No, I'm going to recognize him anywhere.
Yes, Watson, Uncle Ed.
Well, no, it was an article. Well, I must be the old, eh? So, never mind. So, have I heard if I don't tell you that word? Goodbye, goodbye. Who's,
Oh, well, he is a good
I wouldn't like him.
No, no, didn't have that to be
Yeah, I'm going down the road to the party. What's wrong?
Oh, dear, I suppose I couldn't there.
Ah, good old man. Lots of things coming up.
Lots of them dying.
Hey, Laura.
Yeah?
Well, why don't you do the help?
I put... Oh, it was
Glad you haven't lost it. Right, I thought I noticed you on that.
No, I took it every day.
Well, I'll see you. Bye.
Bye, until later. Oh, hello.
Now, you can mention. Want to let me in?
Well,
Now, let me just think. It's in the old pair of page.
oh, I'm not. There's no
No, no. Until you want to let them,
I'm not ready for it. It's the way to the blood. It's not here. But I would give you one. Oh, well, it must be very awful. Suppose no, I like it. What about anyway? You're out of here. What is going on? That was before you give it to me. They want to have out. Maybe more. And I should be running it on. How much of a nice place to live? But Mr. Taylor, I was trying to get a job. Okay. That's right. It's amazing. As they go on my newly stay home in the West, that is nice. Oh man, please be nice, though. Buy all the drinks you can stand. Yeah, that's one. Good luck. Don't just stand there, look up. That's nice. Put it in the back. No, no. I can't.
Well, you're all here waiting, eh? What's the matter? You brave or something? Oh, you are. Then suppose you crawl out from under that sofa and listen to the tale of Laura, who planted her Uncle Edward under the rose bushes in the garden with her favorite paper knife in his back. A Mr. Frail tried to blackmail her, but one dark night, Mr. Frail lost interest in worldly matters, lying down in the street with a knife in his heart. The next morning, I'm going, Laura. I'm too hungry to wait. Pull the chair and go to work.
All right.
What's the matter?
I'm all right. I know. Tell me what is going to come to.
Hi. They're blooming. I know how you love them. Hey, terrible thing in everybody's name.
Hello?
Man stabbed to death in a drink of about. He was at the village bar, throwing a lot of money around, walked out, somebody was in the one of the restaurants, had a knife.
What do you think?
It's funny, man. Hard to remember. Oh, yeah. That's way. That's funny. Oh, what's wrong?
Oh, no, nothing. I did think that they noticed it in the pivot for overstretch. Oh, well, thank you. I'll go lie down, so I'll maybe not take it.
Yeah, you do that.
Yes, I'm going to do
Laura, stop wondering about this. Got your paper knife back in the thing again?
Oh, no, not yet.
Taking an awful long time. Hope we haven't lost it.
Oh, tell me.
What?
There are no roses in the room, are there? It reminds the odor of roses.
Oh, yeah.
Why?
Well, there is no odor of roses in this room. Laura, are you sure you don't want me to clear this?
No, I'm doing.
I'll be all right. Yeah. Yeah, let me know. Good night.
Good night. I'll be all right. Nobody in it. Nobody at all. There's a pumpkin just as it always is, and the vegetable patch, and the lawn where it's okay, and there are the roses. And all of the rose bushes, a man is standing up and there's
Who's talking about?
no roses.
You're not crazy, Laura. For heaven's sake. I'll be back. Good night.
And I laughed and I laughed. Good, thank you, darling. Put it down. I'll use it. I had a wonderful. No, I think I said you were again. Good. Come out of bed, darling, will you? Come, darling. No, I'm not. Oh, don't. Oh, yes, Tony, here is my husband right here. Take your arms away from me now, Tony. No, 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 yeah. I'm talking about that person who takes me away from me. She's a reason to drive me mad. Tony still uncorrected, didn't you? You were the one in the garden, weren't you? And then when Quail came, you knew about him and you still did it. Everything I had was yours. Why did you have to talk to me and try to drive me crazy? Although it's far enough to be. Thanks for that. Know what that is. Then. Wow. Yes, keep watching. I'm not insane. I can prove it. The case I can prove it. The person I can explain it to you. I'm sorry. Sorry. I don't want to. I don't want to. They won't go away.
That's the end of poor Laura. Who's a handy girl with a paper knife, but who didn't do so well with her spring planting. So it's while I angle down the duty towers to find
Mysteries, brought to you by Bromo Seltzer.
Good evening, friends of the inner sanctum. This is your host, inviting you through the squeaking door for another half hour of gruesome gaiety. Friends, have you heard of a magician who saw his wife in two parts because she was a split personality? Or the wife who slit her husband's throat and asked the court for clemency on the grounds that she was a widow? Mhm. Well, that's the kind of personalities we feature on this program. So listen closely and be sure not to miss one drop of blood.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Death Found, is an original radio drama written by Milton Lewis and stars Richard Whitmark in the role of Rocky. It is presented by the Emerson Drug Company of Baltimore, Maryland, whose registered pharmacists have found that speedy, refreshing relief for the pain of headache, Bromo Seltzer. Remember, Bromo Seltzer is the headache help which, in a recent coast-to-coast representative survey among druggists, was reported to be the leading seller at drugstore fountains by 5 times as many druggists as mentioned any other headache product.
All right, friends. Cradle up the fire, turn the lights low, test out your scream, and we'll let the gore flow. You see? We're going in for poetry tonight, but don't worry. Nobody's going to be murdered in 3 verse. Nice. And in a small, scrubby little park buried among the skyscrapers of a large city, a young man sits on a bench, sullenly sucking a cigarette. He's lost in thought and hardly notices it when someone sits down quietly next to him.
Excuse me. We got a match? Here. Thanks. Keith, you're worried.
Who asked you?
You're worried about money.
Who ain't? It's none of your business, see?
Sure.
Okay, so shut up.
You can't pay for that car. Or the rent.
Yeah. But how'd you know?
You've got a pretty wife.
Yeah.
She likes fine clothes. You can't pay for them.
How do you know so much about them?
Doesn't make any difference. Rocky.
Who told you about them?
Nobody.
Cut it out.
Getting chilly tonight, isn't it?
Who are you?
Don't try to understand it.
Nothing. What are you up to?
Nothing.
How do you know my name? What do you want with me?
Don't be foolish, Rocky.
Quit stalling. I'll let you have it on that kisser.
Don't start talking. Go on. Aren't you, Rocky?
I'm tough and I'm hep, and I want to know your angle. Start spilling.
What are you afraid of, Rocky?
You're smart. You tell me.
Maybe I will sometime. You see, I know what's going to happen.
About what?
About you.
What are you talking about?
The future.
You know what's going to happen to me?
Yes. Right to the end of your life.
Ah, you're nuts.
You can stop worrying about money.
It's nice of you to say so.
Before tonight's over, you'll have $10,000 in cash.
You're loony.
It's waiting for you at home.
Yeah. I bet you think that'll send me running home, huh?
Uh-huh. You're afraid your wife will get that money.
You got something. Dave's too darn good looking to trust. Ah, you're kidding.
You think so?
Nobody can see into the future.
No one but me.
Ah, you're too dead even to talk to. I'm going.
Good night, Rocky.
Good night.
Hello, Slim. This is Babe.
Hey, kid. That's my pal, Rocky.
I don't know and I don't care.
You kidding?
No,
Where is he?
he ain't home yet. So, Slim.
Yep.
You, meant what you told me last time?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'm coming over.
You sure you know what you're doing, babe?
Yeah. I'm fed up with Rocky. I'm fed up with his dump. I'm through. Him and his big talk where he can listen to himself now and see how he likes it.
Okay, babe. I'll be waiting.
I gotta hang up now. I think he's coming in. Goodbye, Slim.
Right.
Hi, Rocky.
Does anybody see you?
No. Who'd you expect?
Nobody. Anyone call?
No.
Any packages come? Anything like that?
No.
What are y'all dressed up for?
I'm going to my mother's.
What?
She's sick.
It looked like he was going to a ball. What do you need the suitcase for?
I told you, my mother's dying, maybe. I gotta stay with her, maybe. Only you're asking a million questions like you didn't trust me to walk around the corner.
If you think you're walking out on me,
What would I want to walk out on you? You treat me like the Queen of Sheba. You give me a different mean coat to wear every day in the week. I didn't lift my hand because my fingers are so heavy with diamonds.
Shut up!
All you can do, stop me. After the wife I've been to, a no-good skunk like you. Me that could have had any guy. I could have been rich.
We're gonna be. I'm gonna get $10,000.
You? $10,000.
Sure.
I'm gonna dime a week. Where you gonna get it?
I don't know.
You don't know.
But a guy in the park told me. He says he can see into the future. He told me.
Told you.
Yeah.
Crazy dumb kid. You going up? What are you looking at?
Okay.
What package?
This. Thank you.
Huh?
You said nothing came.
You know about that?
No.
Well, the janitor must have brought it while I was out.
You did?
Yeah, he does it half the time.
It's got my name on it. Look.
Who said it?
You don't see it.
Why don't you open it?
I don't know.
Scared. What are you scared about?
I ain't.
So what are you handshaking for?
Right, I'll open it. It was a wallet. Hey. Look.
It ain't fake?
No, it's a real thing. Hundreds. Look, 10 up.
Each is a grave.
Each worth 10 yards.
I've never seen a grand bill before. Piece of paper worth a grand.
Get your hands off it.
I never touched no grand before.
Yeah. He was going to your mother's.
Yeah, but I changed my mind.
Did you? She can die without you?
Oh, Rocky. Ain't no way to talk to me. Yeah, you loved you. Gone through so much with you.
Been so broke, I must have been a little nuts. But I ain't nuts now. I got 10 grand. Hello?
Rocky,
Who's this?
the man from the park. Was I right?
Right. I can't believe it. I got...
Did you get the $10,000?
No.
You're lying. You want to hear more about your future, Rocky?
Yeah.
Listen carefully. You're going to die tonight.
Die.
Die. Good night, Rocky.
What's the matter? Who was it?
The guy who said I was going to get the money.
I wasn't going to tell him I got it. Everybody's got their angle. He robbed me or something, sure. Look,
What?
how do I look?
Why? Like you sing something.
Do I look like I was going to die? Do I? Well, I shall.
No, Rocky, no.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Open it.
Why don't you?
Because maybe he meant I was going to get killed. Go on, you open it. Who is it?
No, it's just a sec. Here. It's for you, just like the other one.
Wait. Hey, don't open it.
Oh, maybe it's more dope.
What?
On the floor.
Oh, with it, like.
Who's going to... What's going on here?
I don't know. I don't get it. This is something I can't figure out so easy.
What's the matter?
The middle finger. The tip's gone. I'm going to get the car and I'm going to leave.
I'm going with you.
Why? Because I got the 10 grand.
Rocky, how can you say that? Something queer's going on here tonight. You need me.
Okay, let me get my gun first.
Rocky, why you doing that? Why you digging up that grave?
You better not ask so many questions.
Look, if you tell me I could help you more. You close up like a clam. Drive out here to the cemetery and start digging. You don't shut up.
Okay, all right.
What?
I'll let you know in a minute. As soon as I can open this coffin.
Rocky.
Turn that flashlight on.
Okay.
You want to know why I come here? Take a look in there. You see his right hand? It ain't there.
You are listening to Inner Sanctum, brought to you by Bromo Seltzer. Friends, you know, I get 3 full minutes on a program such as Inner Sanctum to tell you about Bromo Seltzer. But frankly, I don't need 3 minutes. I don't have to go into any great length to tell you what it's like to suffer from a headache. Most everybody knows all too well. And I don't need long to tell you what Bromo Seltzer can do for you either. In fact, Bromo Seltzer's action can be summed up in just 5 words.
Relieve pain of headache fast.
That's it, friends. Bromo Seltzer fights the misery of your headache speedily. And not only that, Bromo Seltzer helps relieve the jangled nerves and upset stomach, which, as you know, can team up with an ordinary headache.
Oh, and Mr. Weiss, I think you should also mention how pleasant Bromo Seltzer is to take. You see, a lot of people are sissies like I am about taking things. And gee, Bromo Seltzer is really refreshing. There's nothing bulky to chew or dry to swallow.
Right, Billy. Which only leaves me to say, folks, next time a headache strikes you, ask at your druggist, fountain, or counter for speedy, refreshing...
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
The Willies are waiting for you. We've got some nice, fine tingles and flesh crawls for you and you and of course you. Well, let's go on with the second half of tonight's grisly goodbye. Well, Rocky had just dug up a body in the graveyard, and he's just told his wife that the corpse had no hand attached to his right arm.
Rocky, you mean that thing that was in the package?
It was his hand.
Are you sure?
Sure. The little finger was cut off.
Stephen Day.
What are you doing?
I'm reading that name on the tombstone. Rocky, who's Stephen Day?
Why do you want to know?
Oh, maybe I can help you.
No,
Oh, what is it?
You mustn't say that.
Give me something you can fight me. First, the guy tells me I'll get 10 grand. I get the 10 grand. Then he tells me I'm going to die, and that hand comes and then he's quick. There's nothing I can do about it except wait to die.
Only you tell me.
Okay, I'll check. That guy, Stephen Dane. We killed him.
We?
He was slim.
Why?
Buddy,
Anybody know?
nobody but you.
The cops.
They picked us up. We didn't have nothing on us. I'm going to die for that thing.
No, you're not.
This is something too big for me. I'm afraid.
Where? Yeah, I see it. It's coming here. Rocky, it's closer.
You ain't gonna get me. Nobody's gonna get me. I don't care what you are. You ain't gonna kill me. You hear me? I'll let you have it.
It's gone now.
Maybe I killed it. Whatever it is, maybe I killed it. What do you think, baby? What do you think?
The phone's ringing.
Yeah.
No, you better
Get away from me. Hello.
Hello, Rocky. Yes. The man in the park.
What do you want now?
I just called to find out if you were still alive.
I'm doing fine. See, I'm doing great. Nothing's gonna happen to me.
Sure, Rocky. I'll call again.
Who are you anyway?
Don't try to understand things that are too much for you, Rocky.
Julie knows. If you call me again, I'll go out and I'll get you. I'll find you somewhere and I'll pump you full of lead. I ain't scared of you or nothing or nobody alive or dead. I'll kill you, I swear I will.
Goodbye, Rocky.
That's him.
Yeah. And you're letting yourself go to pieces.
Don't you worry about me. I'm okay. Hey,
Yeah.
why didn't we find them?
Where?
In the cemetery where the light was. I swear I shot something, but there was nothing.
Why did you come back here?
Where can we go?
With 10 grand? That's a lot of places.
No, you can't run away, not from something like this. I figured I'd come back, see? I'd get ready for it. When it came, I'd be all ready to fight it. That's my angle.
What are you gonna fight?
I don't. Say it, Dick. Tell me again. I'm not gonna die. Tell me again and again and again. Tell me all night I'm not gonna die. Say it.
No.
You said it in the cemetery.
Yeah.
You believe it.
Yeah.
Why'd you change your mind?
That thing on the floor.
That thing. Yeah, get rid of it.
No.
I'll give you 5 grand.
No, I won't
Look.
touch it.
Look, like it wanted to grab me. Like it was. Maybe that's it. What I'm waiting for. Don't you get it, babe? Here I am waiting for something that's going to kill me. Don't you get it? This is it. How can it kill you? How can the other things happen to me? Did I'm going to get it out of here. No, don't touch it. If I touch it, I won't be scared anymore. If I get rid of it, that'll break the curse. I'm going to get it. No, it's like that. It can't hurt me. I ain't scared. It's the hand of the man I killed, and I ain't. Oh, God, if it grabs me, it's gonna get me. Rocky. It started to move, Dave. It started to move.
You don't know what you're saying.
Don't leave.
No, I won't.
Don't leave.
Okay, listen.
Yeah, I'm so scared because we killed him. Don't leave me. I'm scared and I'm gonna die. Don't leave me. When we killed him, I did it only because he was a rich kid and I wanted Bill to set you up right. Don't leave me, Jay. Please. Please don't leave me.
Rocky, I ain't going. Listen, you better get hold of yourself. Go on in there, Rocky. Lie down. Just lie quiet. Go on. Clem, it's Babe.
Still waiting.
Listen, Clem, something's come up.
What?
Rocky's got 10 grand in cash.
That's why you didn't come in.
Now, look, you don't understand. He's blowing his top. He's going crazy.
So what?
So you better get over here.
Why?
I want that 10 grand. I want you to get it.
Get it yourself.
No. You'll do it.
What makes you think so, babe?
Because I know all about Stephen James.
What?
Rocky told me.
I'm coming over.
You bring your gun. I want to get rid of Rocky.
I'll bring it. Goodbye.
Why?
So that's the egg.
Rocky!
I hurt you.
You did?
Every word.
Put the gun away, Rocky. You're making a mistake. Look, I had an angle. I was doing it to help you. Let me explain why I called you. Rocky, don't.
You're behind the
do it.
whole thing. I don't know how you worked it, Dave, but you were after that
Rocky.
10 grand that Slim helped you.
Rocky.
You're no good. You never was it.
Rocky!
Yeah. Still there, Rocky? You hear me, don't you? Yes. But no one will ever hear you again. When the night's over. Yeah? Look, why do you always keep calling up? Why don't you come up yourself? Maybe I will, Rocky. To see you die. Goodbye. Rocky, don't reach Slim. I got you covered. That's a fine way to greet an old pal. Let's say, Dave, let's do it. It shouldn't be so tough to figure out. I ain't sorry, no. She was cheating on you. She wanted to get you 10 grand. You ought to know who got 10 grand. Yeah, I cheat them up. You must be nuts. I wouldn't do nothing to you, Nathan. Rocky, after what we've been through together. Don't you remember that Dane business? I didn't rat on you then. Why should I rat on you now? Because I got 10 grand because somebody's going to kill me. It's you who you're talking about. I ain't taking any chances. And you got reason to kill me. He said it'd happen. I ain't going to let it happen. I ain't going to die. That's your race. Shut up. No. Don't reach. I ain't taking any chances. I told you not to. Why didn't you listen? You were the only man, all right. You got me. The scores even saying you got me. Yeah. It's all coming true. You hear me, Slim? It was because of that kid, Stephen Dean, the one we killed into a hand. I know it. You see it? Oh, I can't see a thing. Oh, I can hardly. Who's there? Who is it? Who came in? That's me, Rocky. That's right, Rocky.
You're not getting away. The gun's empty. Yes, I can't see it. It'll be over in a minute. I just came to watch you die. And I'll get my $10,000 back. Your money? Yes. I had it sent here. You poor, stupid fool. I stood in the apartment next door. I made a little peephole. I watched your little rat mind collapse. I watched you run to the cemetery. I watched you kill your wife and then him. I knew I'd be right in my plans. Like all criminals, you're cowardly, superstitious, vicious. Most stupid. I suppose if you weren't, you wouldn't be a criminal. Who are you? The name is William Dane, the brother of the man you murdered. Police couldn't get you. I did. No, you didn't. I'm still alive. Oh. Rocky? Goodbye. Rocky.
Well, friend. The moral for tonight's medley of murders is taken from the undecipherable handwriting of one of the wisest morons who ever made a dope of himself. The famous Egyptian, Pharaoni, who said, "Don't be afraid to go to sleep because so many people get murdered at night. Just remember, you can be murdered in the daytime, too." Friends, if you're sniffling and sneezing because of a cold, that can make you miserable enough. But
When you have a headache at the same time, you'll feel even more miserable.
yes, when a cold and a headache team up, that's the time to reach for the familiar brew bottle of fast-acting Bromo Seltzer. Of course, Bromo Seltzer does not claim to help the cold itself. You should go to bed and follow your doctor's advice. But Bromo Seltzer relieves the pain of the headache.
And when you have relieved your headache, it's a lot easier to face anything else you're up against. That's why these blessed days, Roma Seltzer is such a friend in need to so many smart folks everywhere.
Yes, Bromo Seltzer is famous for its speedy, pleasant, three-way headache help. Bromo Seltzer relieves the pain of headache, plus the jangled nerves and stomach upset that may team up with it. Caution, use only as directed. If headaches persist or recur, see your doctor. And remember, when you have a cold, don't let headache pain add to your misery. For ordinary headaches, ask for economical Bromo Seltzer at your druggist's fountain or counter. And well, it's time to close that squeaking door for another 7-day rest. Until next week at the same time, when Bromo Seltzer brings you another Inner Sanctum Mystery, directed by Hyman Brown. So, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum Mystery novel is A Halo for Nobody by Henry Kane. Next week's little horror deals with a gal who planted her uncle in the rose bushes and then was terribly surprised at what came up. It's called The Ghost in the Garden. You'll be sure to listen, won't you? Until next Monday, then, good night. Pleasant dreams. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Special record of your own voice. Recording of your voice? Yeah. How much can I get out of it? There's a special long frame with it. Almost 20 minutes. That's it. Here we go. This week, this button starts the recording, speaking the mic. I got it.
Hi, I'm Michelle Shepard, host of Uncover Charmini from CBC Podcasts. Ever since I first covered.
You're listening to Wiretap with Jonathan Goldstein on CBC Radio 1. Today's episode, The Dilemma.
So let me start by asking you, Mike, how do you spell dilemma?
I spell it D-I-L-E-M-N-A. So it would be pronounced dilemma, but it's a silent N, so it's still dilemma. And that's the way I've always spelled it.
This man misspelling the word dilemma is Mike Turner, and if the results of a Google search are any indication, he is among the approximately 1 in 10 people of the English-speaking world who spell it that way, that is, incorrectly, with a silent N, rather than the correct D-I-L-E-M-M-A. Mike runs a website dedicated to the dilemma/dilemma question, and he's discovered that the oddest thing about the prevalence of the incorrect spelling is that for the most part, the dilemma people all remember explicitly being taught to spell it that way when they were kids in school. They somehow go years or even decades never encountering the correct spelling, and only later in life learn the error of their ways, oftentimes by some fluke.
A couple of years ago, I was driving along and I noticed this huge billboard that was advertising a film that just came out, which was called The Dilemma. And I couldn't believe it because it was spelled wrong. It's spelled with 2 M's.
D-I-L-E-M-M-A.
Yeah, which, I mean, I was just like, I just laughed out loud. How could anybody make that huge a spelling mistake?
It's like someone's going to lose their job over that one.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So I went back home and Googled it, and I mean, I couldn't believe that it was spelled with 2 M's. And then I started checking dictionaries, and I was absolutely shocked because in the dictionaries it all said 2 M's.
So it's not like there are 2 acceptable spellings.
No, definitely not. And it's not even been mentioned. I mean, usually when you look up a dictionary, there might be an alternative. Sometimes it'll give you a different spelling for a word. That's never happened. It's always been 2 M's.
Mm-hmm.
So there's actually zero reason why a silent N would be added in. So it's just a complete and utter mystery.
Mike has all sorts of origin theories of how the dilemma spelling became so popular. Maybe it was a mistake in a school textbook that teachers accepted as correct. But if just one textbook is the culprit, why do the cases of miseducation span countries and generations? Or maybe it goes back to some ancient writing that wasn't proofread properly, and that gave way to all this. In fact, there are 200-year-old books that contain the dilemma misspelling. But then why hasn't anyone noticed the discrepancy until now and put a stop to it? For Mike, there's only one theory that comes close to making everything fit.
I mean, it sounds completely crazy, but my favourite theory was put by a guy called Martin Paul that lives in Toronto, and he's heavily into the alternate universes and things like that. So he reckons that we've actually collided universes, and all the people that spell it with the silent N have somehow crossed over into a different universe where it's spelled with a double M.
While this might seem a little far-fetched, it appears to be the only theory that addresses the problem of there being so little intersection between the dilemma and dilemma camps. And if not exactly providing conclusive proof of multiple dimensions, the confusion does seem to point to the hand of an impish, mischievous god. I mean, the dilemma/dilemma question is itself a dilemma. Consider for a moment that the word dilemma comes from the Greek, meaning double proposition, whereby 2 possibilities are on offer, and neither seems quite right to all. I spelled it dilemma my whole life until I was recently corrected by Microsoft Word, writes one 19-year-old student on Mike's online message board. I am absolutely shattered. When I ask Mike why he thinks people have such strong feelings about something so trivial as a spelling mistake, he isn't sure. Maybe it has to do with how difficult it is to unlearn things, or maybe it speaks to how tenuous our construction of reality actually is. In Mike's own case, he says he'll never stop spelling it the way he does. He says that the other way, the right way, just looks wrong. Often in life, the right path can look so similar to the wrong path, a mere M versus N kind of difference, that we can't always easily see what's right. That, of course, is the dilemma, the not quite knowing, and it is a burden we must all shoulder alone. That is, until today. So I'm here in the studio with Gabe Delahaye and Jane Marie. Hello.
Hi.
And Gabe, you used to write a column for Gawker called The Unethicist, where you'd offer people advice on how to solve their ethical dilemmas. So I imagine you think of yourself as pretty good at giving advice?
I think I give it a lot. Whether or not I'm really good at giving it a lot. Like, I recently had to catch myself at a party where I was giving someone like so much advice that they had clearly not asked for, like, and they just wanted to be at a party. And I was like, I think you should really consider therapy. And I was like, I think I just want to have fun at this party. So I do give a lot of advice.
And Jane, who's also a friend of Gabe's, you're also known as someone who gives a lot of advice. You've written for Elle and Cosmopolitan, and you write a beauty advice column for Rookie magazine. Why do you think you're someone people turn to for advice?
I think it's just my tone of delivery. It's not that I know anything, but I sound authoritative, and it's fun to give advice. So it's really fun to tell people what you think about stuff. I don't know. People trust me for some crazy reason, and I try not to abuse that power.
And use it for good and not evil.
Yeah.
Okay, so a little while ago, we set up a moral dilemma helpline where listeners to our show were asked to call in with their ethical quandaries. And today we brought you into the studio to help us respond to some of those calls. Sound good?
Yes.
Totally.
So here we go. We'll play you the first phone message.
Hi, it's Sally calling from Edmonton, and my dilemma is my beekeeping mentor doesn't manage to keep his bees alive, and he wants me to give him some of my bees that thrive. And I don't want to give him any of my bees because I don't like how he works with his bees and they always die. But I've helped me otherwise, just in terms of me understanding beekeeping. It's a big dilemma. Thanks, bye.
Save those bees.
Don't give him no bees.
Don't give him the bees.
Don't give him any bees.
Take both of your bees.
I feel very suspect of anyone who opens a relationship by being like, I will mentor you and help you, and then immediately,
and now you're gonna help
immediately
me.
turns it around into now you owe me this thing because I've helped you and I'm a mess up and I need your help, so give me something. I would just get out of there.
Friends don't take friends' bees.
Friends don't take friends' bees at all.
If I had a dog and I couldn't keep my dog alive, and then Gabe has a really awesome dog, I wouldn't say, Gabe, and now you have to give me your dog because I've been a friend to you.
I would give you my dog, but keep your bees, man. And that's a lesson for everyone.
Yeah.
Keep your bees.
Okay, let's move on to the next one.
Hi, my name is Brett, and my dilemma concerns kale. I have a neighbor who grows kale in a garden in the front yard. I don't know this person. I just walk by the garden every day. And they are letting their kale grow and flower, which means it's going to taste terrible. Now, I think somebody should actually get to enjoy this kale the way it's supposed to actually taste. When I had a garden, I grew kale, so I know when to clip it. So my moral dilemma is, should I clip this kale and eat it myself? I keep going back and forth on this. I don't want to do it in broad daylight. I'd have to wait until after dark. But is it more important that I honor their territorial integrity, or that I enjoy this kale, or perhaps make it for dinner of some kind? Thank you.
Just go knock on their door and talk to your neighbors.
Yeah, just ask them for the kale, or let it go. It's not that big of a deal. It's
It's
kale.
not your kale.
It's
But
just kale.
also, kale's pretty looking when it flowers, so maybe they like it decorative. But you should just knock on the door and be like, "Are you guys trying to have decorative kale here, or are you trying to cook with this kale? Because I know a few things about kale. I'm your neighbor. My name is Mr. Know-It-All, kale fan."
Also, any question where the two options are, should I do nothing or should I sneak around in the middle of the night and
break the
steal
law.
something?
Yeah.
The answer is do nothing. Like if those are your only two options, do nothing.
But there's a third option, which is get to know your neighbors and say hello. Bring them a loaf of your beautiful kale bread that you made, and say, "Hey, I'm a kale artist."
But also, like, mind your own business. Why are you getting so bent out of shape about kale?
It is food, and it's going to waste.
Disgusting.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Just talk to your neighbors.
Just talk to your neighbors, man.
Okay, great.
Not really.
Let's move to the next one.
Hi, my name is Wendy. Here is the deal. It's about a fur coat. A very old fur coat. In fact, it's from the 70s when such things were the norm. I would love to have it restyled to wear again, to bring it out of the closet, so to speak. But I'm conflicted, and I don't know. I need your advice. Is it, again, acceptable to wear fur? I mean, think of all the people who wear leather shoes or carry leather purses. And what about the fur trim on all those trendy and expensive Canada Goose parkas? Is it wrong to want to wear a fur coat? I need your help. What say you, Wiretap?
Jane, Gabe, what say you?
I think if you feel weird about it and you have to call into a radio show and ask if you should wear it, then you don't want to really be wearing it.
Yeah.
The best compass is your gut, you know? Like if your gut is saying, something about this is making me feel nervous, and I feel like I need to come up with some justifications or whatever, it's just a lot easier just to wear a fake fur coat.
But is it worse for the animal that died for the coat to have that coat just sit in the closet rather than at least be worn by someone and enjoyed?
I think they're dead. They're dead. And especially if it was made in the 70s.
They're
Even those ghosts
really
are probably
dead.
dead by now.
Yeah.
So now you got to make your own decisions. Those animals are not around to help you make your decisions.
She could also use it as a bedspread, and then only certain special people would see her fur coat.
In 2017, it felt like drugs were everywhere in the news. So I started a podcast called On Drugs. We covered a lot of
I
ground.
don't even know if I like that guy.
On Drugs is available.
Chili. And in the Midwest, chili is the nectar of the gods. But anyway, here's the moral dilemma. I knew in advance this chili parlor that's been in business for 4 decades was going to close rather suddenly. And so I went on the day of the closure and I bought a substantial amount. Well, I had made the mistake of telling my mom that I may have some chili with her name on it. And then I made the mistake of telling one of my new good friends that I was able to give him some chili too. So my moral dilemma is, do I keep my word and give all those people chili, which at this point for me, would I get 0? Or do I have to say a beastly entity came and stole the chili and sorry, Mom. Anyway, any kind of help you could give me, have a great day. Thanks.
Give your mom some chili, man. If you told people that you were going to give them chili, I don't know, why don't you just be a good person and give them what you promised them?
What I would do, take the 2 tiny servings of chili that you have. 2 servings, he really only went and bought 2 servings.
He said he bought so much chili, and now I promised 2 people chili, and I have no chili. How much chili is a lot?
I would just take some chili beans and a can of crushed tomatoes and then add them to the chili, and then I have twice as much chili.
You chop the chili.
I chop the chili. I cut the chili with some beans and tomatoes.
That's like the opposite of Solomon's wisdom about cutting the baby in half. That's kind of like adding more baby to the baby.
But also, who eats chili all like by themselves at home? You have a chili party.
I've eaten chili by myself.
You make a whole pot of chili and eat it by yourself.
Do you want me to embarrass myself?
Yes.
On the national radio? Yeah, I've definitely made chili at home by myself and eaten it by myself. So there we go. That's a little bit about me.
Okay, great. Let's move to the next one.
Hello, my name is Kevin. I have been tapped for jury duty at the federal grand jury. It's 18 months, 2 days a week. I feel very conflicted about whether I should try and get out of it or not. I feel like I'd be a really good juror and I want to do my civic duty, but like 18 months, yeah, it's intense. Please help. Thanks.
I guess I don't understand the consequences of 2 days a week. How intense is that? That's like a cake decorating class level of commitment.
For a year and a half?
Decorating class.
You know, like a real pastry class.
18 months of
Yeah,
pastry
you can go to
class?
Le Cordon Bleu for like a year and a half.
Well, you
yeah.
can go to the Cordon Bleu for 40 years if you want, probably.
Okay, I meant.
If you can somehow manage to double up some like vocational training
I
and
just
jury
meant
duty.
like the 18 months is a finite. It's like gonna be fine.
Also, this guy said he thinks he'd be a good juror.
So we should do it.
So just do it.
Please.
Come on. We all need you to do it.
I think it would be fun.
Yeah, me too. I'll do it. I'll tell them I'll do it.
Okay, I think we have time for one last message. Here we go.
Hi, my name is Ashlyn Jordan, and I'm 18, and I have a moral dilemma. My boyfriend lied to me for 6 months about having cancer, and I'm just not sure how to forgive him or move on or be his friend. And he pretended to have cancer. He didn't have cancer at all. He kind of told me he did for a really long time, 6 months, and then he did fake treatments, and he went to all kinds of radiation treatments. So I really need help. Thank you. Bye.
She has to get on top of this right now. I can't imagine what will happen in her future if she's like okay with being treated that way.
Yeah, lying is unacceptable.
To manipulate someone into feeling sorry for you or whatever he was doing.
So do you think this requires maybe an immediate intervention? We have Ashling's phone number. We could try calling her up right now. Maybe you could talk directly to her.
We need to call her.
Immediately.
We gotta get on top of this.
Get her on the phone.
Okay, let's dial her up.
Hello?
Is this Ashling?
Yes.
Hi, Ashling. This is Jonathan Goldstein speaking.
Hi, nice to talk to you.
Yeah, it's nice to talk to you. So I'm here with Gabe and Jane, who are helping me with the Moral Dilemma helpline calls.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
We were just listening to your phone message.
Awesome.
How you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good. I'm really sorry that happened to you.
It's okay. It's no one's fault but my own for believing the lie and the person who told it.
No, it's his fault. It's 100% his fault. It's really 100% his fault. Where are you at with it now?
Well, we were kind of dating, and so obviously we're not dating anymore. I still talk to him because it's really hard to let go of a 10-year friendship. Because I'm a bad person at letting go. I don't do that well. I still talk to him. I'm pretty emotionally distraught over the whole thing.
How does it feel when you talk to him? Like, does it feel good to talk to him, or does it just feel like what you should be doing?
It kind of just feels like I should be doing it. Like, it doesn't necessarily feel good anymore.
I think you shouldn't talk to him anymore. And I know it's really, really hard, and 10 years is a long time, and especially when you love somebody. But I think you need to, here's from an old lady's perspective.
Very old.
Yeah, very old. with many lying ex-boyfriends in the past. Start practicing now, saying no to this stuff and distancing yourself from people like that.
And if I can add one thing, I also would recommend not taking any of the blame for any of it, and not just feeling like you're at fault for believing the lying part, but also, like you said, that you are bad at letting go. Well, letting go is really hard, and that doesn't mean that you're bad at it or that it's something that like other people have. Like, everyone's bad at letting go, and similarly, I think you should continue to, as best you can, live your life as if this didn't happen, in the sense that you should expect that people won't do this.
Yeah.
Like, you should. I don't think that you should think that what he did was in any way, and that sort of that ties into the not blaming yourself for it. Is like, you were correct to be a good friend or a good girlfriend and be worried about him, because you were correct to assume no one would do something horrible like that. And just because this jerk did, A, get rid of him, and then B, don't like get all guarded up because you're worried that this is how everyone is, because they're not.
Oh no, I know everyone's not like this, and it was that's what's so alarming about it, is because I was told multiple times that everything he said to me sounded like a lie, and I stood by him and I stood up for him because I genuinely believed he would never do something like this to me. Mm-hmm. And so when when the truth came out and when he was like, yeah, you know what, I did lie to you about having cancer, it tore my reality apart.
I think you gotta disconnect from this guy completely.
Yeah.
Because he broke the rules.
Yeah.
And you don't get to keep having a great friend like you when you break the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry.
I will stop talking to him because I've had a lot of people tell me that, but it's very, very difficult to do.
It is really, really hard.
Really hard.
And we know, but you wouldn't let your girlfriends do this.
That's the thing, is I wouldn't want any of my friends to stick around through it, but I'm still staying.
Be a good friend to yourself and hold yourself to that standard, you know?
Okay.
And don't worry about annoying your other friends with having to reach out to them when you would have reached out to him, you know? Just divert that energy to someone who's worthwhile.
Mm-hmm.
You can call me. You can email me if you want.
Call Jane.
I'm
I have
around.
Jane's number.
Thank you. I probably will.
I'm here.
Hold on, I want to write down your email, but I'm pulling out a lollipop instead of a pen. Hold on one moment. All I have is lollipops.
You know what? We'll just call you back after and put you guys in touch.
Awesome. Thank you very, very much. And you guys have been so helpful.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck, Ashlyn, and thank you for calling in.
Take care and have a good day. And God bless you guys.
too.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Oh man, good job, you guys.
All I have is lollipops. It's my favorite thing I've heard in a really long time.
That was so beautiful. Thank you guys for coming in today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Hello?
Howard?
Yeah, what's up?
What are you doing?
I'm drinking a smoothie.
Okay, Howard. Can you put it down for a moment? I wanted to ask you some questions, game show style, and you're going to do your best to answer them.
Okay, game show style.
We're going to do kind of like a morality quiz show.
All right.
Okay, here we go. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's start the music. Okay, you're on a train speeding towards 5 people. If you flip a switch, the train will divert to a track killing only 1 person. Do you flip the switch or do nothing?
I just jump off the train and then just avoid the responsibility 100%. That would be my option. I will jump off the train. Next question.
What's worse, 1 starving puppy or 20 starving pigeons?
I would feed 20 pigeons to the starving puppy. I've eaten pigeon. It's pigeon. In Italian, it's pigeon.
The bank accidentally deposits $10,000 into your account. Do you report it or spend it?
Yes. Well, the bank put $10,000 in my account.
But you know that it was obviously an accident.
Why would I assume it's an accident? Maybe the bank wants to give me $10,000.
Why would they give you $10,000?
Did they give away free pens? Give away free checkbooks? So why would they put the money in?
You are trying to reserve the seat next to you on the train, hoping the attractive woman getting on will ask for it. An old lady asks first. Do you tell her it's taken?
With the trick question, maybe the old lady may be the attractive lady.
Someone you don't really like invites you out to an expensive meal, their treat. Do you go just for the meal?
Your treat.
Their treat.
Wait, you're inviting me to an expensive meal and you're paying for it.
Well, how do I figure into this thing?
Oh, did you say it was you?
No, I never said that it was me.
You're not the finest person on earth, but boy, you paid a good check.
Someone has left a very fancy-looking umbrella in the lost and found at your work. It has been there a week. Do you take it home?
I live off the lost and found. I go down to where you work now. Everything I get is from the lost.
Is that true?
The lost and found box is like my wardrobe.
Yeah, I think you're forgetting the found part of the lost and found.
It was lost, and I found it. You never specify.
Okay, you're playing tennis with your boss for the first time. You're winning, and your boss is getting angry. Do you let him win?
I don't really look good in tennis shorts. Next question.
You're working at a restaurant and you drop someone's order on the floor. Your shift is ending in 2 minutes and you don't have time to make them a new order. What do you do?
A little bit of gum, a little bit of hair. Because fancy French name like Pigeon Supreme or something like that.
Okay, so now it's time for the bonus round. I'm going to give you one last scenario and I'm going to give you 1 minute to explain how you would handle the situation. Bonus round. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. A pregnant woman leading a group of 5 people out of a cave on a coast is stuck in the mouth of the cave. In a short time, high tide will be upon them, and unless she is unstuck, they will all be drowned except for the woman, whose head is out of the cave. Fortunately, someone has with him a stick of dynamite. There seems to be no way to get the pregnant woman loose without using the dynamite, which will inevitably kill her, but if they do not use it, everyone else will drown. And cue the timer.
I like to know what kind of sociopath could conceive of questions like this.
That isn't a part of this.
You deign to question my morality when the questions that you come up with are so depraved, are so twisted and sick.
It's just a thought experiment. They're not real.
A pregnant woman yet.
Okay, Howard, you've got 30 seconds
Well,
left.
clearly, I would induce birth, and then the lady's belly would go down, and then she'd be unstuck, and we'd all just swim to safety. Then we all get back to land, and we're all hailed as heroes and survivors. And then I take my survivor money, and I go and I get you to see a shrink for the sick questions you come up with, trying to make me look bad when you are the sociopath.
Okay, in time.
And what are we all doing in the cave in the first place? With a pregnant woman yet?
Okay, Howard, I said time is
like
up.
you're some god in Olympus.
Howard, it's
Pawns
over.
there to play with, honey. Your little game. You don't care about mortal Zeus? Who are you?
All right, Howard.
We are.
On Wiretap today, you heard Howard Chakwitz and Mike Turner, whose website can be explored at dilemna.info. You also heard Jane Marie and Gabe Delahaye. Special thanks to Martin Paul and to everyone who called in to our Moral Dilemma Helpline. To hear an extended version of our helpline segment, visit cbc.ca/wiretap. Wiretap is produced by Mira Bergman-Tonic, Crystal Duhane, and me, Jonathan Goldstein.
For more CBC podcasts, go to cbc.ca/podcasts.
Throughout the 1980s, a strange phenomenon was sweeping North America.
They were in a panic. And like people in a panic,
podcast.
I'm Jonathan Goldstein, and you're listening to Wiretap on CBC Radio 1. Today's episode, I Can't Hear You, Eileen, the best of Season 10.
Misconnection. Man for woman. The Q train. I saw you on the Manhattan-bound Brooklyn Q train. I was wearing a blue striped t-shirt and a pair of maroon pants. You were wearing a vintage red skirt and a smart white blouse. We both wore glasses. You got on at the call and sat across from me. We made eye contact briefly. I fell in love with you a little bit, in that stupid way where you completely make up a fictional version of the person you're looking at and fall in love with that person. But still, I think there was something there. Several times we looked at each other and then looked away. I tried to think of something to say to you, maybe pretend I didn't know where I was going and ask you for directions, or say something nice about your boot-shaped earrings, or just say, hot day. It all seemed so stupid. At one point, I caught you staring at me, and you immediately averted your eyes. You pulled a book out of your bag and started reading it. A biography of Lyndon Johnson. But I noticed you never once turned a page. My stop was Union Square, but at Union Square, I decided to stay on. Rational.
My location. Okay, it is 2:21 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Saturday, January 11th, 2025. Nerd Squad, it doesn't appear there's any sort of delay. This is a consensual recording of Miss Dick Quinn pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigations. Be advised, I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I'm an informant since the last week of June. Now I'm going to go over the same script I've been going over for all of these videos. But before I go over the video, I need to relay the following. On January 6th, the woman upstairs in Unit 207 was overheard saying she's under duress, being ordered by someone inside the unit to illegally detain me, which has been a premeditated plan for over a year. They have stated that they have plans for every day between January 9th and the 15th, including yesterday, which they followed through with, this weekend and Monday and Tuesday. Around 5 p.m. on January 10th, last night, a woman facing multiple felony charges, including kidnapping, who hasn't had possession of my sons, was upstairs bragging about another fraud she and her co-conspirators had committed. Then around 9:28 p.m. on January 10th, while the individuals in Unit 207 were expressing glee and excitement, someone at their behest stopped me outside, taking photos before committing ADA violations roughly 10 minutes later. This individual was also taking photos before knocking. The door remained closed as it has for over a week. The FBI has indicated that those going to prison for the longest have about 1 week left of thinking they're getting away with their crimes. Whatever plans some of them had for January 16th to 18th have already been sabotaged. These plans may involve co-conspirators beyond Unit 207.
Rationalizing that I could just as easily transfer to the 7 at 42nd Street, but then I didn't get off at 42nd Street either. You must have missed your stop as well, because when we got all the way to the end of the line, we both just sat there in the car, waiting. I cocked my head at you inquisitively. You shrugged and held up your book as if that was the reason you'd missed your stop. Still, I said nothing. We took the train all the way back down through Astoria, across the East River, weaving through Midtown, from Times Square to Herald Square to Union Square, under Soho and Chinatown, up across the bridge, back into Brooklyn, past Barclays and Prospect Park, past Flatbush and Midwood and Sheepshead Bay, all the way to Coney Island. And when we got to Coney Island, I knew I had to say something. Still, I said nothing. And so we went back up and down the queue line over and over. We caught the rush hour crowds and then saw them thin out again. We watched the sun set over Manhattan as we crossed the East River. I gave myself deadlines. I'll talk to her before Newkirk. I'll talk to her before Canal. Still, I remained silent. For months, we sat on the train saying nothing to each other. We survived on bags of Skittles sold to us by kids raising money for their basketball teams. We must have heard a million mariachi bands, had our faces nearly kicked in by 100,000 breakdancers. I gave money to the beggars until I ran out of singles. When the train went above ground, I'd get text messages and voicemails. Where are you? What happened? Are you okay? Until my phone ran out of battery. I'll talk to her before daybreak. I'll talk to her before Tuesday. The longer I waited, the harder it got. What could I possibly say to you now? Now that we've passed this same station for the 100th time. Maybe if I could go back to the first time the queue switched over to the local R line for the weekend, I could have said, well, this is inconvenient. I couldn't very well say it now, could I? I would kick myself for days after every time you sneezed. Why hadn't I said bless you? A tiny gesture could have been enough to pivot us into a conversation. But here in stupid silence, still we sat. There were nights when we were the only two souls in the car, perhaps even on the whole train. And even then I felt self-conscious about bothering you. Yeah, she's still reading her book, I thought. She doesn't want to talk to me. Still, there were moments when I felt a connection. Someone would shout something crazy about Jesus and we'd immediately look at each other to register our reactions. A couple of teenagers would exit, holding hands, and we'd both think, young love.
For 60 years, we sat in that car, just barely pretending not to notice each other. I got to know you so well, if only peripherally. I memorized the folds of your body, the contours of your face, the patterns of your breath. I saw you cry once after you glanced at a neighbor's newspaper. I wondered if you were crying about something specific, or just a general passage of time. So unnoticeable, until suddenly noticeable. I wanted to comfort you, wrap my arms around you, assure you I knew everything would be fine. But it felt too familiar. I stayed glued to my seat. One day, in the middle of the afternoon, you stood up as the train pulled into Queensborough Plaza. It was difficult for you, this simple task of standing up. You hadn't done it in 60 years. Holding onto the rails, you managed to get yourself to the door. You hesitated briefly there, perhaps waiting for me to say something, giving me one last chance to stop you. But rather than spit out a lifetime of suppressed, almost conversations, I said nothing, and I watched you slip out between the closing sliding doors. It took me a few more stops before I realized you were really gone. I kept waiting for you to re-enter the subway car, sit down next to me, rest your head on my shoulder. Nothing would be said. Nothing would need to be said. When the train returned to Queensborough Plaza, I craned my neck as we entered the station. Perhaps you were there, on the platform, still waiting. Perhaps I would see you, smiling and bright, your long gray hair waving in the wind from the oncoming train. But no, you were gone. And I realized, most likely, I would never see you again. And I thought about how amazing it is that you can know somebody for 60 years and yet still not really know that person at all. I stayed on the train until it got to Union Square, at which point I got off and transferred to the L.
If it was the very last minute of the universe, how would you want to spend it?
I'll let your mother go first.
Being with my family and everybody happy and healthy and getting along and being well.
Keeping in mind the universe is coming to an end.
Well, still I would want that.
Yeah?
Yeah. I would just like to at least go happy.
Even if it was only going to be for a minute, you would want that minute to be good.
Yes.
Dad, what do you...
I like nice music playing. I like to be at peace. I'd like to know that the end is coming, but I'm going to accept it.
What kind of music?
Doo-wop music.
No, not for me.
You'd want to have doo-wop music, Mom?
And rock and roll, yeah.
Not doo-wop.
Well, but let's say you have to agree on the music with Dad.
Yeah, I could compromise.
I'd like to hear, when you walk out the door, I don't need you anymore. Forget that song.
Maybe you're thinking of the disco song, I Will Survive?
Yes, that's it.
Oh.
I couldn't think of it. It was driving me crazy for a week. I will survive.
That's kind of a funny song to go out on.
Isn't it kind of a woman's movement kind of song?
I don't care. I just like it.
That's what I see.
Don't look too deep.
But I mean, the lyrics are I will survive, and it's kind of about not surviving. It's about the end of everything.
You know what, Jonathan? I don't care about the lyrics. I just care about the beat and the music, and I just feel like dancing. We're rock around the clock tonight. We're going to rock.
This is what I want to hear my last in this minute.
Oh, yeah, I want to go out dancing.
No. I want to hear Chicago,
Yeah, that's okay.
Stevie Wonder, stuff like that. Beautiful stuff.
Okay, hang on a second. I think maybe you're both not appreciating the gravity of the situation, though. You know, I mean, this would be the end of everything.
Well, what can I do, John?
I still want to hear what I enjoy. You know what I like? Backstreet Boys,
But you don't think that the situation would call for a little gravitas, maybe?
Like Beethoven?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Mass in B minor by Bach?
I want to dance. We could sing celebration, but come on.
Yeah.
We're going to have a good time. We're going to have some fun.
Welcome to your personal navigation system. Head southwest on Bay Street towards Albert Street. At the next light, make a right onto Hampton Street. Merge into the right lane behind the minivan with the family that doesn't fall asleep in front of the TV alone every night. Turn right onto Allen Road. Continue on Allen Road for 1 kilometer. Do not picture your ex-husband Alan. Do not picture him sleeping with his yoga instructor during your honeymoon in Acapulco.
Hey, podcast fans, want to see one of your favorite shows
Just
live?
imagine
Giggly
your
Squad,
honeymooning
raw
in
and hilarious.
Acapulco and then you
Don't
catch
miss your
your
chance to
spouse
catch them live on
fucking the
Nordstrom
YouTube.
Rack stores now.
How did I not know Rack has Adidas?
Not even jealous of my
Please note this episode contains details of abuse that some listeners may find disturbing.
That's probably not an episode to share with your little ones on the way to school.
Most definitely not.
My parents have drugged me before. This is a pattern in their extended family. People drug each other. Like, they'll put something in your drink. They'll find a way to sedate you. And that's how they were able to abuse me later in life, when I was old enough to understand what was going on.
Welcome to Was I in a Cult? I'm your host, Liz Iacusi.
And I'm also your host, Tyler Meeson.
So you're my co-host.
No, you're my co-host, Liz.
Oh, of course, white man. My apologies.
Yeah, that's a good girl.
I kindly submit to the white man.
Everybody knows who wears the pants in this co-hosting relationship.
It's Chandler, our magical editor,
Mhm.
who makes us sound smart.
Yeah. Me anyways. Okay, Liz. Today we're talking to whom?
Her name is Ariel Kashanchi.
Okay, and what cult was she in?
Well, Tyler, I'm going to let you figure that one out for yourself. Tell us your story, Ariel.
My name is Ariel Kashanchi. I am a stand-up comedian and writer in Los Angeles. I'm very funny. I'm funny because of my trauma. My parents really, they gave me all the tools I needed to be successful in entertainment. They gave me a terrible backstory that's interesting. It was almost like growing up in a reality show. My family is Persian Jewish. I was born in Iran between 1978 to 82. I don't have a birth certificate, and legally I have 2 different birthdays, different years, different months. I actually think that I may be living under someone else's identity.
Okay, so she's the female Jason Bourne. Great. Ariel is already way cooler than the both of us.
Yeah, well, the bar isn't set very high on that one.
Oh, please. I come through dripping.
What? Where did you learn that?
I come through dripping.
Like you're out of the pool?
And I'm just like dripping and cool.
There are pictures of me the day that I was born, but they're two different babies that don't look the same. Two completely different babies. I wonder if maybe I had a twin brother who died. I don't know the truth. Ariel is not even my real name. I renamed myself. My first name is Ozida, which means freedom, which is kind of ironic because I never had any.
Okay, so she was in some kind of Persian Jewish cult in Iran.
Patience, Tyler. Patience.
In Iran, my grandfather was second in command to the Communist Party, and we had to leave the country. And so we escaped Iran in the middle of the night on horseback. 3 days on horseback through ravines. I was 18 months old when we left. I was a baby. That's how everything started for me. I'm a political refugee.
Ah, so it was a communist cult, like the Persian equivalent of a Stalin regime.
You don't know what the word patience means, do you? You just don't really get it, do you?
Just tell me.
Tyler, let's just say it's not your typical cult.
I was 2 years old. My mother would take cotton balls, dip them in hydrogen peroxide, run it through my hair, put me in the sun for hours. So I had this waist-length curly hair that was being bleached, this weird orange color. I hated it. And it was just like that was part of life. I had to suck it up and go lay in the sun with the peroxide, let my eyes burn, let my scalp burn until my hair was sufficiently blonde. I think that my mother saw me more as a toy that was given to her as opposed to a human life that she was responsible for.
And like many fake blondes before her, present company included, Ariel and her family moved to Los Angeles when she was still a child.
Ah, so it's an LA-based cult.
I guess you could say that. At this point, Ariel had a little sister as well.
There's 4 of us living in a 1-bedroom. My parents would sleep on a bed, and my sister and I would sleep on the floor in their bedroom.
Ooh, so her entire family shared 1 bedroom.
In Van Nuys, California, no less.
My parents told me that they changed my birthday so that I could start school sooner. It's the only existence that I know, being a child that's lying about their age.
All right, so she was forced to share a bedroom with her parents. She doesn't know her real birthday. Thinks perhaps she's been living under someone else's identity her whole life, and also she's forced to lie about her age. So when exactly does she get sucked into this cult?
A watched pot never boils, Tyler.
I don't know if that cliche is actually true.
I think if you watch it, it never boils.
No, it does. Science says it actually will boil at some point, so that doesn't really work.
Stop mansplaining me.
My mother was a liar. She used to do this thing. My sister and I would be playing with our toys, and all of a sudden, my mother would pretend to drop dead. She would literally pretend to fall, close her eyes, not speak, hold her breath, and wouldn't move. We knew how to call 911. She waited till we got on the phone, and then she would open her eyes and say, I was just taking a nap.
Ooh, a little sociopathic, wouldn't you say?
And her father wasn't much better.
He's really dumb. He's not articulate. He's openly a pervert. He would ogle women in front of us. It was disgusting.
All right, enough backstory and setup, please, Liz. Can we get to the cult part already?
Oh, but Tyler, we're already there.
I had to follow the rules. And the rules were obey, obey, obey. Always be obedient. I always thought that following every rule precisely, rules that my mother gave me, not rules from the outside world, that would make me lovable. If I'm not following the rules, I'm not going to receive love. It was conditional. I was taught that the outside world was a scary place and that everybody was beneath us. I was always in fear. I never felt safe. There was a lot of gaslighting. So I just learned to not trust myself. I learned to not trust my memories. I learned to just only believe what my mother said, even though I knew she was a liar. She always wanted me to feel guilty. So I grew up with that guilt. And then I was always looking for validation from her.
No way. The cult was her actual family.
And her mother, the leader. That was my cult leader.
Cults are not limited to religious movements or political groups or self-help organizations.
And once you understand the psychology of what constitutes the making of a cult,
You'd realize that cults are way more ubiquitous than we ever imagined. They're everywhere.
there's one behind you now.
You open your underwear drawer and you make joining a fucking cult, okay?
Don't pick up the mail because you will be in a cult.
It wasn't a traditional cult, but there was brainwashing, there was isolation, there was manipulation and mind games. My mother was the leader of the cult. My father was he was her right-hand man, another cult member that would go along with it.
And what exactly he would just go along with? Well, it leaves you at a loss for words.
You know, Liz, all parents are a little bit strange, right?
For sure. I mean, my dad wears earplugs to dinner and pronounces vegetable phonetically and comfortable phonetically. He also says, at any rate, whenever he tells a story. So, yes.
Pedestrian strange. That's probably C- strange for parents. But Ariel's parents weren't just odd. They were dangerous.
I went through life being raised by two people that I could not trust.
And that mistrust followed her straight into adulthood.
I don't trust anyone. With every interaction, with everyone I meet, I'm trying to figure out what the agenda is. It's exhausting. And being in the entertainment industry, that really makes it even worse. It really attracts a lot of narcissists and just gross people overall.
Like us, Tyler.
Guilty.
Well, less the narcissistic part and more just the gross part.
Oh.
Well, you, anyway.
Well, thanks, Liz. Hey, do you think our audience knows that we just...
hate each other?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
We would sometimes have family that moved from Israel and they would stay with us for months at a time. So it was a lot of people in a one-bedroom apartment in Van Nuys. When other people were there, it was fun. My parents had to behave. When they weren't behaving, they would abuse us. Every form of abuse. Physical, sexual, emotional, everything.
Wow.
Yeah. So fucked. The physical abuse got really bad. They had a horsewhip. And when one of us would misbehave, it was the horsewhip. And at one point, one of us went to school and there were welts all over the body, and a social worker was called. I remember the social worker called on a Friday. They said, we're going to come on Monday morning to talk to you because we heard that there's been abuse with a horsewhip.
A horsewhip. Jesus, that's intense.
Mm-hmm. Did you know, Liz, that corporal punishment, such as spanking, is still a socially normative and legal punishment method in over 130 countries still today?
We must have read the same article, Tyler.
Yeah, I skimmed it.
I just read the headline.
Yeah, well, There are only 62 countries, not including the US, with a ban on corporal punishment.
And about half of Americans reported to spanking their children in the past year, and 1/3 in the past week.
Despite the research linking the method to mental health issues and complications in a child's development, kids who have been spanked are more likely to develop anxiety or depression disorders.
And a recent study showed that physical punishment alters children's brain response in a similar way to more severe forms of maltreatment. But when you're just a kid, you're pretty much powerless to the will of your parents. And over the weekend, Ariel's parents threatened her and her sister by telling them they would be sent to an orphanage if they don't lie to the social worker come Monday. So when the social worker came,
we had to protect our parents. I remember I said, no, they don't abuse it. I just, to make it sound more realistic, I had to like throw a joke in there. I said, no, they don't physically abuse me, but they lecture me a lot. Can you take them away for lecturing me?
but the abuse kept happening, and it wasn't just physical. Understandably, Ariel was intentionally vague about the sexual abuse she endured from her dad, and I didn't dare push for details. But having to suffer that type of abuse is something no child should ever, ever, ever have to endure.
And as with a lot of abuse, sexual or otherwise, Ariel discovered her own coping mechanism so she could survive it.
I learned to put myself to sleep when things would happen. Whenever there was abuse, I would fall asleep. I would pass out. I would disassociate. And that's followed me into adulthood. Whenever I feel trapped, I fall asleep. Completely involuntary. It's embarrassing. People think I'm a drug addict. But it's not. It's just a symptom of PTSD.
I wanted to have Ariel tell her story because it's obviously not your typical cult. In fact, some might just call this a fucked up childhood. But part of the purpose of our show is to expand our limited view of what constitutes a cult or a cultic relationship. Because here, her mom was exercising the same tactics used by traditional cult leaders. And therefore the same lessons and red flags apply.
Mm-hmm. Only it's hard to leave the cult when the cult is your home, when it's your actual family.
Hard to leave, Tyler? It's near impossible.
So, in the context of her upbringing being a cult and her mother, the cult leader, how did her mom exert power and control?
There was a lot of isolation. I wasn't allowed to play with other kids. Whenever my mother didn't like another woman, she would call her a whore. She hated single moms. Hated them. They were all whores. And I had a friend who had a single mom. She lived in the same building as me, and I would go play with her all the time. My mother would say her mother's a whore. Eventually, we were not allowed to play with each other anymore. I thought that everybody's mother would scream at them and throw things at them. I thought that every parent would touch their kids inappropriately. I just thought that that's what parents did.
Things just continued to get worse, and Ariel thought there was no way out. The only way out in her mind was the one she had the power to create.
When I was a kid, like 11, 12 years old, I didn't know. I didn't know what I was doing, but I wrote a suicide note. And then I took a bottle of Tylenol, like a whole, 30 pills. And then I told my parents I just took all these pills and I'm going to die. Here's my suicide note. And I obviously just wanted my parents to hug me and tell me everything was going to be okay and that they loved me.
Let me guess. They didn't do that.
They made me vomit all the pills, and then they told me what a fuck up and loser I was and how I ruined their sleep because it was like in the middle of the night, and what just a terrible kid I was. I didn't deserve great parents like them. That was their answer to me wanting to die. It always goes back to the fact that the people who were supposed to protect me were the people I needed protection from.
Ariel's mother's mental state is a very good indicator of her cult leading abilities.
My mother has narcissistic personality disorder. Everything revolved around her. Everyone had to make her happy, and she never was happy. So my childhood was me trying to please my mother. So I had this guilt that I was always disappointing her. I was just a fuck up and a loser.
But despite the psychological mindfuckery she endured, Ariel still had hopes for a better life.
My dream as a little girl was to be a singer, and I would sing all the time. And my mother said, absolutely not. Everyone who's in entertainment is a whore. Do you want to become a whore and a drug addict? People are going to touch you. And the things that were happening at home.
Ariel was taught to be afraid of the outside world, creating a mentality of us versus them. And according to Ariel's mother, everyone and the outside, all the thems, well, they were all whores and drug addicts.
Cult leader fear tactics 101.
You're a whore, Tyler.
You're a drug addict.
What a
Liz.
weird word. Who says whore anymore?
My mom.
Yeah.
You know, my mom likes whore.
But intuition is sacred, Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
Even through the intense mind control and abuse, deep down, Ariel's gut sensed something was amiss.
I would get a glimpse of what the real world looked like and know that what I was living was not the real world. But I was so scared. I was so afraid of what was out there because it's all whores and drug addicts. So I had to stay home. One of the things that really gave me a taste of the outside world was watching TV. General Hospital.
I deserve to marry Alan.
I think that you deserve this.
Stop it. Leave me alone. I'm telling you, I'd marry Alan.
I Love Lucy. My mother really loved watching I Love Lucy. To this day, whenever I hear anything related to that show, I want to just punch someone in the throat.
Lucy, you gonna fix my breakfast or not? What do you want me to do? Starve to death? Would you please?
But I would watch these sitcom parents, how they would parent their children. And I thought, oh, this is only in sitcoms. But I would listen to their advice, like Danny Tanner from Full House, how he would parent his kids. It was the opposite of how my mother would behave.
Deej, you got such a good heart. You care about people. And that's why people care about you. And everybody who knows the real DJ thinks she's pretty terrific.
Thanks, Dad. I love you.
I love you too. That's why I want you to take care of yourself. I want you to promise me that you're going to eat healthy and exercise the right way.
I promise. No more crash diets.
Anything else you want to talk about?
Yeah. Is dinner ready?
I doubt Bob Saget ever imagined that playing DJ's dad would help someone like Ariel see the light.
You know what? We should ask him.
Agreed. Can we get Bob on the show? Come on, iHeart. Someone's got to know Bob.
Someone has got to know Bob Saget.
Who knows Bob Saget? We need Bob Saget now.
Oh my God, I just got a text from Bob Saget. That was so fast.
Oh my God. Hi, Bob. How are you?
He said no, he won't be on the show.
Yeah, he hates us. But real talk, Tyler.
Liz.
Shows like Full House, they jump-started critical thought for Ariel.
All hail Uncle Jesse.
And so I started to see the pattern. I thought, okay, whatever my mother does, I should do the opposite. And so as I started to get a little older, I knew that my mother would keep secrets. So I became very transparent. I would be very unfiltered. When something good would happen to someone and I would be happy for them, she would say, no, you need to be jealous. You should take that away from them. That was the opposite of what I learned from TV.
One of the reasons cult leaders like to limit access to entertainment and media is that it depicts societal norms.
The same reason they tend to isolate their followers from people on the outside.
I was in junior high and my friend came over and my mother was in a bad mood. She threw one of her fits she would go into these histrionics and scream, I wish you were not my daughter. I wish I never had you, things like that. So she was throwing things. Me and my friend were hiding in my bedroom from her. I was crying. And I remember she said to me, I know you told me how bad it was here, but this is really bad. I'm so sorry that you have to live with these people. I thought, okay, something's not right. Now I'm starting to see that what she's doing is different from other parents. I started to see what a terrible person she was. It was just so gradual.
It's all about control when it comes to cults. Control how you think, how you behave, how you relate. And for reasons we can explore another time, there tends to be a lot of control over sexuality. Some cults, like Children of God, go to the extreme and tout free love, having sex with each other and each other's kids. But many other cults go in the opposite direction and limit sex. Well, Ariel's mother was no different.
I was raised to think that you save your virginity for marriage to the point where your mother-in-law gives you a sheet on your wedding night and you have to bleed on it and present it to her. That was going to be my future. I would have to bleed on a sheet and present it to my mother-in-law. I was raised to be the ideal. I had to be pretty. I had to be meek. I had to be good at keeping secrets. And then eventually some rich man would come and make me his wife.
Cue any Disney theme song here.
I was raised to be a trophy wife, to be subservient. I needed to be pretty and be quiet and be presentable. I should not be funny around men. I should not be intelligent around men. For so much of my life, I would speak in a baby voice to men. I have a 160 IQ.
Tyler, why is baby voice still a thing? It's so weird. Are men really that threatened by a strong, smart woman that women feel the need to speak like a toddler to keep themselves subservient? I don't understand.
I don't know. You might have to ask the Kardashians.
So despite Ariel's efforts to please her mother, shockingly, her mother wasn't satisfied and went above and beyond to ensure men would notice her daughter.
My mother would dress me in the most provocative, inappropriate clothes. I remember I was starting to develop breasts, and she had me wear this very short dress with side boob. And I was like slut-shamed and bullied.
It's kind of weird that she wanted her to be a whore, but then
warned her against whores.
But warned her against whores. That is some really conflicting
Yeah, it is.
speak right there.
Guys used to throw pennies at me. They would call me a whore and throw pennies at me.
Meanwhile, her parents would drug Ariel and continue the abuse. And when she would try to discuss the sexual abuse that her father committed, her mother would have nothing to do with it.
When I would bring it up, she would convince me that I was dreaming, that I had imagined it. She was an accessory to the crime. She wasn't just complicit. She participated in the abuse.
But for many years, despite everything she endured, Ariel still held out hope that one day her mom would just be a mom.
I had an abortion when I was 21. It was devastating. It was terrible. You know, I already hated myself, and this made me hate myself even more. And so I thought, okay, my mother will maybe comfort me. So I told her about it, crying, and she was like, you are a fuck up and you ruined my life. At this point, I had the wherewithal to say, no, you idiot. You're supposed to act like a mother now. I am coming to you because I'm in pain and I need you to be a mother. The only person I ever had to turn to was the person who was destroying my life.
And despite her realizing all the problems with her upbringing, she still didn't know how to escape the cult of her mother. So once again, around 35 years old, she turned to the only solution she could think of. At the time,
It felt like her only true way out. I tried to kill myself. I called my mother and I said, I can't do this anymore. If you don't come and take me to the hospital right now, I'm going to kill myself. So my mother came over. Even when she hugged me, it felt so weird. It felt so wrong. And then she started talking about herself. And I said to her, I was like, I need you to be a mother right now. She made fun of me. She was like, what do you think, I'm being a dad? What am I doing? And I said, you're talking about yourself. I want to die. And then she got bored. She was like, oh, let's go to lunch. And I was like, I want to die. And then she just left because she was bored.
But then a friend called, right at the perfect moment, and talked Ariel off the ledge. Fortunately, this disillusioned experience created a shift for Ariel, as the path towards healing slowly crept into view. Sometimes we have to go back to the scene of the crime one last time, just to make sure the body is actually dead.
Well, that is not, what is that? That's not a thing, Liz. That's, you just try to invent a cliche, a parable.
You can't invent a cliche.
Yes, you can.
The very definition of what a cliche is, something that's used often. You can't invent a cliche because it's an invention only used once.
Well, Webster.
Ergo, it's not a cliche.
That's a metaphor, Liz.
Whatever, you whore and drug addict.
Moving on. Back to Ariel.
After years of abuse and torment,
Realize
Ariel finally started to realize how fucked up
things were for me.
So she turned to a professional.
I started to really dive deeper into therapy.
Over several sessions, she regaled her therapist with her cult-like childhood tales.
My therapist said, okay, this is a lot. And when I started working with her was when my repressed memories started to come up. I was like, oh, I have a sick imagination.
her parents had convinced her that everything that had occurred, the abuse, the manipulation, the brainwashing, none of it had ever happened.
That is gaslighting at its very finest.
Ingo. I actually tried to convince myself that they were not the monsters that they were, and that I was the problem.
A common reaction when being gaslit by the cult leader.
Yeah, you start to think you're crazy and it's you who has the issue.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like the other day when you were making fun of me and you said that you weren't making fun of me.
Because I never made fun of you.
Yeah, you did.
Tyler, whatever feelings that were coming up for you belong to you, not me, okay? So if you're feeling them, they have everything to do with you and nothing to do with me.
Huh?
Therefore, I'm completely off the hook from taking responsibility for anything, ever.
Oh, that's a great example of gaslighting.
What do you mean? I'm not gaslighting.
We get it, Liz.
Get what? Who's Liz?
Gee, she really does make you feel like a crazy person.
I don't know what you're talking about. When these things started to come up, I realized how terrible my parents were.
I could see how much I had been brainwashed and how the self-hate was all a result of the manipulation. And I started to realize that there was never any love. There was never any guidance. There was never any parenting, any nurturing.
So one random fall day, she was paying them a visit. Nothing special. She can't even recall initially why she went over there.
But somewhere amidst their habitual verbal bombardment, something clicked.
Then I was like, I never need to see them again. I'm done.
In that moment, she realized that her happiness, her freedom, was worth losing her parents. the only people on earth whose job was to love and protect her. The last time I went to their house, I grabbed my childhood photo albums and then I took one of their Persian rugs and started rolling it up just because I knew it was valuable. And then I turn around and I'm like, I never want to see you again. I'm done. I never want to see you again. And my father runs after me. He's like, what's wrong with you? You're crazy. And I said, no, I'm not crazy. I know what you did to me. You are a disgusting piece of shit. You ruined your child's lives, and I never want to see you again. I expected him to deny it. And really calmly, smiling, he says to me, what did I do? It was so jarring, and I'm like, you are a sick fuck. I'm not going to say it. And then I'm leaving, and he gives me a box.
Filled with Ariel's personal items that her father claimed he had thrown away over the years.
It felt like every movie I've ever seen or TV show when someone's getting out of prison and they're checking out and then they give them a box of all their things. That's what it felt like. And then drive off and leave. I never saw them again. And I never will unless it's on their deathbed. Just to tell them that they never deserved to live, they never deserved to have children. I got my freedom. I was able to leave the cult of my mother. So in her late 30s, she was finally able to leave the cult and stay alive while doing so.
And that's late 30s because we still don't technically know her age.
I know that I've come a long way. I will continue to work on myself for the rest of my life. I still have a hard time trusting people, but I'm able to catch myself. It's a muscle. The more I analyze, the more I realize that that's my mother trying to make her way in, the more I can push her out. And through healing myself and sharing my story, I hope to help other people who are in pain. If I can leave this cult, if I can reprogram my brain, if I can live a happy life, anyone can. I really believe that. Somebody had said to me, isn't it hard to be estranged from your family? And I said, no. I look at my family as having a giant melanoma in the middle of your forehead. You know that it's slowly killing you, and you know that you have to remove it. But when you remove it, there will be a scar forever. And the scar is just starting to fade more and more over time. Thank you, Ariel, for sharing your story so vulnerably with us.
Yes, thank you, Ariel. And if you or anyone you know has experienced a cultic environment or relationship, please email us at cults@iheartmedia.com. That's cults@iheartmedia.com.
Or you can call us because we have a hotline at 1-800-CULTISH. That's 1-800-CULTISH or 1-800-285-8474.
If you're into numbers more than letters.
And we'd love to hear from you. And if you're interested in helping make corporal punishment illegal in the United States, visit endcorporalpunishment.org or endhitting.org or end-violence.org to learn more.
That, folks, is our show. Thank you so much for listening.
Stay tuned for next week's episode. For all you people obsessed with astrology, this one's for you.
Yeah, astrology. There's also spaceships and a badass music history soundtrack.
All led by a self-proclaimed world savior.
They just saw him as, the Lord, not like a magical creature, like a Christ figure. The path that he thought everyone should take is you need to go through hell to reach enlightenment. It was a mix of Buddhism, like a little Christianity thrown in, a little total gibberish that makes no sense, and this apocalyptic vision that the world was going to end and that we were all going to be taken in a spaceship to live on Venus.
And until next week, from this whore
and this drug addict,
trust your gut.
always.
Hey, it's a stick up. Give me all your fucking money. I ain't giving you back, you hairy little dog.
Is that your British voice? Is this some kind of British gangster voice you're playing?
It's like my bad guy British voice.
It's very bad. That's the operative word.
Hey, everybody, it's a stick up.
Hey, stick up, right? Give me all your fucking...
No, it's more like I'm from that I'm drunk or just left the pub and I'm really broke. Hey, it's a stick up. Give me all your fucking money. I ain't giving you back, you hairy little dog.
Hey, that's not bad, Liz.
Thanks.
Well, look, not all your money, but some would be nice.
Yeah, some would be
I
alright.
mean, instead of popping down for that weekly dime back,
Consider contributing to our show.
to keep it at this high level of comedy.
Seriously, visit wasintacult.com for more information. Thank you.
Was I in a Cult story produced and written by me, Tyler Meeson.
And the Mary Latoya Cookie.
Are you mocking my announcer voice?
I think so.
Executive producer is Maya Cole Howard.
Supervising producer is Catherine Burt Canton.
Audio editor number 15, Chandler Mays.
An additional story producer coming to the base. Coming to the...
No batting. Additional story producer.
No batting. Additional story producer is Ari Basile. Your radio, whatever.
My baseball voice. It was my initial what I wanted to do more than anything, to be a baseball broadcaster.
Well, you just got to live out your dream in the credits that no one gives a fuck about.
Somewhere there's someone out there who's listening and going like, let's give this fucking guy a shot.
Dreams
He
do
did
come
pretty
true.
good credits. I think he's ready to be the Cleveland Indians.
We're not the Indians anymore.
I just there goes that.
Meet Flip. She's one half of a flip-flop.
That's me.
Who got left behind at Celebration Key, Carnival's exclusive paradise in Grand Bahama.
I chose to stay here. It really is paradise.
So now, Flip spends her time lounging on the beach, swimming in the lagoon.
And eating. The only thing more impressive than my appetite are all the dining options.
Yeah, have you tried food service to your cabana?
Ooh, yum.
Flip, where'd you go? Book your cruise vacation to Carnival's Celebration Key, a paradise you'll want to lose yourself in. Ships registry, the Bahamas and Hamilton.
It's July 25th, 1965, a seminal day in music history.
The audience at the Newport Folk Festival eagerly awaited their headliner, Bob Dylan.
Now, Dylan had played this festival in prior years.
Hey, Mr. Tambourine, and play a song for me. In the jingle jangle morning, I come following.
But 1965 was different.
With the popularity of the Beatles and the Rolling Stones, rock music was captivating the younger generation.
But for the beatniks at Newport, folk music was still king.
And after 4 days of artists strumming their acoustic peace and love ditties, out walks Mr. Dylan.
In his hand was not his usual acoustic guitar. It was a gleaming, auburn-colored Fender Stratocaster electric guitar.
Some refer to this moment as the night Bob Dylan went electric.
His first song, Maggie's Farm.
I don't know where go Maggie's farm no more.
And the crowd hated it. You don't play rock and roll at a folk festival, man.
Dylan finishes Maggie's Farm to the taunts of 17,000 upset folkies, and then launches into Like a Rolling Stone.
Once upon a time, you dressed so fine, to the box of dime in your prime. Then you.
And this time,
The crowd hates it even more.
the clearly shaken Bob Dylan finishes his short set and leaves the stage as thousands of dejected fans head for the parking lot. It was anarchy.
Or at least as much anarchy one can imagine from a bunch of stoned pacifists.
But backstage, looking on, was a wiry, little-known banjo player in a Boston-based jug band.
Oblivious to the commotion the great lyricist had just caused.
His eyes shot towards the heavens as he received, as he called it, a divine message.
He said that it was like, and I quote, what Christ had to do before mounting the cross.
So the gangly man ambled out to center stage. He pulled from his pocket a harmonica and played an improvised version of the classic Christian hymn, Rock of Ages.
For 10 straight minutes. This man was Mel Lyman, and 2 years later, he was referring to himself as God and had over 100 ardent followers living on his numerous communes.
Including today's guest.
Welcome to Was I in a Cult? He's
Tyler Meeson, and she's
Liz Ayakuzi.
And today we have...
Who am I? I'm Guinevere Turner. I'm a screenwriter, an actor, and a regular old kind of writer. What's that called? I'm a book writer.
Guinevere co-wrote American Psycho starring Christian Bale. But
The first screenplay I wrote was for this film, Go Fish. I had never read a screenplay. I was just with my girlfriend at the time, and we were mad at lesbian movies and how much they didn't represent our lives. They were always about one woman struggling with her sexuality and sadness and isolation, and we were just like partying with our friends and having like regular drama in our queer community in, early 90s. And I was like, write a screenplay. Like, I don't know, how hard can it be? People walk into a room and they say stuff and they walk out of the room. 25 years later, I could say it's a little more complicated than that.
Okay, so this story with Guinevere, I totally got into the research of this. I mean, it's got fingers that reach to Dustin Hoffman and Italian director Michelangelo Antonioni and Dick Cavett and Timothy Leary and Andy Warhol and Mo Austin. I mean, my obscure film, TV, art nerdiness just had a heyday with this. But worry not, I didn't get too deep.
Sounds like you may have.
And I loved every second of it.
So Guinevere. Guinevere's from, well, I'll just let her tell you.
So I don't feel like I'm from anywhere. I really don't. In the way that someone asks you where you're from, they're trying to understand kind of who you are, what your framework is. And I feel like I'm from the Lyman family.
As in the divinely inspired musician Mel Lyman.
I.e. the harmonica-playing Newport Folk Festival's self-proclaimed messiah.
It's usually the lead vocalist who thinks he's God, but in
Right.
this case, it's the
The
harmonica
harmonica.
player.
But that is not a place. That is a culture and a really specific upbringing.
And for Guinevere growing up, that culture was all she knew.
My mom and dad they say they were high school sweethearts. I think they were really just drinking buddies who fucked a couple times, which I think is a cooler origin story anyway. When my mom realized she was pregnant, she told him, and he said, I'll marry you, and I'll work at my uncle's company, and, we'll have a life. And my mom was like, I'm going to join this cult over here, and ditched him.
Although at the time, her mother didn't know she was joining a cult because...
No one joins cults.
In the late 60s, it was like anything other than the norm, anything anti-establishment.
At the time, she was joining a community, the Fort Hill community to be exact, located in a then run-down neighborhood of Boston.
A watchtower rises from the center of Fort Hill, statuesque, a relic from the original American Revolution. It was
weirdly phallic. My earliest childhood memory is sitting on a rocking horse, looking at this big tower that was in that park.
And what does that memory evoke for you?
This is going to sound a bit abstract. It evokes the feeling of this is going to be a memory. It evokes the feeling of consciousness, like, I'm going to remember this. I'm like a human being, and this is my surroundings.
And in this Fort Hill area of Boston, Mel Lyman and his few followers had taken over several empty, dilapidated apartment buildings.
So in Boston, their compound has 5 houses. They somehow managed to buy an entire block.
It was like a hippie commune. How very 1960s of them.
Except they didn't think of themselves as that.
They were very adamant about not being hippies. They were sort of actually anti-hippie.
Which is interesting because they seem to be very...
They check all the boxes,
Yeah.
hippie-wise. Yeah. So the leader was a man named Mel Lyman. He's a musician from Oklahoma, maybe?
He was actually from California and Oregon, and he also had a stint in New York City, but it was in Boston where Lyman had played in a number of folk bands over the years, including this, the Jim Kweskin Jug Band.
Here is Mel talking about why music is his chosen art form.
See, we're trying to take like our understanding or our perception of truth and put it in a form so that you can hear it sensually, like with your ears, like a painter takes what he knows of the truth and puts it on canvas so that people can dig it in a sensual way with their eyes. And music happens to be an ear thing, that's all.
Can you dig it?
I can dig it. Are you digging it?
I'm digging it.
I'm digging it too.
But after Lyman's existential experience at the Newport Folk Festival,
he leaves the ever-thriving jug band world and writes a very modest book entitled
Autobiography of a World Savior. So that kind of tells you a lot about him. He was talking about himself.
Jesus, these cult leaders are so predictable.
yes, the Not At All bestseller has one whole review on Goodreads.com.
It was probably him.
From the grave.
Somebody love me, goddammit.
The opening page of this says, inspired by Uranus, translated through Mercury, presentation of Neptune, by special arrangement with Saturn, dedicated to you.
This dude had a thing about planets.
I mean, because of his music, I could imagine that a smaller groovy press would publish his book.
And in addition to his book, the group published a very popular underground counterculture magazine
called Avatar, that they would just hand out for free in the streets.
This magazine is actually what got Guinevere's mother initially interested in the group.
She was handed one of these brightly colored hippie papers and shortly after
started working for their magazine. I don't think getting paid, I'm not sure. And then slowly just moved in with them, and that was her life. She really doesn't like to talk about it, so it's hard to get information out of her.
In 1967, Avatar was labeled by a Boston municipal court as being, quote, obscene, and was banned from being sold.
In fact, many of the shops that did distribute the paper were also charged with distributing obscene literature.
Mostly this was part of Cambridge Mayor Daniel Hayes' celebrated war on hippies.
Mayor Hayes, what is your objection to the abundance of hippies in Cambridge?
The basic objection I have is the amount of them and the fact that they're moving into our residential areas, causing a great deal of disturbance among our permanent residents. I know that they're influenced by drugs. There's no question about it in my mind. And as far as I'm concerned, they're sick.
Despite the lawsuits, the Fort Hill group eventually published 24 of these very unique papers. And guess what? Mel Lyman's face was often on the cover.
And his writings on the inside. Like this. Clever, 1960, beat poetry. Take it away, Liz.
I'm going to burn down the world. I'm going to tear everything that cannot stand alone. I'm going to shove hope up your ass. I'm gonna turn ideals to shit. I'm gonna reduce everything that stands to rubble. And then I'm gonna burn that rubble. And then I'm gonna scatter the ashes. And then maybe somebody will be able to see something as it really is. Watch out.
Oh, Liz, I can dig it. All you're missing is a beret and a smoking cigarette and a brick wall behind you, and you'd be a perfect 60s beat poet.
Thank you, Tyler. I'm gonna shove hope up your ass now.
I can use a little hope in my life, Liz.
I hear when it's shoved up anally,
It works. It
Yeah,
goes quicker through the
transfers.
blood
Correct.
system. Plus, it's less calories.
Totally, who wants to eat hope? Moving on.
Okay. So, with the help of the Avatar, Mel's group started to grow.
And Mel,
They just saw him as the Lord, a supreme being, kind of like a magical creature, like a Christ figure.
He believed that he was God, and he called himself God, and his followers called him God.
this is him talking with a reporter in 1968.
A lot of people want to tell me that they're God too. That's all right. At least somebody wanted to be part of what I said I was.
If people resent the fact, and people do, of one individual calling himself God, using that word, why do you think they resent it?
Because they haven't the courage to call themselves that. And then we went to it. That's the hard part.
His dogma was more twisted than sun.
The path that he thought everyone should take is something like this. You need to go through hell to reach enlightenment.
It was a punishing philosophy.
You have to suffer and you won't know what's happening and you need to feel the void.
Perhaps surprisingly, his ideology was not Bible-based.
It was a mix of Buddhism, like a little Christianity thrown in, a little total gibberish that makes no sense, and this apocalyptic vision that the world was going to end in 1976, and that we were all going to be taken in a spaceship to live on Venus.
A UFO cult, some might say.
Mel was likely inspired by LSD, of which the adults indulged in often. More on that later.
As the Lyman family grew, they fixed up the dilapidated Fort Hill buildings they were living in and soon owned multiple structures.
But then the real divine message came to Mel in the form of an uber-wealthy harmonica player, Jessie Benton.
Her father was Thomas Hart Benton, who's a very famous social realist painter.
Thomas Hart Benton, born 1889, died 1975, an artist at the forefront of the regionalist art movement that came in response to the 1930s Great Depression. And his paintings and murals are actually quite exquisite.
His work often depicts ordinary Americans, the working class, farmers, tradesmen, musicians.
And this mentality could be what drew his daughter, Jessie, to the Lyman family.
She was an heiress, so I believe that they probably, for the most part, sustained themselves in the early days with her money.
Her trust funds helped to grow the group beyond the land of Red Sox and Dunkin' Donuts.
And soon the family owned homes in Los Angeles, New York, Kansas, and Martha's Vineyard.
But Guinevere, she lived on the Boston commune.
They didn't even call themselves a commune. They called themselves the communities.
And communal living was tight.
I grew up with probably like 50 or 60 kids. In all the properties, there's like a kid's house where all the kids mostly are. All the adults would be like in that different house, like having a fancy dinner and playing music and having deep conversations. We were mostly not allowed to go into the adult houses. Or if we were, it was just to like clean it.
And like most cults, there is a certain hierarchy.
People who were higher up didn't have to get a job or earn a living. They would just, I don't know, sit around and drink and boss people around.
Kind of like a shoddy Game of Thrones situation.
But with less dragons.
And less incest?
Possibly.
Hopefully. Anyway, in the group, the lower echelon people
worked and had day jobs, come home and stay all night doing acid and freaking each other out, and then get up and go back and work. A lot of people had like legit double lives.
These laymen would work regular, often white-collar jobs.
And whatever money they made,
they would hand it over to whoever was in charge of the money for that compound.
And with this collective money,
buy groceries for everybody. You know what I mean? Just like put it into collective funds for everyone to survive.
But the group was still left with little to go around.
At various points, we're on welfare. There was like government cheese and like a tower of brown sugar that was like as tall as me. I can remember being just like a random woman taking me and being like, come to the welfare office with me, and then I had to pretend to be her kid. I think most of the adult women did that, but just like grabbed a random kid.
But money wasn't the driving force of this group of outliers. They were happy people getting ready for the spaceship.
And to buy the time, they would occasionally release a musical album.
This is from the Mel Lyman Family Band, a lovely cover of the Impressions song, People Get Ready.
Now, mind you, that was a recording from the Mel Lyman Family Band, but the vocals were sung by a woman named Maria Moldar. She was heavily recruited to join the cult, but she didn't join, and thank goodness, because had she joined, she may have never later recorded one of my favorite 1970s AM radio hits, Midnight at the Oasis.
Tyler's soft rock hard on is just growing by the second with this episode.
The rock might be the only thing that's soft.
Midnight at the Oasis, sing your camel to bed.
The Lyman family prided themselves on staying removed from the outside world, but
a crazy seminal thing that happened when I was 4 was that they allowed a Rolling Stone journalist to come in and hang out with them for a few days. You know, he was like smoking pot and like eating dinner and just being a part of them.
But in between the bong hits and the beans, this Rolling Stone reporter would question Mel's followers.
Well, everybody who works with him is directly affected by Mel.
The community is for one purpose, and that's to serve Mel Lyman.
He mainly wants to make people be real as they can.
He's just casual and real and responsive.
He can put himself in control of any situation.
He's protected almost.
Get the image of a father figure.
Like the Wizard of Oz.
Any man that can look at Mel is God, okay?
How do we judge whether he is a benevolent God? And who is there to judge if he is God?
Only you.
When the Rolling Stone magazine came out, they put Mel's picture on the cover.
Wanna buy 5 copies for his mother.
Oh, God. Here we go.
On the cover of the Rolling Stone. Come on, it's from the Dr. Hook song, Cover of the Rolling Stone.
On the cover of the Rolling Stone.
Rolling Stone. Wanna see my picture on the cover. Stone. Wanna buy 5 copies for my mother.
Yes, he had made the cover, but not for his musical talents.
Basically, he just called them a cult and pointed out some of them were questionable things that he witnessed. He talked about this charismatic leader, and I think he made fun of how often people quoted Mel Lyman, how there were framed photos of him, in every room practically, and how the women seemed really subservient.
Mel was hopeful this was going to be his big 15 minutes of fame.
And it might have been, just not how he expected.
They were shocked about how they were portrayed and pissed, really pissed. This man, they're just like, he's a liar, and he like deceived us, and he came in here pretending to be our friend. He sort of drew a hard line in the sand, like, we are not going to engage with these people because they're deceitful and they don't understand us, and they're just here to make fun of us and prey on us. Some of the kids were in real people school, and they took everybody out of school, and I didn't have exposure to anyone but these people. We were raised to believe that world people, quote unquote, were evil and could poison you.
At one point, Mel actually had a wall built around their commune in Boston,
further isolating the group from the outside world. I guess some charismatic leaders can finish building walls.
So it was really just about, we're reimagining the ideas of family, and we're preparing for the end of the world, because the outside world is so corrupt that the whole world is going to end because we've ruined everything. We were so discouraged from attachment bonding with our biological parents.
They weren't a commune filled with intact nuclear families. No, there was just one.
the family. Because like all of the adults just had children with everybody. Like people would just be in a relationship for a couple of years, have a kid, and then they would. Like Mel Lemon has 13 kids with maybe 10 different women, something like that.
Now you have communal living here. Do you feel that this indicates that you might be living a life of promiscuity here?
We don't believe in free love and free sex, but in the highest principles of love, and that's what we're devoted to.
You know, there were dramas where somebody cheated on someone, and there was drama where like somebody got pregnant with someone that was in a different relationship. This is a bunch of people in their 20s. I mean, of course they're gonna have sex and have drama and cheat on each other and have fights, but it was all very convoluted, but very normal to me. And we would refer to people as married, even though they weren't married. So my mom had me, and then she had my sister with a different father, who's also in the family, and who then committed suicide 6 months later after my sister was born.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Why?
He was playing a poker game with Mel Lyman, got up from the table, walked into the other room, and shot himself in the head. That is all we know.
Come on.
Yeah, and he was in a relationship with my mom at the time. Yeah, she's pretty fucked up about that. So is my sister.
In terms of the cult hierarchy,
There's status, and then there's sort of like lowly people, and my mom was kind of lowly. She wasn't like popular or powerful.
And when Guinevere was just 4,
my mom moved to New York to get a job in finance, and so then I really never saw her. They shipped me to the farm in Kansas.
So now Guinevere is separated from her birth mother. Both still in the cult, her mother was working in New York, and 4-year-old Guinevere was sent to Kansas to work on the farm.
Jesse's father, the painter Thomas Benton, had created a painting of a Kansas farmhouse, and he'd sold it for $42,000.
And with the proceeds, he purchased an actual farm.
A 280-acre farm in Marshall, Kansas.
Life imitating art.
The farm in Kansas, they were trying to be self-sustaining. So there was all kinds of crops and animals. They basically had a child labor workforce because, you know, we would be in fields from early in the morning until it got too hot in the afternoon. Feeding goats, milking cows, brushing horses, feeding chickens, gathering eggs, plucking the headless chickens and pulling out their guts. Mulching the strawberry field, laundry, hanging laundry. I feel like half my childhood was hanging laundry and clotheslines. Cleaning, vacuuming. Oh, I hated vacuuming. Those big houses, and like, you're little, and it's like the rug would seem like it was like 5,000 miles long, and a lot of preserving things for winter. So jars and jars of different things canned, because they were really trying to only go to the store for toilet paper or whatever. So like a lot of our clothes were handmade. Just trying to create a way to receive as much from the real world as possible. There was like one huge giant bed that was built across the entire room with bunk beds on top of it, and we all slept there. Like probably like 20 kids in a room. But then there were always lots of babies. We were just like a pile of kids. That didn't have any actual like parent.
Right.
You know, so like no one person was just looking out for you.
And those that were looking out, well, they were quite young themselves.
They were almost all like in their 20s. They were really young people who are making it up as they went along, and it's amazing that we all live.
Well, I guess you could say that about any parents, right?
Yeah, we all make it up as we go along. I have 2 kids. I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
It was such a dangerous childhood. I mean, like, in general, I think in that era, you know, no seatbelts, secondhand smoke, like, that was everybody's experience of my generation, or most people's. But then it was extra, you know, knives, machines, axes, so much like tree climbing and just being gone in the woods for days and getting bit by snakes. There were wood burning stoves. And as kids, we would play a game. We'd be chopping wood, and if you found like a really nice piece of cedar, you would say, "This is your heart." And you would put it on the chopping block. And then whoever's heart it was their job to grab it before the axe came down. we played it all the time. And then, where the story is going to go is that eventually, like, a kid had all of these fingers, the upper half chopped off with an axe.
Normally, the family didn't believe in doctors, but in this particular instance,
that kid went to the doctor.
Thank God.
They sent me out to go get the fingers and put them in a bag.
Just another day's work on the farm.
But it wasn't all work and severed finger collecting.
Even though working in fields sounds hard, and it didn't feel like that. It felt like a time when we were all together as kids. When it was quitting time from the fields, we would all get to run and go to the creek. And it was really fun. And there was like a rock you could dive off of. And like that was like the best part of the day. And singing and playing instruments. This was really fun. Every single person played an instrument. You kind of had to. I played the banjo. There was like music all the time. I grew up singing like the Big Rock Candy Mountain.
On the birds and the bees and the cigarette trees, the lemonade springs where the bluebird sings in the Big Rock Candy Mountain.
And all of these old folk songs that are not attributed to anyone in particular. Bury Me Not on the Lone Prairie.
With the coyotes howl and the wind blows free.
Down in the Valley.
Mel and his family were still making music.
But in addition to making his own music, Mel would make tapes for his followers.
Essentially mixtapes, but they were like on reels. It was Billie Holiday.
Sunday, with shadows I spend it all.
And Bing Crosby and Ella Fitzgerald and Louis Armstrong and the Andrews Sisters, all sort of 30s, 40s music. Nothing that was contemporary at all. The idea was that all of this music meant something, that it was important music, there was a message in it, and so there was an element of it being kind of a test. Like, do you get it? Do you feel the power of this music? And when he made one, then we would have to sit down and listen to the whole thing and write him a letter about what we thought about it. Dear Melvin, we called him Melvin, I really loved this tape. The song, The Breeze and I, reminded me of sitting under a willow tree with the tendrils blowing over me. That is something that I actually wrote.
I'm just breezing along with a breeze, trailing the rails from the sea.
I remember hearing Ray Charles, I Can't Stop Loving You, and just feeling so moved by it. And for the first time, thinking about the power of music. And so to this day, when I hear that song, it reminds me of happy times of being a kid.
I've made up my mind.
Mel also had weird rules about films. He had a list of movies he called The Lord's List.
I've never taken orders from anyone. As long as I live, I'll never take orders from anyone. I'm young and strong and nothing can touch me.
The Lord's List. If they were on TV, we had to watch. So this dude would also underline the TV guide, the Lord's List movies if they were playing. Dark Victory with Betty Davis, To Have and Have Not with Bogart and Bacall, Night of the Lonely Hunter, and Odd Man Out, Jimmy Cagney, and Autobiography of Miss Jane Pittman, which is Cicely Tyson back in the day. I got a great film education as a kid. More than most people my age, I know all those movies and all those movie stars and just that whole world. Because that was his generation, I guess. Those movies he grew up with.
I'm hard to get, Steve. All you have to do is ask me.
You know what you're getting into. It'll be rough.
In between all the movies and the music, they also taught trades to the children.
Because what good are 7-year-olds if you can't put them to work?
All the boys were trained to be carpenters, and they were just very into building houses and building things, and men doing manual labor, but then being waited on hand and foot while we girls were learning how to make clothes and cooking, cleaning. As girls, we were kind of never allowed to not be doing something with our hands if we were inside. Those houses are full of like chairs with like hand embroidered seats and so much embroidery.
For education, there was a schoolhouse located on the compound.
Except nobody was particularly qualified to teach. But the thing about these people, these were like intelligent, educated people, not dummies, but not very structured. They tended to just teach the kids what they were interested in, which is not a bad thing, except it's not very balanced. So I was like way ahead of everyone in terms of English and words, but in math I was like at a fourth grade level because I just didn't show an aptitude for it. So they're like, whatever, you're not going to need that.
Interesting.
Because you're the rest of your life.
Right.
You don't need math. I remember one guy when he would just like, it was supposed to be history, but he would just smoke and talk, whatever he felt like talking about. It was totally random.
Remember the first page of Mel's book? Inspired by Uranus, translated through Mercury, presentation of Neptune by special arrangement with Saturn, dedicated to you?
For an entire year, he just taught us about the astrology of the presidents. Like, both Abraham Lincoln and FDR are Aquariuses, and that's why the New Deal worked.
Oh my God,
They were
stop
very,
it.
very into astrology. Yeah.
Wow. Oh, and watch out, because your star sign could come back to bite you in the ass.
You're very much your sign. Some of it was scary because you could get in trouble just for like, don't give me that Scorpio rising. And I didn't like have my own birthday. It was just a Gemini birthday. And that was true for all the signs.
They'd even call kids by their sign. Instead of David, David would be referred to as David Libra.
I personally think astrology is bunk. Our personalities come from a combination of nature and nurture, not because I happen to be born in November.
Such a Scorpio thing to say, Tyler.
Sure, said the Virgo. But it wasn't just the stars telling this group what to do.
They were really into the Ouija board. And they had spirits that they would talk to. And they had logs of what those conversations were, like books and books and books and books of these conversations. And as kids, we were only allowed to talk to one spirit. She was like the kid's spirit. Her name was Phaedra. And so one time, Phaedra said that I was lazy. I was not, obviously somebody just fucking with me, but I like was devastated that the spirit had told me that I was lazy. I was like 5. And I just remember like running around the house, like emptying every ashtray and cleaning it and like just being like, I'm going to prove to Phaedra that I'm not lazy. I'm not lazy.
So Guinevere is living on this commune in Kansas. She's a hardworking preteen, trying to live by the rules, purely in the hope
to be good enough to have the spaceships come and take us to Venus, which is about honesty and like knowing yourself and being humble and kind of like shape-shifting best self thing, with a 60s flavor to it.
Remember when Mel said that the world was going to end?
Well, on January 5th, 1974, he told all the children to put on their best clothes and wait for the UFOs.
This was the night the world was going to end. Spoiler alert, it doesn't.
So he did the standard cult leader excuse and blamed his people for the world not ending. He said the group wasn't ready and that they would need to start from scratch.
When the world didn't end, Mel Lyman said we were going to start the calendar at 0. It's very confusing because I have these diaries when I was a kid and it says like 00, 01, 02, but it's actually 1979, 1980. And so when the world didn't end, Mel Lyman said we're not going to acknowledge daylight savings time anymore. I don't really know what the logic was. So for half the year we'd be like world time and our time.
And the rules tightened.
The rules were kind of ever shifting. As kids, it was shut up, be quiet, don't lie, stay out of the way. They could be particularly cruel. The punishment was often being shunned. Nobody's allowed to talk to you. People would be like locked in a closet for like an entire day. There's a lot of that kind of punishment. they tried to make us have a year of silence. And it didn't last that long, but there was at least like a month where nobody was allowed to talk, not the adults or the kids.
But sometimes the punishment was physical.
We would get up to go work in the fields really early, and so it would be chilly. And then as the day got hotter, we would have layers and we'd take them up. But, we're kids, like we would leave our clothes in the field. And so they would collect all the clothes that we left in the field and put them in this box. And then on Saturdays, it would be the Saturday box. And I'd get everybody together and pick up a piece of clothing and whose jacket is this or whose sweater. And then you would have to say that it was yours, and you would get paddled in front of everybody. Someone had made a paddle. It's like a wood paddle, like this big. But it was such a normal part of life, the Saturday box. And the Saturday box was always full. Do you know what I mean? Like, it didn't make us not leave our clothes. Yeah. Me and a couple of the girls, we would put on like 12 pairs of underwear on Saturday. And then we would get spanked, but we couldn't really feel it, but they wouldn't know. And
This little trick may have helped ease the torment momentarily, but it didn't stop it. Guinevere's childhood was a constant state of fear.
the devil was going to take over my soul, that I would get in trouble and be isolated. I was kind of constantly scared of being demoted, of being either sent away or shunned.
And she was often punished purely because of her place in the pecking order.
The thing is that almost every one of the kids was treated in accordance to the status of their parent. So there's also like a replicated hierarchy among the kids. That was kind of like, you know, like Jesse's 3 kids were obviously more special and magical, and all of the Lyman kids were like the top tier kids, and so on and so forth.
She is referring to Jessie Benton. Remember, the painter's daughter? Well, she was no longer just a benefactor of the group. She had actually become Mel's wife.
Cult leaders prey on the rich. Look at any cult, Nexium, for example. I almost guarantee a trust funder is right by his or her side.
And a trust funder is a perfect target. At times, feeling undeserved of all their wealth, trust fund kids often look for a purpose, a righteous cause to donate their riches to.
Because of her mother's lowly status, Guinevere would have been a very low-tier kid.
Except for that Daria bought me.
Wait, did she say bought her?
I think so.
What happened was Jessie Benton and Mel Lyman each had a bunch of kids, but they only had one kid together. And her name is Daria, and she was a wild child who just wouldn't behave, and for some reason I could get her to behave. Daria said to me, like, yeah, I liked you so much, I just asked my mom if I could have you. And she said yes. But it was like a great honor, you know what I mean, that I was chosen. And so I kind of moved up in the ranks really quickly, and by the time maybe I was like 9, I had much higher status than my mother.
She ain't gonna work on Mel's farm no more.
Here he goes. I can't stop with you guys. I apologize. I apologize.
This episode has everything.
I'm sorry. It's been actually pretty good.
Isabel Dillon, Z.
It's not bad.
Yeah, all I need to do is write great lyrics, play guitar, and be an icon for a generation.
Being in the inner circle of leadership definitely comes with special perks.
For one, you get to travel with Jessie, mostly just as a servant to the princess, really.
Cinderella just got handed the glass slipper.
Hey, if you're going to be in a cult, you might as well be at the top of the food chain, right?
But the tricky thing about cult leaders is you never know when they're going to ask for their magic slipper back.
And without that, the princess is just a housekeeper in a fancy dress.
Join us next week on Was I in a Cult for part 2 of Guinevere's remarkable journey.
We were at the kids' house, and then somebody called me. It said, you're wanted at the big house, just the adult house. Everybody was like, that can't be good.
Let's just say it's not your typical getting out story. Also, if you guys like the music in this episode...
Oh, they did, Liz. They did.
I've made a Spotify playlist of all the songs for you.
And I made a cassette mixtape.
You can find the Spotify link in our show notes.
And you can find the cassette tape stuck in the tape deck of my bitchin' Trans Am.
Which you don't have.
Not yet.
I don't think you ever will. Shh. One can dream.
Thank you all for listening.
And until next week,
If you're gonna write a book called Autobiography of a World Savior, make sure you are one. Was I in a Cult is story produced and written by Liz Iacuzzi.
And me, Tyler Reeson.
Executive producer is Maya Cole Howard.
Supervising producer is Catherine Burke Canton.
Audio editor is Chandler Mays.
Additional story producer is Ari Pasillo.
Special thanks to David Brammer.
And the Was I in a Cult fan of the week is Denali Calhoun of Alaska.
Thank you, Denali, for sharing our stuff with your followers. So we get more followers.
Rule the world.
Midnight at the Oasis.
Put your camel to bed. I'll be your midnight dancer.
Be your midnight stripper.
Prancer. You can be my chief.
That's racist. You can be my chief.
I didn't write it.
Cancel it. Cancel that song.
All right. Great.
Hey, podcast fans, want to see one of your favorite shows live? Giggly Squad comes to the Emerald Queen Casino Thursday, March 6th. Laugh along with Hannah Berner and Paige Sorbo as they bring their hit podcast Giggly Squad to the stage. From relationships and horoscopes to TV and personal stories, these two keep it real, raw, and hilarious. Don't miss your chance to catch them live on the Club Giggly 2025 tour. Nothing's off the table. Thursday, March 6th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Please note this episode contains explicit sexual references. Ugh, cults. Well, isn't it weird that all of the Armageddons haven't happened?
Yeah.
I guess one will one day, and one prophet will have called it
Yeah.
correctly.
We're like, nailed it. We're like, oh, you're all dead.
Damn, we joined the non-cult.
This is Was I in a Cult? I'm your host, Tyler Reeson.
Along with me, Liz Iacuzzi.
And today is part 2 of Guinevere's story in and out of a cult.
Now, if you haven't listened to part 1, we highly recommend you do that first.
I mean, otherwise you wouldn't learn about the time that Liz had hope shoved up her ass.
Yes, that's the main reason.
Yeah, or perhaps because it's filled with music and movies and pop culture
And Tyler
references.
singing
right.
a lot.
Yeah, it is a great story, though.
Told by Guinevere, who is a great storyteller.
I mean, obviously, because she is a screenwriter.
But she's able to recall wonderful events about her childhood. Mostly because
I wrote in a diary every day. Mostly everyone wrote in their diaries. I would write about like the tape we listened to, who arrived or who left. I'm 10 and 11, and this one, the earliest one that I have. I'm obsessed with the fact that I don't want to hang out with those young kids because they're making me childish, and I'm a grown-up. I'm 10. When I was a kid, they used to call me the little 44-year-old.
And there was a reason for that. In the family, kids weren't allowed to be kids.
Children as young as 5 couldn't show emotion, complain, or even get out of line.
I was that kid who would like read an entire book that was made for grown-ups, but I would have no clue what it was about. But I would have read every word and been like, yeah, I read that book.
Now let's catch you guys up. As you recall, Guinevere is part of a Boston-based commune led by the messianic musician Mel Lyman and his right hand, the millionaire painter's daughter, Jessie Benton.
And when we last left Guinevere, she had just been, quote, bought by Jessie and Mel's daughter, Daria, and ushered into the inner circle of the Mel Lyman family.
Jessie and whoever she wanted to bring with her would migrate to Martha's Vineyard for the summers and LA for the winters, and that was 2 cross-country trips a year. It kind of went Boston, Kansas, LA, Kansas, Martha's Vineyard. I moved among all of those places at least 5 times. So it's like this whole long caravan trip back and across the country. I remember as really fun because they had a CB radio. My CB handle was J9 because I was 9. So, there was like talking to truckers, and then sometimes we would play like, this is J9 over.
That's it. You're so excited to say nothing.
Just to press the button and say something and just be excited when they were like, copy J9. I'm like, yes.
Guinevere is living her best life. After all, she gets to travel with the king and the queen.
They had a limousine, like a silver limousine with the license plate that said the letter U, the number R, all one. That was the point car. And then they had a fancy camper that was sort of where the adults were. And then we had a renovated school bus that said Venus or Bust on the side of it. I am not kidding. And that was the kids' bus. That bus was also known as Jupiter. So it would be like 4 or 5 vehicles, and we would camp every night until we made it to our destination.
And on those camping trips, Mel would often pull out and play his beloved banjo.
Now remember, this wasn't just any man playing the banjo. This was God playing the banjo.
And his followers, they believed he was God.
He was sent to save the world. But not world people, just us.
Again, world people being anyone outside of the Mel Lyman family.
One thing I often get asked is, do these cult leaders actually believe their own bullshit?
You mean their dogma?
Correct, their dogma.
I'm 100% sure that Mel Lyman believed what he was saying.
Right.
Like, he wasn't making it all up to keep people. So yeah, I guess that makes you crazy because the spaceships were not going to come and they were not going to bring us to Venus. Totally the behavior of a crazy person. I realized that this particular person defines a lot of who I am, but also is challenging to me, but also feels like my family.
Even after all these years.
There's a part of me that just doesn't want to speak ill of him. It's still there, which is interesting.
But at 10 years old, Mel was still an enigma to Guinevere.
I didn't know anything about him. I mean, we were given these books and we were told the legend of who he played with and, how the family came to be.
Now, as you recall, it was Mel who wrote a book that started this particular movement.
Oh, no, it's more than just a book, Tyler. It's his masterpiece, titled Autobiography of a World Savior.
It was full of his ideas, although confusing, if you decide to believe it. And it's not terribly written. It's sort of compelling and like a lot of rhetoric in coercion groups, high control groups. If you want to find meaning, there's meaning to be found. Or you're like, that's just gibberish and it doesn't make any sense.
Here's a little taste. We'll let you decide.
All the old rules just don't work anymore. I know. I tried them all and they were too limiting. They were made for a lesser man than me. If I have to write up a whole new set of commandments and creeds and laws and constitutions to make people freer, I'll sit right down and lay it out in whatever way best serves that purpose. And I will say, this is where it's at. And this is the law. And don't you dare not believe these words or you'll go straight to hell. And I'll be making up as fast as I'm writing it. There is only one truth, that you must love more. And whatever that means to you is the truth for you. And there is nothing else to say.
I have a few things to say. Like, for example, what the hell was that?
Mel's drivel, I think they call that. And Guinevere, she's a bit of an expert at deciphering it.
In among the sort of rantiness of it is, fight, make your own rules, challenge people. I mean, what can go wrong?
Mel also wrote another book entitled Mirror at the End of the Road. It's more of a memoir.
A lot of it is sexually graphic, like here, I just saw something. September 1963, New York. Moderation is the key. Too much pussy is bad for the soul. I'm Pecker, but I'm definitely not getting too much pussy. In fact, I've voluntarily abstained from sex play. You see, I can't seem to fuck without love motivations, and I can't fall in love with a pussy. And though I'm told this is a gas and everybody seems to be doing it, I guess I just missed that boat and I missed that pussy.
Oh, so essentially Mel is saying he can't have one-night stands. He needs to be in love to have relations.
So he's a hopeless romantic. Is that our first hopeless romantic cult leader we've covered?
Perhaps. It's the first one who openly uses the word pussy.
But he can't just have pussy unless he has love motivations.
He used pussy and pecker in one paragraph. Perfect.
Perfectly positioned pussy and pecker pontification. Kudos, Mel Lyman.
We just read them, write about them, memorize them. Sort of religious texts for us growing up. Just like somebody read that to your 8-year-old, see what they say.
Well, I bet we could conjure up a Bible verse that rivals it.
Here's Exodus chapter 22, verse 16. If a man seduces a virgin who is not engaged and lies with her, he must pay a dowry for her to be his wife.
I prefer Mel's version. It was a bit more flowery.
And it came from the heart.
Obviously, women found him incredibly compelling. He had 13 kids with 9 different women, all of whom lived together and managed to be fine with it.
But it wasn't just adult women that Mel was with.
Oh, man. Not again.
Mel Lemon had a 13-year-old girl that lived in a room off his room. That girl would have to wait on him hand and foot, and no boys were allowed to go anywhere near her. Was there sexual abuse? I don't know how weird that got as time went on, but I'm guessing didn't go well.
Unfortunately, the leader wasn't the only one with a teenage servant.
Barf. It was just adult men taking 12, 13-year-old girls, and all of a sudden that girl was meant to serve him and sleep in his room and just follow him around and do whatever he wanted. But I don't know what was really happening. So this is from my diary. So it's March 1st of 1979, also known as 02. I am an 11-year-old girl when I'm writing this. So just making up names right now. Sadie is a 13-year-old girl, and Bob is a 35-year-old man. Dearest Lavinia, every diary I named, this was Lavinia. Nothing at all to tell you. Oh yes, exclamation point. Something Linda told me about Sadie. Well, what happened was Sadie sleeps in Bob's room on a cot next to his bed in case he wants anything. And Bob was mad at Sadie. So when he woke up, he told Sadie to go stand near the closet and put her face to the wall so he didn't have to see her. She did, and she stayed there for 3.5 hours. Just stood there, exclamation point. Bob was terribly mad, so he told her she couldn't go to school. She sat around in the kitchen all day. He came downstairs and asked her what she was doing, and she said nothing. He said he hadn't had lunch yet, and she said, oh. He asked her nicely if she would make him some, and she said, I don't know what you want. This made Bob furious. He locked her up in her room. Then I wrote, sad, exclamation point. Good night. Given that I start out my passage with, oh, nothing really to tell today. Oh, wait, I didn't have an emotional reaction. I didn't understand yet because I was too young. I can't express the injustice.
Soon Mel started to fade from the leadership position.
He was actually really sick, and he didn't want people to see him sick. So he changed his schedule so you kind of never saw him. He would be up all night and sleep all day.
And someone else stepped up as the de facto leader.
Jesse Benton. Once he was receding, she took over.
And sadly for the world, because it couldn't be saved anymore, in March of 1978, Mel Lyman died.
Although legally his death is not confirmed, there is no death certificate. There's a conspiracy theory that he just got sick of being a cult leader and moved to Europe or whatever.
So he faked his death, like Elvis.
Oh, here we go.
Liz. I wrote a term paper in college all about Elvis faking his death. I don't necessarily believe it, but it's a very fun rock and roll conspiracy.
Well, I did think I saw Elvis at Burger King recently.
I'd have been Elvis.
I think you're right.
I think if the king were going to eat a burger, it would be from Burger King.
And how would he order it?
I'll take 7 Whoppers. Oh, y'all got French fries back there? Thank you very much. All right.
That's really good.
Enough Elvis.
So with Mel now dead, or playing banjo somewhere in a conspiracy theory rock band with Elvis and Tupac,
I buy that.
and the community closed off to the outside world,
There were no new people. People sometimes got kicked out, but no new people came. People had kids. So those kids are new blood, but no new blood adults. My generation, by the time they were teenagers, they were like, you have to let us at least go to a public school because, like, we can't marry each other. We need fresh blood. There was a 2-week period where they decided here in LA that they were going to send us all to public school. It was a disaster. We were all just like huddled in a corner. We were scared, and we were clearly also probably really stood out because we're all these weird kids who only talk to each other, who all came at once.
Sure, she may have been the outsider in public school.
but back home, Guinevere was still very much the privileged cool girl, hanging out with the exclusive inner circle.
But there was one woman in the group who had it out for her, mostly because Guinevere looked like her mother.
She just did everything in her power to trip me up. And because of that, I was so nervous around her that I kept fucking up. Like, I got soap in the baby's eyes, and the final straw was everybody was cooking for dinner, and I was tasked to make the salad dressing, and I shook the bottle, and I didn't close it properly enough, and I sprayed her completely with salad dressing. Then I was shipped up the next day at 5 o'clock in the morning with nobody saying goodbye to me.
She was sent from Martha's Vineyard back to the farm in Kansas.
Why I was suddenly just like shunned and sent away. I don't know what anyone's logic was, but it was devastating. You know, I was totally demoted. In some ways it was very like high school because people would be popular and then not popular with like one queen bee. It was like you just fall out of favor. I fell out of favor.
But all was not lost for our little Cher Horowitz.
Because I had just been living with Jesse and the cool kids for, years. I was like, oh my God, I'm like such a rock star here.
But because this was a cult and not Bronson Alcott High School, her rock star status didn't last long.
You're throwing out references I don't know.
Ugh, as if.
Clueless. Got it.
Bingo. So Guinevere continued living and working on the farm. And then one day,
we were at the kids' house, and then somebody called. They said, you're wanted at the big house, which was the adult house, to me. Everybody was like, that can't be good.
So she went to the big house, right as the adults were having dinner, and approached the man seated at the head of the table.
And he told me, your mom left.
Her mother, as a reminder, had been on a separate compound for 8 years.
So when she heard the news that her mother had indeed left the Mel Lyman family,
I kind of fake cried because I thought that's what was expected of me, but I didn't really feel that bad about it.
Because sadly, she had no real connection to her birth mom.
Then he told me that I had to go.
Mel's dogma constituted that in order to be a child in the group, you had to have one biological parent also in the group.
Which is part of the mindfuckery of it all, right? We don't value nuclear families, yet you need your nuclear family to validate your existence within the group.
So I really begged to stay.
She begged to stay in the cult.
She was 12. It was her everything. Her entire life. It was all she knew.
The man listened to her appeal, then gave her instructions.
And he was like, go talk to so-and-so in Boston. So they sent me to Boston.
On a plane, by herself.
And all she remembers is
staring out the window and crying. But also working out my speech, hoping that I could make a case for myself.
So Guinevere landed in Boston, and she was taken to the main house and stood before one of the leaders.
One of the more powerful men.
And 12-year-old Guinevere pled her case with all of her might.
But it fell upon deaf ears.
And he said, you have to go now, but if you really, really, really don't like it out there living with your mom, you can come back when you turn 18. It messed with my head for years. And they drove me and my sister, who was 4 at the time, to my grandmother's house, which is in New Jersey. I'd met my grandmother once.
And it was there where she saw her birth mother for the first time in years.
Her mother stood in the doorway, looked right at her daughter, and said,
I never thought I'd see you again. That is what she said. I never thought I'd see you again. I'm like, I'm your child. Yeah, that was rough. But I wasn't mad at her. My biggest thing was like, see? Like, she doesn't want me. Like, let me go back.
But her mother refused.
She wouldn't let me, which is a good thing. But I hated her for it at the time. I spent the rest of that year, like, every week being like, okay, Mom, they said I could go back. I want to go back.
Guinevere now felt like an outsider everywhere.
I remember that my very first day of school was the middle of the school year. It was lunch, so I just was walking in there with my mom and meeting the teacher. And there was one girl in the class, and she just was running out of the room. She's just like, the hamster's in the cigarette. The hamster's in the cigarette. And I was like, I'm never going to make it in this world. They just built a model cigarette, and the class hamster got stuck in it.
Uh-huh.
But, like, to me, it was just like, this world is crazy. I don't even know what a cigarette is. I'm never going to make it. Why would a hamster be in there?
By the way, a ziggurat is a large terrace compound built in ancient Mesopotamia.
Great Scrabble word.
It just was very daunting. And also at that time, I was starting to look around and see that I, for sure, was dressed differently.
With limited access to the outside world, Guinevere was stuck in a decade earlier.
I was wearing green velour bell bottoms, which I made. Then I had big pockets all the way, like, halfway down my thigh, which I loved. And a blousey kind of thing that I made with, it was white with big purple flowers on it, and a tie right here, a tie in the front, and brown boots that came up to my knees. And hair, of course, down to my ass, all of which I thought was so super fly.
That outfit would kill today.
But at the time, it was 1979, not 1969. And now everyone
Had feathered hair and was wearing designer jeans. I was miserable and sad and alienated and lonely and had no one to talk to, and it wasn't a pretty transition. I was constantly trying to catch up and figure out what was socially acceptable and how I could be cool, and I was a weirdo.
Not so much a weirdo, perhaps, but conflicted. She'd been told her entire life that the kids that were now her peers were evil.
But she was used to a certain level of clout from her days with Daria.
So if Guinevere couldn't win them over with her appearance, she would find another way.
I quickly emerged and had an identity as like a smart kid, even though I wasn't a cool kid. There was a level of respect there.
But kids will be kids.
There was two girls who I think felt sorry for me. Like I was like a project for them because I was obviously such a weirdo. I learned pretty quickly once I started talking about where I really came from that they just couldn't handle it. So I would say things like talk about the banjo or like Bing Crosby, and I could just see on the look on their face that like it was too weird. They weren't curious, like what? Why would you? They were just like, oh, weird.
Kids are dicks.
So I think my biggest project in that first year was learning to hide where I came from and working really hard to assimilate. So by the time I got to high school, to 9th grade, there wasn't a trace of cult on me.
Even though at the time she still did not know that it was a cult.
And while school life came with its challenges, so did life at home with her mother.
And why did her mother leave Mel in the family in the first place?
I think that she probably didn't really ever want to be there in the first place. And I think that this man that she was with, who is the father of my brother and sister, he was going to leave. And so she saw like a way out, like as a person to go out into the world with together and figure out how to make a non-culty life.
But it's important to note that just because you physically leave a cult doesn't mean you're actually out.
Basically, my mom chose to leave with a man who wanted to be a cult leader and tried to replicate that life that he wasn't allowed access to in the cult, in his own little mini cult. And he would have pictures of Mel Lyman on the walls, and he would do a lot of things that were as if we were still in the family. The man that my mom left with was a horrible, abusive person.
Thankfully, they escaped, and they all moved in with her grandmother.
My grandmother was like, let me teach you all what a restraining order is.
A useful tool to have.
And finally, Guinevere seemed to be free from the cult, free from domineering, angry men.
I was going to school back in the New Jersey school. I had gotten a job at the mall, and life seemed like it was going to be okay.
And then one day, she was home alone with her younger brother and sister.
Just blasting the radio. My youngest sister, Julie, was really cute because she could sing the words to Cyndi Lauper's True Colors, but like she couldn't actually say the words, so she would just be like, True Color, and so I was just having a gay old time with my brother and sister, thinking that I was safe, and this man just shows up.
The wannabe Mel Lyman walked into the room.
And he was just standing there. And he said, it's time for you all to come home. And I was like, don't know what to do. And so I said, well, I have to go to work. Can you please just take me to work and, we'll figure this out. And so I got to work, my job in the mall. I called my boyfriend.
Her boyfriend, Brian, knew all about the prior abuse occurring at her mother's home.
And Brian said,
my dad said that you can come stay with us and that he will adopt you. I didn't really believe that it could be true that it was happening, but I said to my mom, I'm leaving. I can't deal with this.
Sadly, her brainwashed mother moved back in with the abusive mini cult leader.
But Guinevere,
I packed my suitcases. I left and went to Brian's house, and eventually his dad became my legal guardian. He never ever asked me what happened. I think he knew enough from Brian.
She had finally found a home, a real home.
High school was awesome because it was just my boyfriend's dad, and his dad was a lovely man and let me do whatever I wanted. So like my house was the party house. I was like in the play and the editor of the newspaper, and my new persona was way more popular.
soon she graduates from high school and she begins to prep for college.
And before she embarks on this big, scary journey into young adulthood full of the unknown, she thinks about her previous life in the Lyman family, about the camaraderie, the safety.
And a thought pops into her head, something one of the leaders told her on the day she got kicked out.
You could come back when you turn 18.
And here she was, finally 18 years old.
I don't think I fully admitted it to myself, but I think I was wanting to see what it would feel like.
So she went back to the Boston compound.
It had been 6 years of detoxing the cult from her life. Yet she walked in and was like,
it's home. All of a sudden, it all just looked like rose-colored glasses. It was just really, I just felt really at home. I'm like, these are my people. And then, like, a lot of them were like, you know, don't go to college. Stay here. Like, you'll never have to work another day in your life, and you can be with us, and this is where you belong.
Now Guinevere's back living with the family, and she falls right into step with the group as if not a day had passed.
She felt loved and accepted.
It's just been so interesting because I really have been so focused for most of my life on my experience of this family, these people, that I haven't really ever looked at it as an adult.
She had now been living back on the compound for 1 whole week. And then one night,
everybody was hanging out after dinner, and there was a man, one of the more powerful men, who was sitting in a chair, and I was like, sitting on the floor next to him. A lot of people were sitting on the floor, and his wine glass was empty, and he just went like this, like handed it to me without saying anything, meaning fill it. And all of a sudden, it was like, click. I just looked around, and I'm like, oh, if you're a woman here, you have to serve men, and you have to do what they say. And I was like, nope, I'm going to college. One little gesture was just like everything got crisp for me.
Yay for misogyny.
For it saved her life.
Correct.
College was exactly what Guinevere needed. She was smart, exploring, experiencing, doing all the things you're supposed to do in college.
Bong hits and pig stands. And
You had a very different college experience than I did.
What did you do? You wrote essays about Elvis.
Yes. Nonetheless, Guinevere put her upbringing in the rearview mirror as if it had never existed.
But sometimes objects in the rearview mirror may appear closer than they really are.
I was 22, I think. I was with my first girlfriend, and she heard everything about my life and upbringing and struggles. And she said, "You really need to go to therapy." And I was like, "Ugh, I don't want to go to therapy." I guess I was raised to believe that therapy was for pussies.
Oddly enough, you don't need to have been raised in a cult to feel this. Many people of my generation, men especially, are afraid of therapy. They think it's for the weak.
Someone once said to me that therapy is a privilege, not a punishment.
But I went because, my girlfriend was going to break up with me if I didn't.
Whatever it takes to get you there, right?
So, being the great storyteller that she is, she enraptures a therapist with tales of her childhood living on a commune.
And she said, "That doesn't sound like a commune, it sounds like a cult." And I was like, "Cult? Like Jim Jones, Charles Manson, like cult."
The therapist gave her literature from the Cult Awareness Network, which is an organization that helps rescue individuals from cults.
And then reading all this anti-cult stuff, I was defensive. I was surprised. I was like, they don't understand this life, and they're like putting this particular spin on it that makes everyone who lives an alternative life evil or aberrant in some way.
But after a year of therapy and reading the Cult Awareness newsletter,
At some point I had decided, okay, I guess you would call when I grew up in a cult.
full disclosure, the Cult Awareness Network, which was founded in 1978, had helped tens of thousands of individuals leave cults.
This network went bankrupt in 1996. It was, however, purchased and is now currently being run by none other than Scientologists,
who use it as a forum to convince callers that Scientology is not a cult.
Full disclosure, it is.
When I would say I grew up in a commune, people would be like, "Oh, hippie parents, like free love, like, wow, you must have been." Now when people ask me where I came from, I just say I grew up in a cult.
And that wasn't necessarily easy for her.
To admit that it's all a sham means you have to kind of like tear down your house of cards and start all over. Like my mom, she still can't talk about it. She still is just like, it was weird. It was a different era. I said, "So Mom, you have a college education, you're an intelligent person, like, just start here. You knew that even scientifically, human beings cannot actually live on Venus because of the actual environment." And she's like, "It's complicated."
Until one does the work to actually heal from the trauma induced by a cult, or any abusive relationship for that matter, denial is a really great tool.
And the Lyman family, I suppose they're done now?
Oh no, Tyler. They're still rocking on across the country, including a compound right here in Los Angeles.
It's in West Hollywood. It's a very unassuming gate, but inside is 2 houses, a pool, a tennis court, the schoolhouse, a pretty sizable piece of property. And then Jesse's brother's paintings are like hanging everywhere in the house, worth millions of dollars.
I live next to West Hollywood. Should we jump the fence? I could play a couple of sets, cool off in the pool, and swipe an original Benton or 2.
You bring the sunscreen, I'll bring the ladder.
Perfect. We will be robbing this compound. And next week you'll have new hosts. And the group is also rolling in it due to a highly profitable construction company
called 40 Hill Construction, which is actually really successful here in LA. They built an extension on Madonna's house, and they do well working on celebrities' houses because celebrities trust, like, we're not going to talk about you, and you're not going to talk about us. So weirdly, it's like, you could be in a cult, you could be a celebrity.
But celebrities get better tables at restaurants.
Naturally, Guinevere has taken a few positive things from her upbringing in the cult, but one is rather unique.
You guys remember how the girls were taught to embroider?
As girls, we were never allowed to not be doing something with our hands if we were inside. So, like, those houses are full of, like, chairs with hand-embroidered seats.
And now she uses that skill for more than chairs.
You know the bear in Griffith Park? The statue that's right when you go to Franklin. I went through a phase where I would make clothes for that bear, crochet clothes for that bear. True fact. NPR did a story on me, actually.
If you were among the thousands of Angelinos who visited Griffith Park yesterday, you may have noticed a pair of bunny ears on the statue of the bear that stands at the entrance to the park. At various times, the bear has been clad in lederhosen and in a jumper decorated with hearts, lovingly crocheted by an anonymous yarn artist.
Captain Hook, as she's asked me to call her for this story, sits in the front seat with a lap full of crocheted granny squares.
So why did she take up this very specific hobby? I had just gone through a bad breakup, so I was like, I could become a heroine addict, or I could put all my energy into this really weird thing. I probably put like 15 outfits on that bear in 2011, and then other people started doing it. It was like this whole cool thing.
When she first started clothing the bear in October, little did she know she was part of an international movement of so-called yarn bombers. People stitching cozies onto public fixtures like stop signs, parking meters.
I like reclaimed my needlework training.
And when a scarf appears around the bear's neck later that week, she feels that maybe her work here is done and contemplates moving on.
I was just looking the other day, and there's a dolphin in Santa Monica somewhere that is actually standing much like the bear, fins out. When I saw that, I was like, dude, your days are numbered.
And so how does Guinevere survive today? Well, by dressing bears in lederhosen, by writing, and by facing her cult past head on.
I mean, I guess a survivor is someone who has found a way not to live in that trauma every minute. I have found a way to not live in trauma, first of all, by not letting it define me, which is a tricky space because obviously here I am talking about it. I think it's powerful to put forth that people who either were born into cults or who joined them at points in their lives are not people with spirals for eyes. You know, we're just normal humans who get sucked into various things or born into various things and survive them and figure them out.
And figure it out she has.
She continues to write screenplays. In fact, she recently wrote the movie Charlie Says, which just so happens to be about the Charlie Manson cult, but focuses on the point of view of the women who killed for him.
Guinevere also has a memoir coming out.
We are so excited to read it.
I am so excited to read it too. Could you have a time machine? I'm just dying to just jump into it and be like at the book party.
Of which we're invited to. Right, Guinevere?
I'm going to come dressed in embroidered lederhosen.
And I'm going to come dressed as 1979 Guinevere, but I will look like 1969 Guinevere, except my hair doesn't grow that long anymore.
I can't wait for the party.
Please invite us. Thank you, Guinevere, for coming to the studio not once, but twice to share your awe-inspiring story with us.
And folks, keep a lookout for her memoir. Coming soon-ish.
She's not sure of the release date yet, but once we know it, we'll share it with you.
But while you wait for her story, there are plenty of other great stories right here on Was I in a Cult, including this one from next week.
The leadership just naturally accumulated more wives than anybody else. It was kind of a confirmation that God saw them as a more righteous order member by blessing them with another wife. The leader of the order, he's got 27 wives.
And in the meantime, if you're a hamster, stay out of the cigarette. Was I in a Cult is
Story produced and written by myself, Tyler Meeson.
And me, Liz Iacusi.
Executive producer is Maya Cole Howard.
Supervising producer is Catherine Burt Canton.
Audio editor is the amazing Chandler Mays.
Additional story producer is Ari Basile.
And our superfan of this week is Dr. Whitney Blankenship. Thank you so much for discussing our podcast.
Thanks, Whitney. We appreciate it.
Visit us at wasiinacult.com and learn how you can support the podcast on Patreon.
Hey, podcast fans, want to see one of your favorite shows live? Giggly Squad comes to the Emerald Queen Casino Thursday, March 6th. Laugh along with Hannah Berner and Paige Sorbo as they bring their hit podcast Giggly Squad to the stage. From relationships and horoscopes to TV and personal stories, these two keep it real, raw, and hilarious. Don't miss your chance to catch them live on the Club Giggly 2025 tour. Nothing's off the table. Thursday, March 6th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Once you get to the end of a section of coal, you are left with a bunch of square pillars that are holding the mountain up. Now you start taking those pillars out from the back to the front. So as you retreat, the mountain will cave in where you've removed those pillars. And this causes the mountain to bounce and to bang. It's just so jarring. And I knew deep down in my bones, I knew that one day one of these walls was going to blow out on me.
Welcome to Was I in a Cult? I'm Liz Iacuzzi.
And I, of course, am Tyler Meeson, the Robin to your Batman, the Sonny to your Cher, the Joe Polnicek to your Blair Warner.
The Jesse to my Walter, the Pippin to my Jordan, the Hound to my Arya.
All right. Let's move on to today's story. I'm actually incredibly excited about this particular one.
Why is that?
Well, it's a story that's close to my home and my heart. I used to live in Utah. I was a Mormon for a while. And I spent years of my life making a documentary about Mormon fundamentalist teenagers.
Tempting, but no, Tyler, I will not eat that carrot you just dangled.
Bite.
Not gonna plug your film, Mr. Mason.
Fine.
Everyone will have to Google it like the regular heathens do in the world.
Fine. This particular story comes from guest producer Lindsay Hansen Park.
Lindsay creates a popular podcast titled Year of Polygamy, in which she tells the stories of Mormon polygamists and fundamentalists. Welcome to the show, Lindsay.
Hi. Thanks for having me. I'm really excited to be here on another podcast talking about cults.
Okay, Lindsay, now you have collected hundreds of stories over the years, but when we reached out to you to do a show for us, you instantly chose this one. Why?
This story actually is more personal for me because it involves one of my good friends. But it's not just that. The story is crazy. It's got all these different components that make it like something out of a Charles Dickens 19th century novel. But you know what? I'm not going to get ahead of myself. Just listen and see what you think.
Let's give it a listen.
I grew up in Huntington Canyon, Utah, out in the middle of nowhere, a really small town. The canyon is pretty narrow and the mountains are steep. We moved into a house right in the middle of the canyon. It was 3 trailers pieced together in the most awkward way. It was so rickety that when the wind blew down the canyon, it would blow through the house. My mom would have candles lit in the house and the wind would blow them out.
This is Jeremy Tucker, a hardworking crew boss at a carbon fiber manufacturing plant in Salt Lake City. When he's not at work, he's playing darts in a league with his friends or rock hounding for gems and stones. A seemingly normal existence. However, growing up, his life was anything but.
So my mom and dad are raising a big family on almost nothing. And this trailer was a reflection of that. My mom is a really strong person. She raised 10 kids. I'm the oldest, so the family looks to me for help and advice. Religion was everything in my family. For the first 22 years of my life, I grew up in a religion where it was imperative to have as many kids as possible. I was born into a breakoff sect of Mormonism. We called ourselves the Order.
Mormonism is best known for Mitt Romney, magic underwear, and Broadway musicals. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints boasts millions of members worldwide. But what is lesser known is that there are over 400 different breakoff sects fundamentalist strains and expressions of Mormonism.
Kind of like cover bands, I guess.
400, Lindsay?
Yes, and Jeremy grew up in one of them, known as the Kingston Group. The group lives communally with a practice known as the United Order and is composed officially of about 1,000 members. But the number's probably a lot higher, as most of these groups like to keep their member count hush-hush.
The order is everything. That's our identity. We believe that we are the ones that are literally keeping the world from being destroyed.
Everyone in the order turns their earnings into the church to serve the greater good.
Sort of like religious communism.
Exactly. And in the order, God has a system of organization that is managed through male leaders.
Of course.
These men see themselves as ruling God's kingdom on earth, like a tightly run accounting firm. Everything has to be carefully documented and accounted for, and it's all supposed to be done in preparation for Jesus' second coming.
Every day is consumed by the religion. Family prayers, meditation 3 times a day, Sunday meetings, Friday night young people's meetings, stewardship training classes, numbered men's meetings. Church starts at 10 o'clock every Sunday morning. My mom wakes up around 7 o'clock to start getting all the kids out of bed, fed, dressed, and bathed. I just dread her coming to my room because church is so boring. And I wish that just this one Sunday we don't have to go to church. But you always do.
And church was just a mile down the canyon.
You have around 50 people that are packed into this little Quonset hut, elbow to elbow, and it's cold, especially if it's in the winter. It's really cold. We start off with a hymn and then have opening prayer, and it's followed by another hymn. And then we sit down and listen to last week's talk from the prophet on cassette tape.
I'll ask Brother Daniel to speak to us next. I appreciate very much the things that have been brought out this morning. The way some of our young people feel, they feel like that they can go on the outside and do things, or they can do things that no one will know, but you can't do that. You come back with that spill that you can't fool anyone. Or I shouldn't say that. Sometimes you can fool certain people, but there are people you cannot fool.
This is Daniel Kingston. His brother Paul Kingston is the head prophet for the order, which means he has a lot of power and influence in the group. And he is notorious among ex-order members for being violent and abusive.
Oh, great. Sign me up.
In 1998, he made national headlines for beating his 16-year-old daughter 28 times before she passed out when she was attempting to flee her marriage.
Well, I guess when you're a 16-year-old wife, you should obey the pedophile that you're betrothed to, right?
It gets worse, you guys. She was married to Daniel's brother, her uncle.
Can you pass me my vomit bag?
One step ahead of you, Liz.
I was always confused by the order as a kid. And anytime I had questions, I could go to my parents and I would ask these questions. And even though their answers didn't make sense, the thing that I took away is that they were certain their faith was so strong.
Well, the brainwashing was so strong, really.
My parents were really close. Every weekend we were doing something as a family, camping trips and picnics and going sledding. And then all of a sudden things changed. I didn't see a lot of my dad. I remember asking my mom, where did Dad go? It's the weekend. He should be home. And my mom would tell me he's at Aunt Becky's. Okay, who's Aunt Becky?
Jeremy and his family would attend church each week in the small trailer, but at least once a month, they would show their commitment to their faith and drive to the old Standard Restaurant Supply Building in Salt Lake City.
A restaurant supply building for church?
Yeah, we'll get into that in a little bit. It was a long, grueling drive that took several hours.
As often as we could, we would go to Salt Lake. We had a tiny little church building that 1,000 people would cram into. And you had to sit through 2 hours of listening to sermons.
And here's an example of the kind of dry sermons that these folks would have to endure every single week.
The thing that we need to do
is we need to, and I'm not saying that, in fact, the thing that we do need to do as parents and as managers is we need to take a closer look at what the people we're associated with are doing with their free time and help them line things up and include things where they can put their energy into.
My brothers and sisters and my mom would sit wherever there was an available seat. I remember my dad sitting on the front row with,
let me guess, Aunt Becky.
With Aunt Becky. And I remember asking my mom, why aren't we sitting with Dad? And she wouldn't really say anything. I would walk up to the front row and ask to sit by him, and sometimes I was able to sit with him. And from the front row, you could see all the speakers up on the stage.
The men would sit in rows numbered by their importance.
I looked at them as being directly connected to God.
And we have this privilege on the farm, especially in the summer, where we have our hay crop that needs to be brought in.
Most of the lessons in church meetings were more about building up the kingdom of God through hard work and saving money.
The order encouraged its leaders to make as much money as possible. And as a result, order leaders account for hundreds of businesses. They own everything from small pawn shops and laundromats to global energy companies and arms dealers that allegedly trade with foreign mafias.
Oh, sounds perfectly legitimate.
I thought Jeremy's family lived in a broken down trailer.
Well, though hard work was valued in the order, extravagance, not so much. Most members are dirt poor.
So the leaders live like paupers too then?
No. Male leaders in the Kingston family live in gated mansions.
Again, this sounds perfectly legitimate. I mean, the leaders are the ones, after all, doing all the commanding, and all that bossing does get tiring. And when you're that tired, you need a mansion to rest in, obviously.
Obviously.
But you didn't hear that from me. These men like to keep up an appearance of poverty. They don't want people to know how they really live.
Because then it could arouse suspicion that they're completely full of shit.
And using members for slave labor, essentially.
Another common theme amongst cults, working for free or pennies in honor of a greater purpose, to serve the divine.
You know, it is funny how that greater purpose always seems to benefit the ones at the top.
And the order does a good job keeping up the facade. Their official headquarters address leads you to a rundown home in a dilapidated Salt Lake neighborhood. Sometimes the group meets in old warehouses for church service.
Ah, that's the restaurant supply building.
The business and the religion are one and the same. That's what the order uses to build the kingdom of God, is a flow of income. One thing that we heard over and over is how important it is to turn your money in. In our Sunday school lessons as kids, they would tell us, even if you find a penny on the sidewalk, you need to take that to the office and consecrate that penny.
Consecration is the act of donating time, talent, money, and property to build up the church. The Kingstons believe that all money earned should be turned over to the church.
I mean, at least they do have a fancy word for it.
Consecration.
I remember one time as a really young kid walking out of Safeway with my mom after we had finished shopping and seen a penny out in the parking lot. And I was really excited that I could actually do what I had been hearing about in church. So I picked up the penny and told my mom I wanted to turn it in, and she took me to the mine office, just a dusty old trailer, and gave that to them, and they wrote me a service slip for a credit of 1 cent to my statement. And I felt really good. Even as a little boy, I felt like I was actually contributing to the order.
So that's really true, Lindsay. Everyone would work for free?
Well, again, Liz, the money was being put toward a greater purpose, to build the kingdom of God.
Which, excuse my ignorance, is what exactly?
Well, for the Kingstons, the kingdom of God equates to preparing for the second coming of Jesus. They need money and weapons when God destroys the world and the wicked.
And the wicked is who again? People like Tyler and me?
Just you, Liz.
Just me, right. Obviously. Let me get this straight, though. When God destroys the world and all that's left is this divine order, you're telling me United States currency is somehow going to come in handy?
Apparently, yes. The righteous will be very well funded in a war against the wicked.
So when you get money, it's just money. When you turn it in, then it becomes units and it goes onto your statement. They have accounts or an account that all the members' money goes to. The units here on Earth are equivalent to $1. 1 unit equals $1. But when you die, you get to use that in your kingdom in heaven. But if you spend all that money, then you wouldn't have any units to take to heaven with you.
And also, if members have to turn in all their income to the order, how then do they afford food, toilet paper?
Spare keys, light bulbs, extra iPhone chargers.
They've already thought about that. The group has set up their own banking system.
If we needed groceries or anything, you would go to the office and you would tell them, I need $100 to buy groceries. And they would say stuff like, well, do you really need $100? Can you get by with $50? And you would leave with $50. Then that money would be gone for good instead of staying units. So spending money always gave me anxiety. I felt like I was taking money from God.
Can't God be just like America and print some more?
Going to public school, I remember watching the kids put quarters in the vending machine like it was no big deal and a soda comes out. And I was envious of that. One day, as I was walking past the soda machine, I saw 2 quarters in the money return. Nobody was there. So I took those quarters, put them in the vending machine. Didn't know what kind of soda to buy. I didn't know what any of them tasted like. So I pushed a button and Mr. Pig rolled out of the machine. I just spent these unconsecrated quarters. And I knew God knew. And I'm sitting in math class looking at this soda, and it looks delicious. It's cold. There's condensation drops on it, and I want to open it so bad. And I'm trying to make my sin feel less, so I read the ingredients, hoping that one of the ingredients is not sugar.
In the group, it was a sin to consume sugar.
But not only is there sugar in Mr. Pibb, there was caffeine.
Also a sin.
A wave of guilt and anxiety just poured over me. But the deed was already done, so I opened it and drank that soda, and it was as good as it looked.
These guys have some ass-backward sins, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm.
Sugar? No way. Forced sex with a minor? Live your truth, Peter. You do you, man.
Hallelujah.
In the order, diet like money is a religious virtue.
In fact, they actually have this special health drink that's supposed to provide them magical protection against harm called green drink.
So is half of Los Angeles in the order?
In the 80s, the order was absolutely certain that there was going to be nuclear war.
So the leader had a revelation from God.
To make this thing called green drink that would protect us from nuclear war. It would protect us from radioactive fallout. This was going to allow us in the end of days to be able to just survive. Everybody else in the world was going to be dead.
Okay, but death might actually be a trade-off. I've had green drink and I can say it's terrible. It's like drinking dirty lake water.
Well, in that case, can I get mine iced? 16 ounce?
This stuff is so strong and so foul. The main ingredient is comfrey, a big broadleaf green fibrous plant. The second ingredient is garlic. The more righteous you are, the more garlic you have in your green drink. And you can tell who drinks their green drink by the way they smell. Packing 1,000 of these people into a tiny little church building is just awful. We're supposed to have an 8-ounce glass every day, and that's part of the daily routine.
All right, real talk for a minute, guys.
We love doing and making this podcast, and we are thrilled that it has found a worldwide audience.
Shout out to Norway. Shout out to China. Also, America, we love you too.
Right, we love you too. But this show is not a simple chore.
No.
This is a weeks-long process for each and every episode.
Many, many, many hours of me staring at Tyler go into a single episode. We do other things too.
Yeah, there's a couple of things, but a few.
Mostly I just have to stare at Tyler, and you should give us money for that because
That's at least worth $5 a month. Now look, every contribution helps, even a scant $5. Head on over to our Patreon page if you feel so inclined.
guys, we truly do appreciate it. It will help the show continue in the way that you have grown to love.
Yep.
And now, back to the show.
Lindsay?
Tell us about the order.
Another part of the routine is plain old hard work. When you are part of the order, you work for the order, and that's exactly what Jeremy did.
So when did Jeremy start working for the order? Like out of college, 21, 22?
Actually, it was a little bit younger than that.
As little kids, you are put into the workforce right away. My first job, I was about 6 or 7 at this time, and every day after school, one of the things we had to do before we could go play is cut 10 or 15 pounds worth of grease rags that the miners would use. I think we were paid 19 cents a pound, and every month that 19 cents a pound was credited to our statements.
As Jeremy got older, he was given jobs with more responsibility.
Older, like what, 10 and a half?
So I was 11 years old and my uncle was 13 years. And we were in charge of all the production for Spiffy Ice. And we had to produce enough ice to service all the gas stations around the valley. We had to make sure the equipment ran. We backed the ice, palletized the ice. We loaded it onto trucks with forklifts and pallet jacks.
So I have Jeremy to thank for those late night ice runs in college.
In the order, numbers are everything, whether it's how much money you've turned in or becoming a numbered man. Being a numbered man is the most important goal for any man in the order. To earn a number, we have to be good workers, we have to save money, we have to be obedient.
Okay, what on earth is a numbered man?
So if men work hard, save money, and are really obedient, then they get assigned a number.
Then you will use that number to keep track of your transactions. So with my dad being numbered 80, my mom's number would be 810, and my number was 8101. Another number that is important in the order is the age of 8. And to us, that is the age of accountability. When I turned 8, my mom and dad asked me to come into their bedroom. I sat down on the bed with them, and they told me, "You're 8 years old now, and that means that there are some things that we can tell you, but these things are very sacred, and you can't talk about them to anybody. These are just for our family." They explained that for a person to get into the highest degree of heaven, that celestial marriage, polygamy, is absolutely necessary. And they told me that Aunt Becky was Dad's spiritual wife. It made everything make more sense. And after that, I knew she was our family. When I would see Aunt Becky sitting on the front row with my dad, I didn't feel left out anymore. And by not rushing up to sit with him, I was helping keep this secret.
All right, Lindsay, what is up with Mormonism and polygamy?
So some Mormon sects believe that for a person to get into the highest degree of heaven, celestial marriage, also known as polygamy, is absolutely necessary. Even today, Mormon doctrine still holds that men who live plural marriage are considered more powerful in the religion. Mainstream Mormons don't really know how to deal with this one, so they mostly just ignore it. But for Jeremy, his dad was automatically more holy because he married a second wife.
In the order, the more wives you have, the more righteous you are. The leadership, they just naturally accumulated more wives than anybody else. It was kind of a confirmation that God saw them as a more righteous order member by blessing them with another wife. The leader of the order, Paul Kingston, he's got 27 wives.
You know, it's nice to hear that women were treated as three-dimensional, respected equals with desires and needs of their own, not just pieces of property to donate to brainwashed egomaniacs.
Yes, finally, women that know their place. Are you taking notes, Liz?
Yes, sir. Soon the order started a men's quorum for unmarried boys over the age of 18. They would meet each Sunday, and one day,
The lesson plan was to become worthy for marriage.
this particular lesson was taught by Daniel. You remember Daniel, the guy who beat the shit out of his daughter.
For wanting to divorce his brother? Oh, yes, we remember.
Daniel brought this tiny little girl. She couldn't have been more than 5 or 6 years old. And she's in her cute little Sunday school dress. And he starts off by telling us she's going to marry one of you guys someday.
Oh, God, here we go.
In polygamy, there's a problem with numbers. You have 50% men and 50% women. And if the leader can have 27 wives, there's going to be that many men who can find a wife. So he wanted to drive home the point to us that we need to look at these little girls in the order as future wives, because that's the reality.
The order, unfortunately, is notorious for underage marriages and incest. The data suggests, and there was a Salt Lake Tribune article published in 2018 stating that girls as young as 13 were being given to husbands in states where the age of consent would allow for it. So the order would use these laws to marry many underage girls to family members.
In the order, bloodlines are extremely important, and the Kingstons believe that they're direct descendants of Jesus Christ. But the goal of the order is to have every new baby have the Kingston bloodline in them. And with the limited number of people, intermarrying is unavoidable, and cousins getting married is not really anything to bat an eye over. Pretty much everybody in the order is cousins. There are aunts marrying nephews and uncles marrying nieces, and has actually become sacred and seen as a sign of righteousness.
But due to close intermarrying, there's a lot of birth defects.
It takes a lot of money to go see a doctor, so most births are home births in the order, and there are a lot of stories of stillbirths and babies dying shortly after birth because of severe deformations. And when this happens, there's no record. The babies are brought to the holy spot and buried.
The holy spot is in northern Utah in a town called Bountiful.
It's sort of like Mecca for the order. No matter where we are in the world, when we pray, we face the holy spot.
And one of the most sacred tenets in the order is a thing called the law of one above another.
The law of one above another, in a nutshell, tells you to obey the commands of the one over you as if they were the highest God in heaven. It's not up to you to question.
Ah, yes, the sacred science, in which all doctrine is ultimate truth without question.
Jeremy was still a teen when he was promoted and was able to work directly for one of the leaders, Daniel.
So Daniel had decided that ostrich meat was going to become more popular than beef, so he bought a flock of ostriches.
Ostrich burgers washed down with delicious green drink.
One day working on this ostrich pen, about 6:30 p.m., a big thunderstorm rolled in, and Daniel called us off the projects. And about 8 o'clock, the thunderstorm finally left, but so had Daniel. So we thought, well, he's gone. I'm sure he doesn't expect us to work anymore.
So they all took a drive to a quiet hayfield.
We looked up the road and we could see a big dust cloud from a pickup just barreling down the dirt road. We knew it was Daniel, and the speed he was driving, we knew he was mad. He came to a skidding halt in front of us, and he walked up to the driver's seat just yelling. Then he reached into the window and started slapping the driver in the face over and over and over, and hard enough that his head was bouncing off the steering wheel with each blow. I got to see Daniel's dark side more and more. Instead of being that soft-spoken, reverent man that I thought he was, he had a short fuse. And every time it happened, I felt like I was doing something bad and I had let down this great man.
Sounds like Jeremy was starting to witness some of the group's hypocrisy. Thankfully, yes, he was.
Okay, so he's a little bit older now, and where are they sending him off to work?
In a coal mine, nestled in the hills of Emery County, Utah, in Huntington Canyon.
It's one of the businesses that made the order what it was. At 14, I started working at the mine. I was now one of these men that I had heard stories about in church for my entire life. The coal miners, they were strong, they were tough, they were brave. And at 17 years old, I was running the continuous miner in an underground mine. I was in high school and kind of scoffed at my advisor when she was trying to get me to plan for my future. I knew that I was going to be a coal miner until God destroyed the earth. The leadership saw me as valuable labor. Dreams of an education and going into a less physically demanding job is not what they had in mind for me.
It goes without saying that working in a coal mine was difficult.
Before your scheduled shift start, you all pile in the back of an open bed pickup truck. You're open to the elements. If it's snowing or raining, you have a half-hour drive from the shower house to the entryway of the mine. I remember days sitting in the back of that pickup truck, everybody huddled together driving up the steep, winding mine road, and everybody just being covered in snow. You could just see white faces, white hair, white clothes, and eyes blinking in the snow. Once you go into the entryway of the mine, it's windy and it's cold and dark. So if you start the day off wet, it's that much more miserable. You are doing this hard work. You're putting your life at risk. You were lucky to get paid minimum wage, something like $5.25 at the time.
And then one day, something happened that altered the direction of Jeremy's life forever.
It was May 28th, so it was springtime, just when Utah is coming alive again. We were doing what is called pillar mining. Once you get to the end of a section of coal, you are left with a bunch of big square pillars that are holding the mountain up. So as you retreat, now you start taking those pillars out. From the back to the front, the mountain will cave in where you've removed those pillars. And this causes the mountain to bounce and to bang and to pop. It's just so jarring. The best way I can describe it is being a bug inside of a big speaker, inside of a subwoofer. It just shakes you to your bones. As you're digging away this final stump, you have to decide at what point you call it, because if you stay in there too long, everything will be buried. The mountain will come down. So when you're pulling pillars, you're basically mining until your courage gives out. When we died and went to heaven, we were going to have to answer to God for every pound of coal that we didn't get that we could have pulled out of the mine. And I prided myself in being able to read the mountain so well that I felt like I could go to heaven and answer for every pound of coal that I got, because I was able to usually have the mountain cave within inches of the miner. I took so much pride in that.
But on this spring day, like many other days before, Jeremy was pulling out pillars with two other miners.
This is the very last 10 by 10 foot pillar that's holding the mine up. And I remember looking up on the wall and seeing an overhang of coal the size of an average car hanging over my head. And I remember thinking, if the mountain bounces, that's going to kill me. That was the last thing I remembered. When the ribs blew out, it completely buried me. As the dust cleared, Kent and Freddie saw my hard hat sitting on top of the pile of coal, and they could see steam coming out of the ground, so they knew where to start digging for me. When they unburied me, I was face down. They said I was digging, but if I could have actually dug, I would have been digging myself deeper. But it was my instinct to do that. I was covered in blood. I had serious head injuries, among others. They said I lost consciousness and I collapsed. They loaded me in the back of this pickup and were trying to race me to the surface. There weren't any thoughts in my head. There was no sensation. I couldn't feel pain, but I just remember images. I remember the walls of the mine flew by. Then it would suddenly shift to me looking down over his back, looking at my face, looking at my eye sockets jammed full of coal, blood coming out of my ears and nose and mouth. Then looking up into his face as he was shining a light into my eyes, telling me, stay here, stay with us.
Luckily, he did.
The accident was bad enough that I spent about a week in the hospital. I had a lot of visitors from the order, and they would talk about how lucky I was that I was working in an order coal mine, because if I had been anywhere else, if I had been on the outside, God would have let me die.
But the irony is that what they said had a reverse effect on Jeremy, because in that moment, he realized that if he had been anywhere else, God wouldn't have let him die, because anywhere else, he wouldn't have been working in a coal mine at the age of 17.
As time went on and I convalesced, I was away from church. I was away from that constant 24-hour influx of order doctrine. So all the questions and all the spiritual confusion that had been building up, I was able to focus on it. I spent a lot of time studying the group, learning about the history, getting deeper into the theology and religion to get an understanding of why these things that feel so wrong are actually divine and right. I just became more and more spiritually confused. And then I had a mental shift where I decided, instead of trying to prove the order right, I was going to just try to find the truth. After I did this, things started to make a lot more sense. What I was being told by the order leadership, they were contradictions, they were lies. I realized that we were being manipulated and taken advantage of and outright lied to. And I knew that I couldn't live in the order anymore. I just wanted to be out of there.
So in retrospect, his near-death experience actually saved his life.
But he wasn't in the clear just yet.
No, of course not, because leaving a toxic, cultic environment often comes with its own set of sacrifices and difficulties.
But if I just left, then I was going to lose my family. I was going to lose my mom and dad. I was going to lose my brothers and sisters.
And speaking of sisters, remember all that stuff about plural wives and incest?
Oh, God.
My sisters were of an age to be married off to guys who didn't treat them well as second, third, fourth, fifth wives. And that was absolutely horrifying to me. I knew that I had to do everything in my power to help them see what I did, to help them question what they were being told. I started openly questioning the contradictions or the lies, but I did it in a way that made it seem like I was genuinely confused and looking for answers. I was asking questions to my grandma, to my aunts and uncles that lived there, to my parents. I was trying every day. It had got to the point where I had said everything I could say, and it had gone on for so long that I just wanted to be out of there. I need to go talk to mom and dad one more time. I laid my case out to mom and dad. I told them all my doubts, and dad he gave me the same order answers again. And I remember just being so sad and frustrated. and knew I was going to have to just go. And I looked down, just gritted my teeth, and I was ready to make my getaway. And my mom said, "Ronald, we need to tell him." And the way she said it, I knew that they didn't believe. It was like a weight just lifted off my shoulders.
Apparently, his parents weren't as stalwart as Jeremy thought they were.
My dad had been asking questions too. He had been a lot further along than I realized.
They had also been considering leaving the religion.
And he just said, "Oh, what are we supposed to do? Our whole lives, we've taught you kids that this is what God wants, and this is all we know."
But they knew they had to leave, right? I mean, the entire family did.
Yes, they knew that. But leaving meant losing
Everything we had worked for, everything we had built up to that point.
Not to mention, they had essentially given the order all of their money over the course of their entire lives.
Son of a bitch.
Getting the money off your statement and into your hands is a tricky thing. When my parents finally announced they were going to leave, the order leadership told them that as soon as they were ready to load up the moving truck, they would give them their savings. So my parents boxed everything up and asked for the check, and he just told them, "Oh, we didn't get that. Another week, then I'll have your check. Give me one more week, but you need to be ready to move." So the same scene played out. No check. And he did this over and over again.
But sometimes, in order to succeed against a manipulator, you have to beat them at their own game.
My dad, being one of Paul's best friends growing up, he knows the skeletons in Paul's closet.
Remember, Paul is the prophet for the order. He's the brother of Daniel, the one that
Beat his daughter for wanting to divorce their other brother, David. Yeah, we remember that guy.
Yeah, it's the fucked up version of Who's on First.
So Jeremy's mother went to high school with Paul. And, well, Mrs. Tucker just so happened to have some heartwarming memorabilia from that time.
My mom has a photograph of her on a date with Paul. She's sitting on his lap.
This is a cardinal sin in the order.
My parents took that picture and blew it up into a 8x12 paper. And on the backside, they put 10 order standards broken by Brother Paul. And number 1, going on a date to a school dance. And then number 2 through 10 had question marks.
The implication being that every day a new sin was going to be revealed. So his parents made a bunch of copies.
And gave it to my younger siblings to take onto the school bus. As the order kids would get on the bus, my siblings would hand them a copy of this picture. All the pictures made it back home to the parents. And by the end of the day, Paul had called my dad and said, "I heard you've been having problems getting your money. Let me see if I can straighten it out for you." The very next day, Paul gave my parents their money.
Well played, Mr. and Mrs. Tucker. Well played.
And in April of 2001, the Tuckers packed up their belongings, abandoned the dilapidated trailer, and drove out of that canyon for the very last time.
The world as we knew it, it was gone. And that was really hard. But at the same time, I felt 100 pounds lighter. I felt like I could float away.
And as he left, 18-year-old Jeremy recalled a lesson plan that the order taught,
A concept called N value.
which is short for net value.
There was a formula where we could figure out how much we were worth monetarily to the order. This formula would factor in our hourly wage, how much the business makes off of us, how efficient we were. And after all these numbers were plugged in, you would come out with your ultimate N value. I always felt like a number. I always felt like a commodity in the order, but this lesson seemed to just really drive it home.
For the first time in his life, Jeremy was more than just his end value.
Being not just another number, not just another worker, was freeing. now I could work where I wanted to work. I could go where I wanted to go. If I wanted to buy something frivolous, I could do it.
The work part was no problem for Jeremy. It's the other stuff that gets confusing.
After leaving a cult, when you re-enter the real world, or in Jeremy's case, enter it for the first time, it's often the little things that are the most jarring.
Right, like setting up your Wi-Fi.
Mhm.
For example, when Jeremy opened a real bank account to hold his real money.
The first time I needed to withdraw funds, I pulled up to the bank and was just overwhelmed with anxiety. The world was spinning around me and I was sweating and I was thinking, how can I justify this? I went into the bank and went up to the teller, gave her the withdrawal slip, and immediately started to justify why I was pulling all this money out, telling her I really needed it, I had to have a car to get to work, and giving her all these details. And she just kind of stopped me and said, no, that's nice, but you don't need to tell me.
It's been almost a decade now since Jeremy and his family left the group, but they're all doing pretty great.
There is some resentment with the way I was raised, but at the same time, all the experiences of our lives, the good and the bad, are what made us who we are today.
One night, 2 years ago, Jeremy and I were out in the Mojave Desert rock hounding. And I love going rock hounding because I'm a white girl and you know how we love our tarot cards and crystal shit. But Jeremy is not into any of that. He worked in the heart of the earth, so he knows rocks, crystals, and minerals really well. And he finds a sort of elegance in the science of it all. So we're out there rock hounding one night in the middle of nowhere. And we stop by this beautiful lake. And on this particular night, the sky was so clear and the stars were big and bright. They were reflecting like these giant crystal balls in the water. It was stunning. At one moment, this magnificent shooting star sprays across the sky, and I get all excited. I say, Jeremy, look, it's a shooting star. Make a wish. It means good luck. And Jeremy sort of laughs and then tells me that in the order, they were taught that a shooting star was another world being destroyed by God. If you as an order member ever stop believing, God would destroy you too, just like that shooting star. And I'm sitting here thinking, gosh, do they really have to take something so beautiful, like a shooting star, and make the darkest meaning of it? So I turn to him and I say, well, look at you. You left. God didn't destroy you. And of course, Jeremy smiles that smile that I've come to know so well for him. Because I know in this moment, he thinks my sort of mystical hippie view seems as silly to him as God destroying other worlds. Jeremy doesn't believe in wishes like that anymore. He's definitely a bit of a skeptic now. And so we just sort of stopped talking and just stared at this beautiful expanse of stars, each of us finding our own meaning and beauty in it. And that's what being with Jeremy is like now. He knows the meaning of stopping and enjoying the beauty of a thing without having to know the dollar and cents of it. And I'll never forget this. Jeremy pulls out this piece of banded jasper from his bag, this rock that we had found rock hounding. So he hands me this rock, and it's flat, and it's perfect for skipping across the lake. And then he picks up a rock himself, and he winds his arm back ready to skip it. And then he grins at me, and he says, hey, Lindsay, make a wish. As he frees this rock from his tight grip, we watch as it sort of dances over the water in this magical whimsy until it disappears.
Thank you all for listening to Was I in a Cult?
And a very special thank you to our guest producer, Lindsay Hansen-Park. You can find Lindsay at yearofpolygamy.com or at the Sunstone Mormon History Podcast.
And above all, thank you, Jeremy Tucker, for sharing your story.
And for showing us what true courage and survival looks like.
And there's lots of courageous stories coming at you soon from Was I in a Cult?
However, you will have to wait a couple of weeks for the next episode because our editor joined a cult.
Poor Chandler. No, he didn't join a cult, Tyler, because no one joins a cult.
I know. Nobody to join a cult. However, we are taking our mid-season break.
And guys, yes, you will finally hear Tyler and my personal cult stories in the second half of our season. So you have that to look forward to.
We can't wait to be back with you November 24th.
With our cult expert and her remarkable story.
It's an insult to the people who join cults and who get out of cults to think they were weak. You're not weak. They make you weak. They turn you into a dependent personality. And we shouldn't make fun of them or humiliate them. That could be you. That could be me. That was me. So, I don't know. Just about anybody can end up in a cult.
Thank you for listening.
And remember, when given the choice between Mr. Pibb and green drink, choose the soda.
Was I in a Cult? A story produced and written by me, Tyler Meeson.
And moi, Lisa Ukwasi.
Executive producer is Maya Cole Howard.
Supervising producer is Catherine Burt Canton.
Audio editor, Chandler Mays.
Additional story producer is Ari Basile. And our super fan of this week is Vidi Valentina, or V Trident, as her Instagram goes by. Thank you, V, for spreading the word and sharing our stories with Italy.
Hey, podcast fans, want to see one of your favorite shows live? Giggly Squad comes to the Emerald Queen Casino Thursday, March 6th. Laugh along with Hannah Berner and Paige Sorbo as they bring their hit podcast Giggly Squad to the stage. From relationships and horoscopes to TV and personal stories, these two keep it real, raw, and hilarious. Don't miss your chance to catch them live on the Club Giggly 2025 tour. Nothing's off the table. Thursday, March 6th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. Hey, podcast fans, want to see one of your favorite shows live? Giggly Squad comes to the Emerald Queen Casino Thursday, March 6th. Laugh along with Hannah Berner and Paige Sorbo as they bring their hit podcast Giggly Squad to the stage. From relationships and horoscopes to TV and personal stories, these two keep it real, raw, and hilarious. Don't miss your chance to catch them live on the Club Giggly 2025 tour. Nothing's off the table. Thursday, March 6th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
It's an insult to the people who join cults and who get out of cults to think they were weak. You're not weak. They make you weak. They turn you into a dependent personality. We shouldn't make fun of them or humiliate them. That could be you. That could be me. That was me. So, just about anybody can end up in a cult.
And we're back.
This is Was I in a Cult? I'm Liz Iacusi.
And I'm Tyler Meeson.
Did you miss us, guys? Because a lot can happen in 2 weeks.
Yeah, Liz, trends can change. Styles can change.
But you look the damn same. Why don't you ever
exactly.
change?
I think I'm wearing the same shirt that I was 2 weeks ago.
I think you actually haven't left this room.
Well, missed us or not,
They've missed us. It's not an or not.
Missed us. We missed you.
We missed you a lot, you guys. And we have a very interesting episode today. But it is slightly different from our other one.
Because this one we're going to do completely in Morse code. Just dots and dashes. No, we're not.
Not exactly. It's still just our desperate voices.
You are welcome.
Now, we've been asked a ton of questions about cults from you guys and the stereotypes around the subject.
And so we elected to bring in an expert.
A master on the subject. I personally learned a ton from this interview.
You may know her from the Star's hit miniseries Seduced, which covers the Nexium cult.
Or HBO Max's miniseries Heaven's Gate, the cult of all cults.
She has spent a better part of 30 years studying and teaching on the subject.
And has authored many important books, such as Take Back Your Life, Recovering from Cults and Abusive Relationships.
Her name is Dr. Yanya Lalich, and we are so lucky to have her.
But Yanya is more than simply an expert on cults. She has her own story of being in and out of a 1970s political cult.
So we'll start the episode with her story of being in a cult, and then the second half will be the juicy questions and commentary about the subjects of cults themselves.
And there will be a test at the end, you guys. So take notes.
Liz had a lovely conversation with Yanya over Zoom, and they covered some really amazing topics. So I'm just going to sit here quietly, try not to butt in, and I'm going to finish this piece of pie that I brought with me.
2 weeks ago, because you have not left.
It's warm in here.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello. How long have we been trying to do this?
I think a better part of a month.
You think so?
It's so great to meet you.
Yeah, it's good to meet you.
Is that a tattoo on your arm?
Yeah, it's an owl.
Wow. Yeah. That's incredible.
It was my 71st birthday present to myself.
Come on.
Mm-hmm. It's the first tattoo I ever got, and the guy thought I was...
Come on.
He thought I was crazy.
Did it hurt?
Oh.
You're such a badass.
Oh, it hurt like hell. And I did it all in one sitting.
Mm-hmm.
I was singing along with Patti LaBelle, like at the top of my lungs, like I'm screaming with Patti LaBelle.
I love it. So maybe we should start just with your story, if you don't mind.
Sure.
And then the questions like, obviously, what constitutes a cult in your definition, the wide range of cults, how prevalent they are today.
Okay. Well, I was born in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We lived in a pretty lower middle class, working class neighborhood. We were sort of considered outsiders because we were Slavic, and it was a very German neighborhood and German town, and so we experienced a certain amount of discrimination because of that. So anyway, I got to the University of Wisconsin on scholarships, and I did my junior year in France. I became a French major. I graduated with honors. I then got a Fulbright fellowship and went back to France.
Oh, wow.
On an independent research project. And while I was in France, this was in 1967-68, and some people may know that in May of 68, there was kind of a revolution in France where the whole country went on strike. And so I was part of that. We occupied the university, all of that. So before that, I had been sort of realizing what the Vietnam War was about and reading a lot of political literature and going to political meetings in France.
And when the year ended, she didn't have enough money to apply to graduate school. So she moved back to the U.S., New York to be exact.
And I ended up dropping out and becoming a hippie.
Mm-hmm.
It was 1969, after all.
Picture your stereotypical hippie, and that was Yanya.
Traveled across the country in a painted bus, you know, the whole thing.
Including being the beverage bitch for none other than the great Janis Joplin.
She had me on stage with her holding her bottle of Southern Comfort for her.
What?
In between songs. So I was like right by the curtain. And then she'd come over and take a swig and go back to the microphone.
A perhaps enviable gig at the time.
Well, somebody had to do it. Janice's drink wasn't going to hold itself.
My claim to fame.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So I had a boyfriend who was really the first boyfriend I ever had. He was very abusive.
Mm.
And long story short, I ended up leaving the country and moving to Europe. And I lived on an island off the coast of Spain for 4 years.
Oh, wow.
I had to escape from him.
I see.
So I landed on this island and I lived there for 4 years. And I had hair down to my butt. And while I was there, I discovered that I was a lesbian. And I had my first lesbian relationship. And so in 74, I moved back to America and I went to San Francisco. I happened to be living in the Castro district.
She was about 30 years old at this point.
And wanted to be a writer.
I was working part-time at the Progressive Bookstore, and I was typing for lawyers. This is in the days of typewriters. And I was typing legal briefs. I mean, it was a very heady time in San Francisco then, or in all the big cities after the Vietnam War ended. It was like lefties everywhere were trying to figure out what to do. There were a lot of study groups in those days. This was in the 70s and all around sort of the Marxist movement, on the Black nationalist movements and the different movements that were going on at that time, right? And so people would gather like at their houses and they'd read various revolutionary literature, you know, Lenin and Mao, and whoever. I had met a friend of a friend and we'd have coffee, and then one day she said, we have this study group and we're going to study women and the state, you know, the role of women in the state. Would you like to join? The study group was all women and mostly recruited from the lesbian community.
Just an innocent little study group.
So when I got to the study group, I was pleased to see the people I knew. The readings were intellectually stimulating. Each week, one of us was assigned to lead the discussion of the reading for that week. So when it was my turn to lead the discussion, oh, the praise I got. Oh, they just raved about me. Oh, they just thought I was the cat's pajamas, right? It was like, oh, you're so wonderful. You're so brilliant.
This was part of the love bombing.
You ever been love bombed, Charlie?
I have not yet.
No one's ever raved about you?
Nope.
I'll try to incorporate more love bombing into our working relationship.
Oh, thanks, Liz. That would help my ego.
We have to remember it's all bullshit, okay? But you're great.
I felt that one.
How many people are in this group?
In the study group, maybe 12, 14.
Oh, it's so small.
Yeah, small. And the whole point of it, as I was saying earlier, is we wanted to have a revolution, socialist revolution.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't say that to the public, but that's what we were. So after a few weeks, this friend asked to meet with me again at my house. And she said, well, how do you like the study group? I said, oh, it's great. She said, oh, well, what are you learning? And I said, I've learned that you have to have a vanguard Marxist party in order to make the revolution. And so she said, well, what if we told you we have one? And I'm like, what? I didn't realize that there was a group behind this study group and that's what they were using to recruit. And she said, yeah, we have this international organization. It's multinational. Wouldn't you like to join? And I'm like, oh, yeah, sounds great. She said, well, first you have to fill out this application and then we'll get back to you if you're accepted. It's this little bait and switch, right? So the application, of course, asked you everything about your life, your family, your bank accounts, your passport number, you know, everything about you. So I turned that in, and within a week, I was told that I was accepted.
Accepted into a seemingly elite group.
And already they have ample information on her.
Info that they will then weaponize later if needed.
A brilliant cult tactic.
I have A-type personality, right? I have the things that cults want. I'm multilingual. I've lived in Europe. I can perform. I'm smart. I'm this. I'm that.
Your cult, did it have a name?
Yeah, we had a lot of names, actually. Our final background name, the name of the cult itself, was the Democratic Workers' Party.
In fact, they had many different names in front organizations. Worker Patient Organization, the Peace and Justice Organization, and U.S. out of Central America.
And these groups would work behind the scenes to, well, initiate a Marxist revolution.
Their hope was to convince the hearts and minds of the people. But they were also quite successful in lobbying the government and getting numerous propositions on the ballots.
Well, we actually took over. At one point, we took over the Peace and Freedom Party, which was a third party on the tickets here in California. And we took them over for a while when we ran somebody for governor. So we did all kinds of dirty deeds like that, beat people up. I mean, you know, nothing super violent. We weren't like bomb throwing radicals. But the leader was a complete megalomaniac, alcoholic, rageful, overweight woman.
What was her name?
Marlene Dixon. She was a sociology professor and she taught at University of Chicago.
And in November of 1968, Professor Marlene Dixon stood in at a student rally protesting Vietnam.
Because of this, 2 months later, the University of Chicago's sociology department declined to renew her appointment for a second term.
And the students were not having it. They didn't care for this particular strong arming, so they rose up against the school.
And in January 1969, over 400 students peacefully overtook the university administration building, and they stayed and lived there for 2 weeks.
A good old-fashioned 1960s student sitting.
It was seen as a revolt against the treatment of Marlene Dixon, but it was generally a way for the students to air their many grievances against the university,
including its lack of opposition to the Vietnam War.
and its poor support of the women's movement and the lack of female professors, among other things.
But as a result of the protests, Dixon became something of a folk hero with a small following.
And a couple of her former students were in San Francisco in a study group and invited her to come and visit. And so she basically took over the study group, and then she somehow convinced them to start an organization, and then I joined sort of shortly after that.
The group was founded by 13 original women.
Dixon wrote up the Constitution and was given the title of General Secretary.
There were certain rules that I had to live by now, that I had to be available 24 hours a day. I couldn't tell anyone I was in this organization. And then after about a week, I was told I had to choose a new name. So I chose Emma, and after that, I was Comrade Emma.
After a while, she was told to quit her job.
I was just full-time for the organization. The first couple of years was really exciting, and it was like, oh, I thought I had really found something special, and this was really serious, and all the founders were women. And so this was part of the appeal of our group, was that we were led by women, and we were going to fight sexism and all that. So they sort of brought me up the ranks very quickly. But I had a lot of different leadership positions. Like I was in charge of recruitment, I was in charge of political study, I was in charge of new members classes. I then was told to build a publishing house, so I ran the publishing house.
Thus exploiting her talents as a writer.
Moreover, this publishing house was actually servicing commercial clients like banks and catalogs.
And making money doing so.
Of course, Yanya saw none of this revenue, but she did feel like she was on the executive board.
I was in the inner circle almost the whole time until I couldn't take it anymore.
And at her level, you were either fully committed to the cause or you were out. There was no halfway.
Full-time staff, never had an outside job. We had a set amount that everyone was supposed to live on. So if you worked, you turned over to the organization everything above that amount.
Do you remember that set amount?
You know, I think it was like, I don't know, maybe $600. It was below poverty level. So we all lived together in houses, like we'd get a Victorian to rent and we'd cram 6 or 8 people into it and turn the dining room into a bedroom. And, you know, because we couldn't afford, no one could live on their own or anything like that.
Meanwhile, the leader had 2 maids, 2 houses, a bodyguard, and a sports car.
All paid for by the sweat of the workers.
What a bitch.
You know, we had a couple hundred members, full-time members.
And how would you guys go about recruiting?
In the beginning, it was all through friendship networks. We would have these big picnics in Golden Gate Park, you know, and everybody could invite someone to try to recruit. If you were married, you were encouraged to either recruit your spouse or divorce them. If you had kids and you got divorced, you were supposed to give the kids to the spouse who wasn't in the group.
So they didn't want the kids in the group?
No kids, because they would get in the way of our work.
And this was no 9-to-5 gig with weekends and holidays off.
We worked 20-hour days, 7 days a week. When you'd get home from whatever your work was, then you'd have to write reports, a security report, a recruitment report, a self-criticism report, a this report, a that report. And then get up at 5 and go out and be leafleting or selling a newspaper or whatever. We had a newspaper that we put out bi-weekly. It was called The Rebel Worker, and we did all the printing, everything ourselves. So people would be all night up printing, collating, stapling, whatever. We had to sell those, so you'd maybe get 250 newspapers that you had to sell before the next one came out. And you had to turn in that money. I would take my papers and throw them in a dumpster. But then you had to come up with the money to pay for the papers.
Right.
So
interesting.
People were selling their blood to get money to pay for their papers because they couldn't bear to sell those rags anymore. And then we'd say, oh, and we sold 50 million papers this month, and they're all in the dumpsters. So, you, even though you're completely brainwashed, right, you find these little ways to rebel.
Right. And like many cults, there was a lot of time spent analyzing members' behavior.
We spent most of our time in meetings, sitting in a circle and criticizing somebody, either for something they really did or just some trumped up charge. If something was really bad, we would put people on trial. Like you'd have to sit up in front of the room and everybody would just criticize you for hours. You're embarrassed, you're turning red, everybody's looking at you, people don't like you, you think you're going to get kicked out. We had one person where we kept her locked in a basement for days, and she had to sit in a chair in a certain way and couldn't move, and there was a guard, 24-hour guard, watching her. So we would do things like that. We would expel people and throw them out on the street in front of their kids, and we were harsh. We were very harsh. The revolution isn't a tea party.
Right.
You expected your life to be hard. And we all spied on each other. We turned each other in, and it was just brutal.
Right.
Brutal, anxiety-ridden existence.
Right.
Those of us who were considered cadre, like the full-time membership, were pretty much the same people over 10 years, and people were burned out. We were fried. We were reaching a breaking point.
But just because you're in the inner circle of a cult doesn't mean you don't have concerns.
I had issues all along. That's why I was on trial so much, I think, because the leader had this thing for me because I was from the working class. Sometimes she'd hold me up as like the model cadre member, and then she'd have to just obliterate me, so that it wouldn't go to my head. And by that time, you blame yourself. You think it's you. It's like I'm weak-willed. I can't do this. I'm lazy. I don't want to work this hard. It's all my fault. But I had a lot of doubts after a few years, but it just became impossible to leave. And we were told if we left, we would die in the streets because we were communists and America's hated communists. And so no one would want us or help us. And I did have no money. I literally had no money. I had nowhere to go. I didn't know anyone outside the group anymore. I had either lost touch with everyone or recruited them. So you just get paralyzed. You're just paralyzed with fear. So in 1981, I found out that my mother was in the hospital back in Milwaukee, and they didn't know what was wrong with her.
So she borrowed money and she flew home.
And it turned out my mother had a glioblastoma brain tumor, and she probably has 4 to 6 months to live. So I was staying at my aunt's house, and every day my leadership from the cult would call me and say, what's going on? When are you coming back? What's going on? When are you coming back? So I said, look, my mom has maybe 4 months to live. I'd like to ask for a leave of absence and stay here, until she passes, and then I'll come back. So she calls me back the next day, and she said, oh, well, we have a solution. Bring your mother out to California. And I'm like, huh? And she said, yeah, bring your mother out to California. We'll tell one of your roommates to move out. She can live in your house. You can see her and take care of her. And I looked at the phone and I was like, oh, okay. Brought her out to California, set her up in my house, put bars in the bathroom, did all that. And then, of course, I'd go to work at 6 a.m. So I'd go home and I'd have dinner with my mom for 45 minutes.
And then one evening, Yanya came home and she opened the bedroom door.
She was lying dead on the floor. And I just lost it. I hadn't been able to say goodbye to her. I hadn't spent any time with her. I called my leadership and I said, my mom just died. I'm having the body sent home to Milwaukee. And she said on the other end of the line, well, you're not going to the funeral, are you? I said, yes, I am going to the funeral. And I defied the organization for the first time. I borrowed money again. I flew home. I somehow planned a funeral and a big dinner afterwards.
But the pressure from the cult back home still got to her, and she left in the middle of the dinner.
Flew back. I was told to come to a meeting the next day at 10. And of course, sitting in the big chair. And I was criticized for putting my mother ahead of the revolution.
And with that defiance came consequences. Yanya was removed from all of her positions.
And after that, I was in a living hell. I would wake up every morning and I'd go in the shower and I would cry and cry and cry because we weren't allowed to cry ever, no emotions. And I'd cry and I'd get in my car and I would just wish that I would get killed in a car accident because I couldn't see how to get out. I could not figure out how to get out. So I lived like that for another 5 years, just like a walking nervous breakdown. And I wished I could figure out how to get the fuck out.
5 years. 5 long years, Yanya stayed and played the part of dutiful communist with no clear vision on how to leave.
But fortunately,
ultimately, the group imploded.
What happened?
Well, the leader was out of the country. She was starting to travel to Bulgaria a lot. And while she was out of the country, the inner circle just kind of broke. We called together the whole membership and said, this is fucked up. She doesn't write everything in her name. We actually write. She's an alcoholic, blah, blah, blah. It took about a week to convince everybody that we were telling the truth. And so then it was just like a giant speaking bitterness, for days. We meet in our print shop and people would just say, how their husband was expelled. They never saw their husband again. They gave away their children. They sold their blood to have the money to pay for the newspapers. They, just these horror stories of how people were living. And then the night before she came back, we took a vote and we voted unanimously to expel her. And we voted unanimously to dissolve the organization.
So the very next day,
her bodyguard picked her up at the airport, brought her home. We got rid of all the guns and the Rottweiler guard dog. And a little team was there to meet with her. And one of the people on the team wore a wire so that we could all hear what happened. And she walked in and sat down in her big chair and said, oh, what's been going on? And they're like, well, the party's over. It's like they were trying to tell her and she didn't get it.
Well, a crazy narcissist wouldn't.
So she picked up a cigarette and everybody just sat there. And then she realized nobody was getting up to light her cigarette. And then that's when she got it. And she threw the cigarette down and she started swearing, you goddamn blah, 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 blah. And that was it. It was a very unusual ending for a cult.
It was August of 1987.
A full 13 years after the founding of the group, or the cult.
And we actually had our revolution, and we overthrew our leader, and we all got out. Like, oh my God, I'd just been let out of prison, And then I left for New York.
She got a job at a publishing house, working as a proofreader.
But the truth is,
I wasn't really dealing with anything. I was suicidal at times, deeply depressed, just terrified to ever do anything, go anywhere. I was 41 years old. I barely knew how to cross the street.
But one night she was at work, proofreading a book about post-traumatic stress disorder among Vietnam vets.
And all of a sudden, I stopped reading and I was like, oh my God, this is what I'm going through.
And then, a couple days later,
my boss, he looked at me and he said, Yanya, you've been here 6 months now, and I've never seen you smile, and I've never heard you laugh. Those two things combined made me realize I had to get into therapy. That there was stuff I needed to deal with.
Right.
I got this therapist who knew about cult after effects. It was absolutely brilliant. Who literally saved my life. Literally.
Wow.
So I started trying to figure out, could we have been a cult if we were political? So I'd get these books, and it would be all about religious cult, and I'd make these parallel lists. I'd say, okay, they had Jesus, we had Marx and Lenin. Okay, they had this, we had that, and I said, yeah, we were a cult. We just called it something else, right?
At the time, the idea that there could be a political cult was not a mainstream notion.
There were a couple of kind of cult awareness organizations that had conferences and stuff, and I started going to those. I remember I gave the first talk ever on political cults, and I met a therapist at a conference and we talked about writing a book together. And so that was the book that came out in '94, which is Captive Hearts, Captive Minds, about recovery.
The book was republished in 2006 under a new title, Take Back Your Life.
And the book really made a big impact.
With her new passion ignited, Yanya was ready for more.
I wanted to go to grad school.
So in 1996, Yanya got her PhD
in what's called human and organizational systems.
And at the age of 55, she started teaching.
I ended up getting a professorship at one of the state universities in California in the sociology department. Now let me just say something.
Yeah.
I have a 3 o'clock. I'm sorry. I play cards with my 90-year-old neighbors.
That's so sweet.
And they really look forward to it. Yeah.
Of course.
Every Tuesday. So
No problem. We can pick up a different day. We can finish a different day.
Is that all right? I mean,
yeah, we can pick it up whenever.
So while Yanya plays cards with her neighbors, we are going to take a short break, but we will be right back.
To hear Yanya drop some knowledge about cults. Hello, how are you?
Hello. Oh, I'm okay.
I'm glad it worked out. It's my birthday today.
Oh, well, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Shouldn't you be taking the day off or something?
Not when I get to talk to you.
No, please.
Okay, well, we were kind of in the middle of a lot of stuff when we left off, but I think we should start with, well, part of the reason of this show is sort of to debunk the myths, right, around cults.
Mm-hmm.
So why do you think cults are so misunderstood?
Because people want to think that could never happen to them. So they want to distance themselves from it, right? And say, oh, it's only crazy, weird people who join cults. And that's actually not the case. The studies have shown that the people who get into cults typically do not have any kind of history of psychological disorders or mental illness background. Cults want high-functioning, smart, active, talented, creative people. Why? Because they want you to run the businesses, they want you to recruit, they want you to bring in your contacts, they want you to be able to raise money, they want you to do things that will lend legitimacy to the group from the outside. And if there's any common denominator, it's idealism, right? It's people who want a better world, who want a better life for themselves.
With that said, there are times in our lives where you might be a bit more susceptible.
At transition moments, divorce, moving to a new town, graduating from school, starting over, these moments of vulnerability, people are likely to come across something that seems interesting, and also people are susceptible to the pressure from their friends. And more than 2/3 of the people in cults got recruited by a friend, a family member, or a coworker. So it's much harder to say no to someone you know. And so once you take that first step or go to that first meeting, they're going to be there ready to take you to the next step, right? The cult recruiters are very good at what they do. So yeah, I think people really need to be on the alert.
And how the recruitment process happens is also often misunderstood.
I think sometimes people have this idea, like the cult gets you one day and already you're glassy-eyed and wrong. And it doesn't work like that. It's a process. So recruitment is a process, indoctrination is a process. The whole idea of the indoctrination process is to attack yourself. It's to tear apart who you are, any self-confidence, any sense of intuition, any critical thinking. It all has to be torn apart. Get you to doubt everything about yourself before you join, and become, in a sense, completely dependent on what the cult is giving you, which is a new identity. And that identity becomes merged with the cult. They're basically doing social influence and social control, things we're used to in our lives all the time. Social influence, right? We are more influenced by our peers than anything else after a certain age. You go to someone's house and all the shoes are at the front door. What do? Take off your shoes. Right. You may think it's stupid, but you do it. So it's those same principles of social psychology that are at work. But of course, we're raised following rules, right? We have driving rules. We have rules when we go to school. We have the cop on the corner telling us what to do. We're taught to respect authority. All those things come into play. Our brains are very malleable.
What do you believe is the biggest myth out there around cults?
I think the idea that cults aren't around anymore, that was something from the 70s and early 80s. Well, there's more cults today than ever before, and the cults have mainstreamed. They're everywhere. There's every type of cult, from therapy cult to fitness to martial arts to political to new age to UFO, you name it. There's a huge number of self-improvement cults today. And certainly the multi-level marketing schemes.
Oh, yeah.
It can be based around any idea, any theme, any ideology. If you look hard enough, you'll find a chocolate chip cookie cult, right? So it doesn't have to do with a religious belief system at all. It has to do with an extreme ideology put forth by a narcissistic leader who's going to take advantage of you as his or her devotees, some of whom also have sadistic or psychopathic tendencies. They have an idea. They get one or two recruits. Those people go out and recruit more people. After a while, the cult leader doesn't really have to do much of anything. The cult leaders are pretty lazy. If we think about the relationship with the cult leader as a charismatic relationship, charisma is actually an attribute that you give to someone else, right? You decide that person's charismatic, right? So right off the bat, we have an imbalance of power in the relationship. And then secondly, you both have obligations.
Mm-hmm.
The charismatic one has the obligation to stay charismatic in your eyes, right? Your obligation is to completely express your devotion, your 100% loyalty. And you are to help spread the message about what an incredible, wonderful, creative, brilliant person this is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you do that by recruiting, by bringing people to see the guru, and you'll tell everybody, we're all going to get in this room, and the guru's going to come in, and everybody's waiting. Finally, the guru comes in, and they tell you, and when he sits down, there's going to be a yellow halo around him, and you're sitting there, and you're like, what the fuck? I don't see a yellow halo, right? But everybody else is going, so you kind of go,
right.
And some people are going to go through that experience, and they're going to leave, and other people are going to respond by what's called in psychology the demand expectation, right?
Mm-hmm.
They prime you for what to expect so that then you see it. So that charismatic relationship really wields a lot of power, especially when you're in a small group situation, right?
Do you think cult leaders have any self-awareness, or do you think they just believe their own bullshit to such a degree?
This is a bit of a tricky question. I believe probably 98% of cult leaders are straight out con artists and start out that way.
Mm-hmm.
They're people who love power, and they know they're taking advantage of people. And the more they see they can do, the more they try to get away with. And I think what may happen with some of the leaders is that over time, they do become delusional.
Right.
And they do believe their own story. They are narcissists to such a degree that they do believe the world revolves around them. But then wrapped up in that is this desire to control and exploit.
If you think about all the people that we've talked to and done stories on in this podcast and the leaders that we've profiled, it really is easy to see the patterns that Yonya is laying out.
Yeah, the tactics of cults have been used for centuries.
However, in this modern world, Liz, there seems to be a new tool for cult recruitment.
And we're going to find out what that is after the break. What makes a cult a cult? What is the difference between a cult and just like
a woman's group?
Well, a cult has to have certain features in order to earn that label. So for me, there needs to be an authoritarian leader who is usually considered charismatic, who is most likely narcissistic and sometimes has psychopathic or sociopathic tendencies as well. That person comes up with an idea, some grandiose idea that he can save the world or offer you a better life or take you to enlightenment, whatever it might be. And within that ideology or belief system is the requirement that you must go through a personal transformation that is basically shaping you to comply and conform and be the good follower. And so that transformation is then the indoctrination process. Or as I call it, as a sociologist, I call it a resocialization process, right?
Right.
You're going to go through some kind of training or lessons or whatever that is basically shaping you to comply and conform and be the good member, the good follower. And then the final part of my definition is that there need to be what I call interlocking systems of influence and control. So the control mechanisms, are the obvious kind of rules and regulations. It might be how you need to dress, how many children you should have or not have, whatever. But the other aspect of that is the systems of influence. Basic social psychology, it's getting you to respond to things you've always responded to, right? Guilt, shame, fear, love, all of those basic human emotions that get manipulated, again, to get you to conform and comply.
Mm-hmm. The internet, I feel like, is a breeding ground. How prevalent are these internet groups rising today, and how dangerous is that?
I mean, we've now got this new phenomenon of internet cults, these amorphous communities where there's not a physical space. And we're seeing these new types of cultic formations that aren't what I now call the run-of-the-mill cults. There was an obvious leader, there was an obvious headquarters and centers around the world or whatever, but there was a physicality to it.
Right.
With what's happened over the last, say, 4 or 5 years, 6 years, whatever, and these groups like QAnon and some of this conspiracy stuff has absolutely mushroomed. We also had 4 years of a president who basically trained us into this us versus them mentality, and it's sort of tipped over into anything. It's tipped over into the recall vote for Governor Newsom here in California. It's the anti-vax movement. It's the people who want to go after the Black Lives Matter movement. It's obviously QAnon and the deep state, all of that. They are able to build these online communities where people absolutely feel connected to something and are getting that same sense of purpose and meaning as you would have in a physical cult 5 years ago, 10 years ago. There's maybe not even one leader you can point to. It's almost like the ideas are the leader.
Mm.
And then there's kind of these different spokespeople who are sending out this misinformation or disinformation, like some of the TV networks and certainly the radio, some of the talk radio. What really added to it, of course, was the pandemic. A lot of people fell down rabbit holes, so to speak, and people are, in a sense, desperate.
Right.
They don't know how to evaluate information. And then somebody comes along and says, hey, I've got the answer. There's a deep state and they're, eating babies in a pizza parlor. And it basically bolstered so many hate groups. I include the white supremacists and the armed survivalists and Patriot Boys or whatever they're called, right? But now they have a platform and they have the recognition of top leaders. And so that has, of course, helped them recruit.
Right.
I think it's going to take a long time for us to heal the country again and recover from that.
Well, on that note,
on that cheery note,
it ended up being a lot of right-wing cults that came up. Do you think the left also had a reaction to that and have some left-wing cults have presented from that as well?
There still are a number of sort of Marxist-Leninist groups left over from when my group was around, left over from the 70s and 80s, but for the most part, I haven't heard of much. There are the anarchists, the crazy anarchists who wear all black and come and bust everything up, and they've been doing that forever, and it's unfortunate. You know, the left, I have to say, and I'm sorry, the left has just never been very good at getting itself organized.
To be fair, one has to clarify that there are extremists and cult-like behaviors and groups on each side of the political aisle. Politics for many is akin to religion, and where you find extreme beliefs, you will often find cult-like behavior.
Because extreme beliefs often come with absolutism, which is the antithesis of critical thought and varied opinions. Two things cults work hard to rid you of. So can you just enlighten us a little bit on the notion of one-on-one cults and family cults?
Both of those are really prevalent. It's basically, you know, being in a relationship with a narcissist. And narcissistic relationships can go very awry and can be very traumatic. And similarly, in families where you have a narcissistic parent, and the kind of trauma that people experience from those relationships is absolutely the same as if they were in a group cult. And it's, you know, it's very hard to break away from.
You know, something that bothers me is the question often presented to those who have been in cults is, well, why didn't you just leave?
You know, I feel that that question is used too often, and it's too much of an oversimplistic question. You've been in an abusive relationship, well, why didn't you just leave?
Right, and you have a shitty boss, why'd you keep working there?
You don't like where you live, you should just pack up and leave.
Why do you think that the question, why didn't you leave, is so damaging?
Because it's a lack of knowledge or a complete denial of the concept of coercion and how coercion is used to get people to do what they ordinarily wouldn't do, and how coercion is used to push people down and keep them from fighting back or speaking out. And so we really need to get people to really understand how subtle coercion can be. You know, think about when you go shopping and you try on a pair of shoes and the shoes don't really fit, but everybody's telling you how wonderful they look and, oh yeah, they fit. And no, don't worry, they'll stretch a little bit. And you get kind of pushed into buying these things, and then you get home and you say, why in the hell did I do that, right? It's because you were pressured, right? I mean, that's a simple everyday example. We experience this every day of our lives, you know, from kids on. That's why when we get into these groups, we don't realize how we're being pressured because it seems normal. It's not until you're perhaps in way too deep that you realize, oh boy, this is a mistake. And then it's much harder to get out.
But thankfully, people actually do get out.
They do. However, sometimes people have a hard time admitting that this group that they were a part of was in fact a cult.
It happens all the time. They don't want to admit they were wrong. They don't want to admit they've been duped and conned. And it's unfortunate because at some point, 9 times out of 10, it's going to come back to bite them.
Right.
Now,
Because they'll either join another cult.
Yeah, they'll become a cult hopper because they won't understand what happened and how it works. I kind of say to people, depending on the length of your experience and the extent of your experience, the role you had in the group, you know, it's usually at least a good 5 years before you kind of know who you are again.
And when do you feel like you sort of got your mind back and said, okay, this is me, this is who I am?
I guess by the mid-90s, there was still always stuff to deal with. You know, this stuff goes really deep. So yeah, I'd say, you know, it was about 10 years. And there's still remnants. I mean, there's still stuff, you know, like I still have dreams sometimes about the cult, you know.
10 years. She spent over 10 years living in the cult, and then another 10 years deprogramming all that abuse and damage. Most of the things in these environments are abusive or toxic, but if you had to sort of look at the best thing that came out of this environment, what's your experience of that?
Well, I guess for me, the best thing was learning about publishing. I'd always wanted to be a writer, and so it expanded my knowledge of that industry. But I would rather have learned it another way.
Right.
If I had to do it over, I wouldn't do it.
And while the cult may have taken up a sizable portion of her life, she seems to have made up for the lost time.
Just tell us all the things you're up to today.
So I retired from the university, I guess 3 years ago now.
Do you miss teaching at the university?
Not at all.
No.
No. I mean, I miss the students.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work. I hated grading papers and giving exams, and I hated all the administrative bullshit.
Right.
But I love teaching.
She may be retired, but Yanya's busier than ever. Highly in demand with media appearances, as well as doing a ton of interviews and working on her memoir.
And still enjoying the success of her most recent book release.
Entitled Escaping Utopia.
Which was the study of people who were born or raised in a cult. And I interviewed like 69 different people from 39 different groups.
A lot of people reference that book, actually. That helped them get out.
Oh, good.
Saved their life.
Great.
So you are doing really good things.
That's great. Thank you.
But I do think it's interesting. You sort of set out for the revolution, but you are sort of in a revolution. It just doesn't look like that, right?
I guess.
I mean,
that's one way to look at it.
You're helping a lot of people and saving the world in some capacity.
Well, thanks.
And we'll just look out for your memoir whenever.
Yeah. It's a wild one.
Thank you for all your time. This was incredibly helpful.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good day.
You too. Talk to you soon.
Ciao.
Wow, what an honor. Thank you, Yanya, for taking the time to share your personal story.
And your enlightening expertise.
We hope everyone listening had at least one takeaway from today's episode.
And if you did, we'd love to hear what it is.
Feel free to reach out to us, guys. We love hearing from you.
You can email us at info@wasIInAcult.com.
DM us on the old gram at wasiinacult.
And also, if you or someone you know had a cult experience and you'd like your story to be heard on the show, please reach out.
Our email again is info@wasiinacult.com.
Now, next week's episode is a very special one because you will hear the story of two people who were in an acting cult.
She sits on a chair a la a throne.
With a shawl wrapped around herself like she's been studying at the foot of the Buddha when she just ordered this shawl on Amazon.
And her little dog's on her lap or circling around her. And then the rest of us sit on the floor before her.
There's incense burning. There's flowers all laid around. She is creating the visual and sensory experience of being in front of some enlightened person.
That's right, you guys. We're going to find out more about the cult I was suckered into.
Also, if you're interested, Liz and I were guests on the wonderful podcast, Stuff They Don't Want You to Know.
And if you don't listen to that show, you should.
Because you want to know what they don't want you to know. And you can find a link in our show notes.
And if you love us and this show, we need your help. I know how cult leadery of us.
We knew it would come to this eventually.
You guys did too.
We became cult leaders. Look, it is true. In order to continue making the show at the level it demands, we do need your support.
So we're just putting it out there to consider a small one-time or monthly contribution to this show so that you can keep getting the stories you love by helping us afford to keep making them.
So head on over to our Patreon page for more information.
Or visit our website at wasiinacult.com and you'll get all the info you need right there.
Was I in a Cult is story produced and written by me, Tyler Meeson.
And moi, Liz Aguzi.
The executive producer is Maya Cole Howard.
And our newly promoted supervising producer is Ari Basile.
Congratulations, Ari.
Or as Tyler likes to call you, Air.
Audio engineer, that's the same old guy, Chandler Mays.
Chandler. And our fan of the week comes from Twitter. And she has the handle @SoftBlackGirls. Thank you for spreading the love. We appreciate you.
And thank you for listening and spreading the love, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
See you next week.
See you soon. Ciao for now. Kisses on your face, but not on your lips, because that's weird.
Yeah, that's the pandemic after
Just
all.
a double cheek kiss, like a good old Italian grandma.
podcast fans, want to see one of your favorite shows live? Giggly Squad comes to the Emerald Queen Casino Thursday, March 6th. Laugh along with Hannah Berner and Paige Sorbo as they bring their hit podcast Giggly Squad to the stage. From relationships and horoscopes to TV and personal stories, these two keep it real, raw, and hilarious. Don't miss your chance to catch them live on the Club Giggly 2025 tour. Nothing's off the table. Thursday, March 6th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. You know when you're really stressed or not feeling so great about your life or about yourself? Talking to someone who understands can really help. But who is that person? How do you find them? Where do you even start? Talkspace. Talkspace makes it easy to get the support you need. With Talkspace, you can go online, answer a few questions about your preferences, and be matched with a therapist. And because you'll meet your therapist online, you don't have to take time off work or arrange childcare. You'll meet on your schedule, wherever you feel most at ease. If you're depressed, stressed, struggling with a relationship, or if you want some counseling for you and your partner, or just need a little extra one-on-one support, Talkspace is here for you. Plus, Talkspace works with most major insurers, and most insured members have a $0 copay. No insurance? No problem. Now get $80 off of your first month with promo code SPACE80 when you go to Talkspace.com. Match with a licensed therapist today at Talkspace.com. Save $80 with code SPACE80 at Talkspace.com.
You showing up with your dream in your hand and someone deciding that they'd like to take advantage of that until their dream is just totally squashed. Then you just find another person with a dream. And in LA, there are a lot of those people. There should be. Dreams are good and healthy and beautiful. And the people who suck on them like batteries are vampires. It's disgusting. Nobody joins a cult. It's just not a thing.
Welcome to Was I in a Cult? I'm Tyler Mason.
And I'm Liz Iacuzzi.
Okay, so on this show, thus far we have covered a few very interesting cults, and many of them are your more typical cults, embedded in religion or worship on a commune, with the right weird garb, whatever it may be.
But there's a reason that this show is called Was I in a Cult rather than I Was in a Cult.
Because on this show we explore lesser known cults, cults that don't sometimes appear on face value to be anywhere near a cult, like today's episode, which was
an acting class.
A what?
Yeah, a seemingly innocent acting class in the San Fernando Valley, which turned into a cult.
I gotta be honest, Liz, when I first heard about this, I didn't believe that an acting class could be a cult.
I know. Nobody believes that.
I know, but you convinced me of it because
I was in it.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, baby.
Yes. Finally, we get a little peek behind the mysterious dark curtain that is Liz Iacuzzi.
But this story isn't really about me. We'll do a show about us later, especially Tyler's mustache cult he's embarrassed about.
I was 15, Liz. I thought I could buy beer with it.
Today we're hearing from two people who are part of the group that I was in, including my dear friend, Erin Carrera.
I'm a Pisces. I collect four-leaf clovers. I love dogs.
Erin was born in the small town of Sauk Rapids, Minnesota.
Oh yeah, Sauk Rapids. The Copper Pony store is one of my favorites. They've got the best sandwiches.
A lot of funny accents.
She had a pleasant childhood.
My family was very nuclear. It was a mom, a dad, and 3 kids, and generally speaking, 1 to 2 dogs. And we lived in a house with a huge yard and a huge garden on the edge of the forest.
Church was a big part of Erin's upbringing.
Yeah, my parents co-founded a church.
Living Waters Lutheran in Sauk Rapids.
It's ELCA, Evangelical Lutheran Church in America. This is the progressive version of Lutherans. You know, lady ministers, gay ministers. Hurrah!
Sounds nice. But even with Erin's weekly church-going ritual,
I myself was way more interested in the New Age bookstore about astrology and tarot cards. I was very smart, very talented, and chubby, fat, and people are mean. They were very mean. If you were chubby, you got bullied. Yeah, and eating disorder, anorexia in high school.
Perhaps not surprisingly, Tyler, but 90% of teens with anorexia are female.
I went from being fat to skinny. Suddenly, guys were interested. It's a whole other toxic situation.
After high school, Erin went to college.
6 different colleges, to be exact.
It's not that I have 7 million degrees. It's that my academic career kept getting interrupted by my eating disorder and or other psychological problems. And I would have to drop out. I started a band and I ended up touring all over the US and Europe. I was having a lot of creative life and I was still super fucked up. Only now we were adding really bad relationships, alcohol, drugs, eating disorders, still on and off. Then I met Frank, a very famous opera singer. Beautiful, beautiful voice. He's got all the brilliant, wonderful parts of narcissism and kind of swept me off my feet. And then all of a sudden I was like, oh my God, I'm in love with him. And then I was living this international life, traveling all over the world. He was promising me the sun and the moon. You don't have to work your stupid day job you hate anymore. You can just write music and be your artistic self. He was really great in the beginning. And then he started separating me from family and friends. He started taking me on extended trips, started manipulating me, started gaslighting me. I learned after the fact, all of this is textbook abusive relationship. They woo you, they sweep you off your feet. It's amazing. Then they start isolating you from your friends and family. And then slowly over time, the abuse becomes gaslighting. You start thinking you're the crazy one because they're very good at manipulation. So then there were more dramas and on and on and on and on until finally we broke up.
Honestly, this sounds like the first cult you were in.
It was absolutely the first cult I was in.
So one day, while still living in Minnesota, Erin announces
that I was moving to Los Angeles. I have to pursue my dreams. I want to sing. I want to act.
And she drove out to Los Angeles.
Is anyone actually from LA?
No, Tyler, and you are one of the people who are not from LA.
True, I moved here 4 months ago.
And the ones that are from LA, they're not stupid enough to be in the entertainment business.
Valid. Now, not everyone's moving to LA story is so easy breezy, but for Erin,
within 2 months, I had my SAG card. I had a bunch of jobs, a bunch of clients, but I was in a place where I was very lonely. I didn't have friends.
I didn't come to LA having friends. So the only people I knew were people I was meeting around town. It was an environment that was unstable and it was hard to find contentment.
This is another one of my good friends, Josh Barron.
I'm from Tucson, Arizona originally. Had a wonderful childhood, and then I moved to California for college and came down to LA after college to pursue a career in the entertainment industry. I mean, I was a kid who moved to LA. I knew no one and was looking to find a community of people, of artists, and get an education in the craft of acting.
So he signed up for an acting class, and he did learn a bit about the craft of acting, as well as met a woman who became his girlfriend.
But that class had its own toxicity to it. It was recruiting women for dates and sex, essentially.
Oh, gross.
It was unbelievably toxic and disgusting.
But Hollywood's changing, Tyler. Now you don't have to suck a dick to get a role anymore.
Naive outsider here, Liz. Is it really that bad?
I mean, once upon a time, yeah. I think it was really that bad.
I don't know. I'm just in the documentary world. We kind of sit at the kids' table. We're a bunch of nerds making movies about climate change and penguins. So I guess I've avoided that world.
Well, Hollywood does have its dark side, but it's changing slowly.
And so we got out of there. And then we went on the search like a lot of people do. So, okay, that was a shit experience. Let's find a better class. You get a job at a bar or a restaurant. You're working with a lot of other actors, and you ask them, do you know any good acting teachers, acting classes?
Josh's girlfriend was working at a restaurant
and met someone there who said, hey, I have a great class.
So she went to the class, came home,
and said, there's this class with this woman who's pretty eccentric, but the people who were in the class were really talented.
So she signed up.
I was honestly, a little burnt on acting classes for a second. So she started this class without me. And then after a couple months of her being there started to be a lot of pressure from her to like, you got to come check out the class. Don't you want your career to work out? Don't you want to get your life? Was this phrase that came up a lot. And I was like, yeah, okay, I'll go audit your acting class.
The recruitment process had already begun from his closest confidant, no less.
So Josh went to audit the class. I mean, it's free after all.
Yeah, it's free. What's the harm in that?
Yeah, lots of great things are free, like coupons.
Smells.
Taking a bath.
Picking up dog shit.
Not going to the gym.
Eating dirt.
Crying yourself to sleep.
Oh, the tester bottles at beauty stores.
I don't think those are free, Liz. Not the whole bottle.
My bathroom vanity would disagree with you, Tyler.
I went and I sat in the back and I had much the same reaction. This is a really eccentric woman, but there were talented people there. She was talking about being an artist from the inside out and being fulfilled. That's what I bought into immediately, was that idea.
So Josh signs up for class 2.
Okay, Liz, so tell me a little bit about acting classes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm imagining it's a bit like Barry, the HBO show, which, listeners, if you haven't watched, you should.
It's actually not too far off. Henry Winkler is obviously a bit more sardonic, but I did read somewhere that he was taking cues from his own acting teacher, the famous Stella Adler.
Okay, so acting classes. I mean, that sounds like something that could help an actor.
Mm-hmm.
And Josh seemed like he wanted that.
All actors want that. And meanwhile, Erin is in LA doing massage.
I'm guessing she didn't move to LA to get back rubs.
No, but she is a damn good masseuse and she needed to make a living. But one day she gave a massage to a woman.
And she was like, well, what do you want to do? And I was like, well, I'm an actor. I'm a singer and I'm a writer. And she said, I know the woman who can make you the star that you are.
And she said her name.
And the name, did it feel familiar? It just felt like, yes. I felt the same way when I'd fallen in love. I felt this kick in the stomach. That's it. That's the one.
Keep in mind, we are not going to reveal her name, but shall refer to her as teacher. Okay, back it up a bit to about 2 years prior. While Erin was still in Minneapolis, she had been consulting with psychics.
Oh, psychics. The long con, still alive.
Regardless, one psychic told Erin,
why do you live here? You're supposed to be living in California. And when you get there, look for the Great Mother. She's probably 50. She will help you with your career.
So Erin called the studio, and without knowing anything about the class or the teacher, she signed up for an upcoming 3-day intensive, also known as the foundation class. It was $450.
And Erin shows up on the day of the class, which at the time was in a cozy living room in someone's home in Van Nuys, California.
You know, Tyler, I was there too.
Oh, really? And who else was there, Liz? Do tell. Anyone famous?
Well, I'm not going to say that a Marvel superhero was in the class with us, but I'm also not going to say he wasn't.
Intriguing.
I'm not going to say who.
You're such a non-name dropper name dropper.
I know.
Everybody was super lovey-dovey and hugging each other, but nobody knew me. Nobody said a word to me. I just sat down on the couch, which there are people who have places in these courses. You don't take their spot. But I did. I didn't know. And then everybody was like, hush, hush, hush. Oh. And then she came out and she sat on her little throne chair and she looked at everyone. She said, look at all of you. You're all like my little children and I'm your mother. I'm like your mother. And I went, oh, it's her. She's the Great Mother. She will help me.
And there she was in front of her. This life-changing acting coach led to her by the psychic stars.
I remember I was feeling so elated at having found the woman that I thought was going to help me get my life on track. I mean, I had gone from being valedictorian of my high school class with full ride scholarships everywhere I applied to, in my mind, a total loser and wasn't pursuing my dreams. I just thought this was the woman who was going to finally help me. I was really happy. And of course, she was like, who the fuck are you? Who's that angry bitch sitting on the couch? And I was like, how are you, my mother?
But it didn't drive her away. It felt like a challenge. And Erin was up for it.
My experience with people loving me had been very bad at that point, right? It was kind of like, I will become what you need so that you love me.
Okay, who is this lady?
She grew up in Hollywood. She was the child of a very successful person and wanted to be an actress herself. And so she studied at an acting class of a very famous acting teacher.
An instructor by the name of Roy London.
Once he was away, there was no one teaching what he had taught, and her acting career didn't end up coming to fruition. So she opened up a little acting class in the Valley.
And became an acting teacher.
It's actually a pretty intimate and powerful position because everybody's instrument is themselves. So to go in and talk to someone about growing their craft is to talk to them in some ways about growing themselves. She liked the power of that.
Well, that's an understatement. You see, what's tricky about this environment is it's very easy to take advantage and manipulate actors. If you think about it, it's an actor's actual job to show up and be vulnerable, right? To expose their insides to the outside world as a form of entertainment.
And the people who attended these classes simply wanted to be better at the very difficult craft of acting.
They were people who had a dream. They wanted something that they didn't have. They want to be better at something than they are and looking for help doing it. The magic of so many people showing up with their dream in their hand and put it out there for everyone to see in a vulnerable way.
Which can sometimes create a beautiful, magical space.
And to be fair, there was a lot of that happening in this class at times. And Josh was enjoying the early stages of learning from this teacher.
But Erin, well, she felt a different vibe from this woman.
She was actively mean to me. She always called me the angry bitch. Okay, angry bitch. And then the angry bitch in the corner, it became a nickname for me.
But it wasn't just Erin. This woman got off on making people feel trite and small. And you were a superhero if you were able to not take it personally, but instead use it for your self-growth.
She would criticize my appearance often, and I have a long history with eating disorders. And when she found out, she told everyone.
But being just an acting teacher wasn't enough. She also fancied herself a guide, i.e. a life coach. So in addition to the acting classes, she also offered something called life classes.
Her classes at times felt more like a therapy session.
But this teacher wasn't even close to being a real therapist.
No, she had no real credentials, other than studying with other people like Roy London or going to a few yoga classes or AA meetings. I think she even went to Landmark Forum once.
Yet another cultic organization.
And so to justify her lack of credentials, she would say she had a gift.
Oh, they're also gifted, aren't they?
And what was her gift? Well, it has evolved, of course, but in the beginning, she gave herself the fancy title of
human behavior expert. Right. I don't know what the fuck that means.
And despite her lack of qualifications, she guided these pseudo-therapy sessions.
But unlike healthy one-on-one therapy, this was group therapy in front of everyone.
It was pretty evident why that was not healthy. Anything that you would mention was something that would get attacked almost immediately.
She encouraged others to dislike me. She told stories about me that people then assumed were true, like that I was a stripper.
Her justification for this type of emotional abuse was that she was breaking down your ego, which, Tyler, you could use some of.
You have broken that long ago, Liz.
In her school of thought, it's our ego that gets in the way of our greatness.
Which, to some extent, is true.
Yes, of course. That's what's so tricky about her classes and cults in general. They often take existing philosophies and, quote, reinvent them, claim them as their own special work, and then use those philosophies against the person in abusive and harmful ways.
I remember my first scene in acting class. She was like, look at her. Look at her. Do you see what she's doing? She was pointing and saying, do you see what she's doing? Laughing at me, and then everybody in the class would laugh.
If there is a hell, I think this is what it might be.
But think about it. It fit perfectly within the context of wanting to become a better actor. The way she taught it was that in order to be a better actor, you need to be able to put yourself out there, face the ridicule, face the critique, drum up old trauma, and use it for your craft. And there is some truth to that, but it was her tactics that were abusive.
The solutions that so many of my peers were looking for in their work wasn't that complicated. It was simple stuff, like try this, see if this feels better, see if this helps. And then realizing that then the next day, the next class, she would be back and telling that person that they're terrible and that they were going nowhere. I mean, that was the game she played with everybody. And the teardown process was really ugly and public and shameful.
Once she, in the middle of an acting class, hopped on top of me, licked my face, and then did like a stripper move on me. And she said, see how rigid she is? And then after that, she said, so who abused you, your mother? Which is so weird, also inaccurate. But at the time, I just thought, what's wrong with me? Why am I so rigid? There were probably about 12 of us in class, including some very well-known people. No one commented on that.
Not even the unnamed superhero came to her rescue. All right, so Josh and Aaron are both in this acting class, hoping that the teacher can improve their craft. But like many cults, the teacher or cult leader gets greedier and wants more people's time and money.
Hence the life classes. And soon she was leading weekend retreats, women's retreats, men's retreats, couples retreats, and the price tag kept going up.
And at one time she decided to have a women's retreat in Ojai, California, where the women would go off together, do a deep dive into what's holding them back.
And Josh's girlfriend would often come back from these trips really questioning their relationship.
Which is normal in cults, to sabotage romantic relationships.
What would end up happening next is she would have me do some scene and make out with some other girl in class, because that was what the scene was about. And then knowing that my girlfriend was in the audience watching, going through her own specific bout of insecurity, and then talking about how much it looked like I really loved the girl I was kissing, which was totally inappropriate and shitty.
Despite all this, Josh stayed, as did Aaron.
It was part of their self-growth, after all.
I almost feel like she was doing everything in her power to get me to not come back.
But that was all part of this teacher's malignant manipulation. She loved to challenge people. You won't last a week with me, or you could really benefit from this work, but your ego won't be able to hack it. Or sometimes she would have very established working actors come to class, and she would say things like, well, you've made it this far sucking. Congratulations. I'm not sure I can deprogram all your shitty habits and get you from working actor to great actor, but stick around long enough, and we'll see.
Remember Aaron's first day, when the teacher said to Aaron, who's this bitch? That was all part of the plan from the beginning.
This is why I do think she's a brilliant woman, because she was able to speak to my desire for greatness. And she was able to make fun of me, demoralize me in an acting scene, and then say, but we'll get you where you need to go.
This teacher convinced her that the abuse was part of the process of becoming a better artist. Aaron says brilliant, I say highly manipulative.
Typical cult tactic, break them down, build them back up again.
But I was so convinced that she was the teacher I was supposed to be working with. She was self-proclaimed the best. Why would I think otherwise? After all, she's driving a Range Rover. And I don't want to be mean about like plastic surgery, but she has all the markers of wealth that is required in Beverly Hills. There were some celebrities in class. There were people who were working. Maybe I'll just stay a little longer and see.
It's a lot like sitting at the gambling table. You're down 5 large, but a few more bets, you're back to even.
Speaking of the self-proclaimed best, that is exactly what she was. It was all narcissistic self-aggrandizing. She would say it's her work, her channel, when in fact, in hindsight, she was just borrowing from others.
Or stealing it, actually.
Exactly. She borrowed
or stole
from Roy London, as we mentioned, but in her other classes, she was pulling from great thought leaders and philosophers of the 60s and 70s. The Bhagavad Gita, which is considered one of the most holy scriptures of Hinduism, Vedic sages.
When you steal from the greats, the things you say can also be great.
Exactly. There were gems you learn in class, tools that did help you in your work and in your life. The concept of being present, right? She talked about depression being stuck in the past, anxiety being stuck in the future.
Yeah, all stuff that I've heard therapists say.
Yeah, and I saw many people break down and face a lot of fears, insecurities, and let go of bad habits and patterns.
And Josh Well, he was learning new tools, and in fact, he started booking acting gigs.
And then one day,
A big opportunity comes up last minute that was very common in Hollywood.
So he calls his teacher to discuss the audition.
I was like, yeah, I'm standing outside of Warner Brothers. She's like, you're not ready. You're not ready. You need more classes. You need more time.
here he has a huge opportunity, and instead of supporting him like a true guide or teacher would, she broke him down.
And it was amazing to see her sabotage those opportunities for all of her students. She was afraid that would cause that person to leave, to no longer be there in her class. So she would sabotage them all the time. There's no plan for you to graduate. You're not being taught anything. Because to learn something is that eventually I have this skill and I can go do this skill on my own. My third grade teacher is nowhere near me, but I'm writing, I'm doing addition. Her goal was to create an environment where you needed her in order to succeed.
Thereby taking more classes and paying more money.
But she always wanted more. She was slightly manic and never content. She had been this acting teacher and life coach for years and was paying the bills doing it. But then one day she went on a yoga retreat.
What took it from one level to the next with this little acting class in the Valley was this teacher had taken a trip to India.
And while on this spiritual adventure, she met people who were making a living being spiritual guides.
I'm sure she thought to herself, I could do that. So she came back from this trip and her classes completely changed.
She actually wanted to become a guru.
Yes, a guru. And she actually called herself that.
Guru does have a much nicer ring to it than human behavior expert.
But now that she's a fully fledged, self-appointed guru, the life classes were no longer an option for the actors.
Suddenly, actors in her acting class had to also take and pay for a whole new class. What she did was make it mandatory.
You have to do both, because she doesn't want to teach you these skills in acting and then have you have a fucked up life.
She justified it by saying she can only take you so deep in the acting class, but you won't get very far unless you're also deepening your life. So if you're not in both classes, well, you are a waste of my time.
Her life classes were located when I first started in her living room, and then they moved outside to the backyard where she had built sort of a little gazebo kind of. And she sits on a chair a la a throne.
With a shawl wrapped around herself like she's been studying at the foot of the Buddha for forever when she just ordered this shawl on Amazon, right? Like it's absurdity.
And her little dogs on her lap or circling around her. And then the rest of us sit on the floor before her.
There's incense burning. There's flowers all laid around. She is creating the visual and sensory experience of being in front of some enlightened person.
And the monitors of the class were answering to her every OCD beck and call.
And monitors were who?
Recruiters, essentially. They did everything, organized the classes, collected the payments, got people enrolled in the class, set everything up. They were her bitches, basically. And she was very high maintenance. She had a lot of rules and demands. She needed a specific lip balm in her drawer, flowers in front of her in specific arrangements. And she was so abusive to these monitors. In front of everyone, she would always say, oh, look at her. She's an idiot. Why do I only have idiots working for me?
Sounds lovely. So, in addition to berating young unpaid assistants, she would also dole out knowledge, life advice akin to therapy.
She claimed she was a channel, Tyler, okay? So please give her the untrained respect she does not deserve. Thank you.
And the life class was essentially all of the unlicensed therapy that she was attempting to practice in the acting class, just unmasked.
And soon she started to care more about being a guru than being an acting coach.
There was a lot more money there because there were a lot more people looking for life coaching and gurus than people who want to be actors, even in LA.
And her classes were full.
Obviously, there were artists, there were actors and writers.
There are a lot of professional people, high-powered attorneys and business people.
Entrepreneurs, restaurateurs, people who were day trading stocks.
Sommeliers, salespeople, school teachers, yoga teachers. It was a lot of really smart people.
Looking for growth, looking for a change.
who wanted to make the world a better place through their endeavors.
Which, of course, made it an appealing place to be.
So I just kept coming, and she just kept getting meaner and meaner, and I kept shrinking and becoming what she was saying.
So after 4 months of this, Aaron booked a private session with the teacher.
Privates, as they were called, were basically 50-minute one-on-one coaching sessions with a self-proclaimed transformational guide.
At the very low cost of just $300.
Lucky you.
And it was the 4th of July. I left a party. I left a yacht, and I drove all the way from Newport Beach to Van Nuys. And she was like, well, why are you here? And I said, well, why don't you like me? She said, because you're an angry bitch. Nobody likes you. And I didn't have it in me to say, well, that's not true, actually. A lot of people kind of adore me. I didn't know how to say that. I was like, well, what do I do? She said, you have to come to India. She talked all the time about India trip, India. That was where real healing and real transformation was possible.
Soon it wasn't enough for her to bring the Indian spirituality to the group. She wanted to bring the group to India.
For a 2-week deep dive into self, meeting with yogis, monks, gurus, in the birthplace of yoga, no less, Rishikesh, India, the same place the Beatles found enlightenment.
That's true. The Beatles actually went to Rishikesh in 1968 for some spiritual enlightenment, but they departed early because they discovered that their guru, named the Maharishi, was having sex with numerous women despite telling everyone to remain celibate.
Why is that such a fucking thing?
It's cliched, but John Lennon actually wrote a song about it. Go dig out your White Album and listen to Sexy Sadie, but replace the word Sexy Sadie with Maharishi. Brings on a whole new level.
Maharishi, what have you done?
You made a fool of everyone. Oh, you made a fool of everyone.
Sexy Sadie, oh, have you done?
You'd be traveling with your peers, guided by her, and of course she was charging an absurd amount of money.
At this point, the trips were about $5,000.
Which was a bit more money than Aaron could afford.
And I was like, well, I couldn't possibly go. I have no money. I mean, it takes everything to pay for this. She was like, well, I don't know what to tell you. But if you want your career, you want a man, you want a life, you want friends, you want somebody to like you, you better be on that plane to India.
Josh and his girlfriend were also invited to India.
Tyler, everyone was invited to India.
I mean, we were broke, my ex and I. A lot of our money were going to these classes, other than my rent and health insurance or whatever. It was the most expensive thing I was spending money on. And then this idea of like, we should go on this India trip. The sales pitches were hard and heavy, and decisions about not spending all the money you had were made akin to you not wanting to take a risk, not being willing to take a leap of faith for your life, for your career. And it didn't matter what that person's circumstances were.
If you can't afford to go on a trip, she will insist that you rise up, make a commitment, and let the money come. She would promise things like, I guarantee you will make twice the money after the trip, and you will have all your dreams come true.
Wow,
that's her financial advice in life class. Once she told one of her students, well, I don't care how you find the money. If you have to, you would sell your car. And then he did sell his car to pay for the trips. I sold a guitar to go on a trip. I sold so much of my stuff.
And the teacher would use more than terrible financial advice to coerce. She would enlist others.
And I'm pretty sure she sicked a couple of her, what's the word, henchmen? She sicked a few of the recruiters on me.
One day, another woman from the class approached her and said,
so I heard you're coming to India. And I said, oh, what? No, I can't afford it. She's like, really? Because I see you there. I see you in India. And you know what happened is the very next day, I actually got a check. I had gotten a song placed in a movie. I got a check for $1,500, which was how much the plane ticket was.
So she bought the plane ticket. And when the teacher found out, she told her,
I respect that hustle. And I'll tell you what, pay as much as you can ahead of time and then pay the rest when you come back. And I was like, oh,
loves me. I mistook her desire for my money as she's accepting me. She loves me. She was actually not horrible to me. Oh, Erin.
So Erin borrowed the money from a friend and took every job she could in order to pay for the trip.
And Josh? Well, the peer pressure also got to him, so he and his girlfriend ended up going on the India trip. 2 of them, actually.
They were amazing trips with amazing people who were actually really trying to grow themselves. We're really on missions of like self-exploration in a way that was very honorable as artists.
Here we are in India, and I really am actually having some transformational experiences. Were they because of her? I actually don't think so. Because my transformational experiences happened in meditations. The only reason they're related to her is because she was the reason I was there.
But while in India, Erin gave teacher a massage.
And she realized I was very good at it, and then offered to trade massage for the remainder of the price of the trip. She offered for me to stay an extra week.
Erin's value just tripled. She now moved up in the teacher's eyes.
There's the inner circle, her and her pets. There's another circle of people trying to become a pet. And then there's this sort of third tier of people who are maybe committed, but not trying to be close.
She was now hanging out with the cool kids.
I mean, I was really close to her. And there's a rush you get out of being really close to someone, even if the price is high. Because you are convinced that she's special.
And the price was definitely high, more than just money.
My evenings became about massaging her or my regular clients to pay for the trips and to pay her back. I was working so hard all the time that I stopped having time for dating. I stopped having time for friends. I would show up at her house to do a massage. And sometimes, it would be like, oh, let's go shopping first, or let's go have sushi first. And only ever at this extremely expensive restaurant. Oh, let's go see a movie first. Don't you want to get my wisdom during this movie and buy me popcorn? And, I'm literally negative 200 in my bank account. And then at 1 a.m., I'd start the massage. Yeah, that happened many times.
If you came to her for advice, she could give you whatever shit advice she had. I have a solution for you. Why don't you drive my kids to school and see if that helps you solve this problem? Why don't you do stuff for me as a form of getting out of yourself?
I also did a lot of volunteer stuff for her for free. I transcribed class after class after class for no money to help her to write her book. And then she would read what she had said, and she was like, oh, this is gibberish. This isn't a book.
But supposedly it wasn't coming from her.
No, it was coming through her.
She will say things about herself. I'm a channel. You all think I'm psychic and I'm a guru, but it's just you. I'm just reading your being. I'd rather just be going shopping and then come home and watch a movie. I don't want to have to do this, but I'm here. I'm here for you. I remember her once actually channeling Jesus. Do you remember this? Do you remember this? No. She sat back in her chair and she tucked her chin in and she raised her eyes up. And her voice got very... Sorry. I know, I can't do it. I'll laugh
Do it again.
She lifted her eyes up and then she started speaking in this low, strange voice. I'm not doing it well because it sounded more like a croak than a deep voice. She was channeling Jesus from when Jesus was alive. And we all just sat there and listened. I keep why am I laughing? It's like so ridiculous.
We're laughing because who the fuck says that?
Who says that shit?
And gets away with it.
Exactly.
Like
in your living room in fucking Van Nuys, California.
So this teacher had to this point been teaching acting classes for years.
And eventually she started to realize that teaching acting well, it's hard.
Yeah, much harder than doing a horrifying impression of Jesus.
You just couldn't let it lie, could you, Liz?
Sorry.
You had to ice the cake.
I did.
So she deprioritized acting class and she shifted her focus to the life classes.
And Josh felt this shift personally.
Because I was the one who started teaching her acting classes for her when she started deprioritizing them. And one of the hooks with me was that if I taught for her, then I got my classes for free.
Heaven forbid you actually fucking pay someone for doing a job.
What a novel concept.
The teaching helped me talk about the tools and the craft of acting in a way that I actually think really grew me.
He was teaching the intermediate acting class.
So people would come to me first, and they would get a lot out of that environment, and then they would eventually graduate.
And move on to the master's class, which Guru Lady taught.
And then people would get in her class and be like, what the fuck is happening here? She's not teaching acting, and this lady's nuts.
You know, it's funny. Actors that went to her years ago would come back to class here or there and be like, what the fuck is going on in these classes now? Why is she dressed in flowing yogi clothes with shawls talking about Vedic scriptures?
Being a teacher isn't just having a room where you talk about stuff. It's not good enough just to understand exactly how the body works to be a surgeon. You have to understand this is a person. And if you make a mistake in here, that's their fucking life.
She told me, you know, Aaron, you're just only ever going to do massage the rest of your life. Which, first of all, it's a horrible thing for someone who's supposedly your life teacher that's helping you rise up and live the life you want to live to say to you. It's all about her and her needs. It has nothing to do with my dreams.
You showing up with your dream in your hand and someone deciding that they'd like to take advantage of that.
Okay, Liz, how many people were in these classes?
I would say at any given time, it hovered right around 40 students. In her mind, she desperately wanted to be the next Marianne Williamson with book deals and large speaking events, but she could never get there.
And you were there with Josh and Aaron at the time?
I was.
Did you ever go on the India trip?
I did, more than once, because it was never quite good enough just to go on one trip. All my friends were going. There was a lot of peer pressure. Her classes basically turned into one big promotion for the India trip.
Well, it was probably a big moneymaker, I'm guessing.
Exactly right. And that's all she would talk about. Are you going to India? Oh, no? Well, you don't really want your life, do you? And how did she get people to go again and again? Because there's always more work to do on yourself.
And always more money for sushi and designer purses.
Well, she was a very materialistic guru, because that makes total fucking sense. Buddha just loves Gucci.
On Aaron's second trip to India, she realized that the teacher, the middle-aged teacher, was
dating a 24-year-old. Right. Well, dating is... She was sleeping with, I don't know, what, a guru with benefits? I don't know. She was sleeping with the Indian guru that we were there to work with.
Hi, Paul. Seems like the Maharishi is not the only guru having a bit of a shag.
All of the trip really was a pretext for her to get a free trip to go see this man she was in love with.
Love can make you do crazy things.
The interesting part of their relationship was that he was the one with power over her.
He would yell at her and say mean things about her age, talk about how she was a minor guru who didn't have wisdom in front of all of us. I was sick on that trip and I had a fever. At one point we were going down to have a class by the river and he offered to give me a ride on the back of his motorcycle. And the minute she saw me on the back of his motorcycle, she walked right up to me and she said, "Get off the bike, bitch." I was so shocked she would say that to me because she was my teacher. I loved her. And then in that instant, I got it. They were not gods. They were just people. That's when I knew I had to leave.
But unlike John, Paul, George, and Ringo, Aaron stayed.
Unfortunately for me, I wasn't strong enough to leave.
Meanwhile, Josh was dealing with a more serious life issue. His girlfriend had been diagnosed with a brain tumor.
She was so sick she couldn't work. We were putting her health insurance on credit cards until we lost that. We didn't know what was going to happen.
But the acting coach, cum guru, had an idea.
She was going to take people to Bali and heal them.
Now, as you may know from Eat, Pray, Love, which I never read, Bali is home to a plethora of spiritual healers.
Including one man she would visit named Manku, whom the New York Times did an expose about. These healers are beloved and revered for their service and ability, and it is quite incredible to be exposed to.
Yeah, well, let's not forget that many of these healers are frauds using trickery and sleight of hand to appear to heal. I actually made a movie about a guy who spent his life trying to expose psychics and faith healers.
Nope, Tyler, I'm not going to plug that movie either.
Fine.
But teacher believed in magical healers, and Bali is beautiful.
But it's not a cheap trip.
And for Josh, he didn't know what to do.
I mean, the girl I loved had a brain tumor, was saying, I want to go to Bali and see if someone can fix me. And I didn't think it was a great plan, but I also knew what it would be like to tell her no. How do you tell someone who thinks that they could be dying that they want to do one last thing and then you say no?
So Josh and his girlfriend spent the money, and she went on a trip to Bali.
And then she came back and still had a brain tumor. What this woman was hoping was that she would go to Bali and get cured and then tell everyone that she cured her. And when it didn't happen, she decided to shame this sick girl. She just decided that if she had wanted her life, she could have just got better. But she clearly wants to be sick and shamed her.
This was the thing that led Josh's girlfriend to finally leave.
She eventually got better, by the way, using mythical healers called doctors.
But Josh had new responsibilities within the studio, so he stayed.
I now felt like I was teaching this acting class and doing some good and wanting to try and make something good out of this. I was afraid of being unsuccessful, both personally and professionally. It was a fear of not getting what I wanted. And I think that's what kept me there for sure.
Part of this cult leader's dirty manipulation is she gets her students to believe that they need her.
Yeah, who would I be without her? How would I live? Most of my clients were tied to her.
Erin stayed for years and continued going on trips.
2 India trips, 1 Ojai trip, 1 Joshua Tree trip.
More classes,
more money,
no problems.
Sometimes it was like, pay or buy groceries. I'm not kidding when I say that. I still stayed with her. I was trying to leave her for years.
Which is very common in cults. Many people get to the point where they want out, but they don't know how. Because the fear tactics the cult leader has used to get them to stay have completely taken over, to the point that you have lost touch with your true self.
And then I met my partner, and we started seeing each other. He was, God bless, like a healthy person who just saw me and loved me.
Her superhero finally arrived.
And he started gently asking questions.
If she's able to really be this channel, then why does she have these problems? Or why, if it's about rising up and you've been there this many years, why are you actually more in debt now than before you started with her? Basic logic questions.
And these basic logic questions were actually quite difficult for Erin to answer.
And Josh at this point had been with this woman for 3 or 4 years, but he wasn't doing as well professionally as he would have liked. And he wasn't the only one. He started looking at the people in class that had been there for a long time and realized
this program was not producing the successful artists that it was claiming to. And then I was also watching some people leave and become more successful upon leaving. She was actually destroying her own clientele and had to constantly go find new people to destroy. She's just been a thief of dreams. So that's when I left.
After years of taking classes, teaching classes, going on trips, and generally subjugating himself to this woman, Josh finally got the courage to leave. And just like that, he was free.
But for Erin, she stuck around a bit. She still believed that this woman was the key to her achieving her dreams. And then one day,
I gave a concert, and I invited one of my fellows to sing with me, who was a great singer.
The next day in class, the teacher talked about the show.
She said, yeah, Erin was fine, but how about, and then she named the other student, wow, a star is born. She blew everyone in the audience away. And then she looked at me, and I didn't react because any reaction meant you were triggered, and then it would become the subject for class.
After class, Erin called her boyfriend and told him what happened.
And he goes, honey, I was at the concert, and yeah, she's a good singer, but you were amazing. And I was like, that's not what I need to hear. He's like, yeah, you do. Let me ask you this. How does, and then he named the student, how does she make a living? And I said, her parents pay for her life. And he goes, oh, I see. And how many classes a week does she take with the teacher? Usually both life classes and an acting class. And he said, and does she go on all the trips? I'm just pointing out that she makes a lot of money off of that student. She makes a lot less money off of you. Her actual end game is to continue to keep you needing her for financial sustenance
and massages.
That's when I got it. And I went, uh-huh.
And that was it. Her final blow.
So she wrote a letter to the teacher saying she is no longer going to be her student.
And she said, I'm very sad to hear this, but I hope I can still get massages from you. So I said, sure. My rate is $130 an hour.
Well played, Erin. Well played.
So I was with her for, I don't remember how many years, but I don't want to think about it. 5 years. Oh, God.
They were both finally free and better for it.
But it never really occurred to them that what they experienced might have been, well, a cult.
I knew what cults were, but of course this was not Heaven's Gate, right? We were not wearing tracksuits, shaving our heads.
I think I felt like this was a very unhealthy woman who was doing very personal, intimate work, and she was doing it fucking terribly. Therefore, I would have said it was a toxic environment.
But then Josh started watching documentaries about cults.
That's when I really started realizing that this term applies. This was a cult. She's a cult leader. I fell for this. My dream was bigger than my self-awareness, and that was really hard to swallow because I always thought my dream was a positive thing. I mean, even me sitting here now in front of this microphone with you is because I feel honor bound to, because I know that other people showed up and stayed longer than they would have because
it is 2:14 p.m. PST, January 11th, 2025, ending this live stream and initiating another in 90 seconds or less.
In a cult, and they use that term to